Well, good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We're glad you're here with us. And to get us started, I'd like to call on Deacon Fred Castillo of Our Lady of Perpetual Help Catholic Church for the invocation, and then Norma Duran, Management Assistant to the City Secretary's Office, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor, or Deacon?
Thank you, Mayor. We bow our heads. Almighty God and ruler of the universe, by your power we move and have our being. We are gathered here today to serve you and conduct the affairs of the city of Corpus Christi. Give us knowledge and strength to do your will. With a proper balance of eternal values and our present needs, may we accept our responsibilities and act with courage, considering the feelings of other people. Grant us a sense of justice and stewardship, both now and forever. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you very much. Ms. Huerta, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo. Present. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina is absent but will be here shortly. Everett Roy.
Present.
Greg Smith.
Here.
Interim City Manager Keith Selman.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right, thank you. We have several proclamations this morning, so let's get started on those, and this will be the order they're in, so kind of listen for your name to come down and join me down here. The first one will be National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and then following that, the Week of the Young Child, and then Fiesta de la Flor Days, and then finally National Public Safety Telecommunications Day. So, week, excuse me. The Week of the Young Child, we're going to make a little switch right here, an audible. They're going to be first. So at the Week of the National Crime Victims, if you would mind letting the Week of the Young Child come first, then we'll come to you. So Week of the Young Child, if you'll come forward, we'll get your proclamation done. And who's helping me with that?
Birthday trooper. Oh my goodness, great. Come on in. Come on in. Got a group. Wonderful. Everett Scott has, and here's
All right, we're going to start off with the Week of the Young Child, and Councilman Roy is going to help us with this one.
I thought the mayor had me come up here because of my youth.
Well, that's exactly right.
Anyway, the United Way of the Coastal Bend, Success by Six Early Childhood Coalition are celebrating early learning, young children, their teachers, families, and communities for the Week of the Young Child. Local organizations are working to improve early learning opportunities. Public policies that support early learning for all young children are crucial to young children's future success. Teachers and others make a difference in the lives of young children in Texas, deserve thanks and recognition. We pledge to recommit ourselves to ensuring that each and every child experiences the type of early environment at home, at childcare, at school, and in the community that will promote their early learning and development.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim April 8th through 13th, Week of the Young Child in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens to recognize that opportunity for our children and our responsibilities. And I'll give you this proclamation and ask you if you'll say a few words.
Yes, sir. And it will just be a few. Oh, I think I hear dinosaurs in the building. Where are they? The children have a little something to say, but before the children talk, I'm Sherry Peterson. I'm the Success by Six Director with the United Way of the Coastal Bend. These are our community partners who are involved in our coalition. I just want to ask one question. How many of you are responsible for hiring? Okay, all right. I want you to consider these skills: planning, monitoring your planning, self-regulation, attention, focus to tasks, following rules, making rules, memory, and following instructions. How many of you would say that that's pretty critical to your workforce? Meet your future workforce. This is the future workforce. And all of the teachers and caregivers and community partners that care for young children are helping them to develop these executive functioning skills at the height of brain development between 3 to 5 years old. So children, what do you have to say? Are we ready? Okay, I'll let you take it from here. This is Bethune Day Nursery. Jonathan, you ready? Okay, loud.
We are the dinosaurs, marching, marching.
Are we ready?
We are the dinosaurs. We don't eat our food. We are the dinosaurs. We stop and eat our food.
Okay, now the next one.
We are the dinosaurs. Make the earth flat. When we are in the moon.
Turn around, shake it. Shake it, shake it. Shake our tail. Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to thank Bethune Day Nursery and Jimmy McCurran, the director there, for sharing their children with us today. And they graduate so many children developmentally on task at the end of their year, and I think that that's commendable. I'd also like to thank Corpus Christi Public Libraries for all the work that they do in our community for families and children, where families have pre-programming to develop all of these skills that I just talked about. So again, thank you, Mayor, thank you, Roy, thank you, City Council. Next week, so this Saturday, come on out to the Corpus Christi Public Library at the Ratana Center. That's where we'll be from 10 to 2. And the theme this year is Soaring with the Dinosaurs. And then on the 25th, please join us for our children, our community, piecing together the big picture. And this is where you can learn all about Success by Six, what we're doing to support children in our community. I look forward to seeing you there. Okay, thank you so much.
Can we gather up real quick for a picture? We'll get back up. Now, Chief, don't arrest him for impersonating a council member, will you?
Come on in the middle, Paula. No.
Oh, the middle's over here.
Out of balance for that.
Yeah.
Man.
All right, just take what you can.
Okay. The dinosaurs. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janet. I've been emailing you about the event. Janet, thank you.
Yes, Janet. Absolutely. It's on you. Yes. You're welcome. You're so welcome. Bye. Thank you. Bye. Thanks for being here. Thank y'all for all you do. I'll be there. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Just go ahead and do it.
10 to 2, right?
So 10 to 2 is the celebration. The unveil. That's what we're doing. Thank you.
I'll be there in spirit.
Okay, the next one we have is for National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Who's here for that? If they'll come forward, please. National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Don't be scared. Is this on?
Yeah.
You can hear it out there a little bit? Need a little more? A little more on the volume back there, control tower if they would. Yeah, there you go, I guess. Thank you for being here. You gonna be the spokeslady?
Yes. I was hoping Captain would say with it.
All right.
Or even my chief.
Oh, come on in. Okay. Y'all you can get double rows here, whatever y'all like. All right. Councilmember Molina was going to help me on this, but he was detained, so we'll go ahead with this. In 1982, the President's Task Force on Victims of Crime envisioned a national commitment to more equitable and supportive response to victims. The commemorative week celebrates the energy, perseverance, and commitment that launched the Victims' Rights movement, inspired its progress, and continues to advance the cause of justice for crime victims. Incorporating communities' existing experts and trusted sources of support into efforts to fully serve survivors will develop a criminal justice system response that is truly accessible and appropriate for all victims of crime. With the unwavering support of their communities and with victim service providers behind them, survivors will be empowered. National Crime Victims' Rights Week, April 7 through 13, provides an opportunity to recommit ensuring that all victims of crime, especially those who are challenging to reach and serve and offered culturally and linguistically accessible and appropriate services in the aftermath of a crime. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim April 7 through 13 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in Corpus Christi and express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime. And I'm going to let you be the spokeswoman, tell us a little bit about what you do, and we appreciate all that you do, and I'll give you this official proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deborah Garcia, and I am one of the victim case managers for the Corpus Christi Police Department. I won't take up too much time because I want to make sure that everybody here is able to give their names and what agency they work for, but I do want to say that I work with an incredible coalition of women here and men, and all of our supervisors from CCPD that support all of our agencies, especially ours, and to thank the community for always supporting everything that we do and for being behind us when it comes to making sure that the rights of the victim are heard. And of course, we do have a special mom here today also that we want to make sure that we recognize her and her efforts also for her daughter. So, Audrey?
My name is Audrey Liao. I'm also a victim case manager at CCPD. Clarissa Mora. I'm with the Children's Advocacy Center of the Coastal Bend.
Fallon Wood. My daughter's Brianna Wood. I created the Nueces County Victims Memorial Garden.
My name's Angela Luna. I work victim services for Juvenile Justice Center.
My name is Donna Watkins, and I'm the founder of the Homicide Survivors Group.
My name is Irene Valling, and my son is Gilbert Trevino.
Pat Eldridge, Police Department.
Billy Breedlove, Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigations Division.
Captain Denny Asbury, over Criminal Investigations.
Cassandra Nojosa with the Children's Advocacy Center of the Coastal Bend.
Emma Seiss with the Children's Advocacy Center of the Coastal Bend.
Tanya Sturgeon with the Purple Door.
Jessica Sadler with the Purple Door.
Deputy Chief Sanders with the administration.
Mike Markle, Police Department.
David Blackman, Police Department.
Captain Sepulveda's Police Department.
Lisa Lathrop, the Purple Door.
Becky Mohat, Nueces County Juvenile Justice Volunteers.
Mayra Gonzalez, Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid.
My name is Andrea Gutierrez, and I work at the Naval Air Station.
Well, thank you very much. Let's give them a hand for all they do. And their ultimate goal is that we have a community where they're not needed. But until that happens, we're sure glad they're here, and we appreciate all that you do. Let's kind of gather around and get a picture with the council, and then we'll...
Bring it in, boys. Bring it in.
One, two. Everyone smiling. Three. Eyes open.
Okay, this next one, the official name is Fiesta de la Flor Days. Could be It's Time to Party. But if you're here for the Fiesta de la Flor, please come up. Okay. I got a text from Larry Elizondo, who regrets he's not able to be here, and he said he just got hung up in Houston. And I said, right, you're probably down in Aruba where it's got, you know, warm sun, cool beaches, and that sort of thing. He said, no, I'm in Houston. I said, well, you're an honest man, but I doubt what you're telling me. Anyway, Residents of Corpus Christi and beyond are celebrating the 5th year of Fiesta de la Flor, a tribute to the life and legacy of one of Texas' most accomplished musical legends, Selena Quintanilla Perez, as well as honoring the many contributions she made to Tejano and mainstream music and the culture of South Texas. The annual Fiesta de la Flor festival, organized by Vista Corpus Christi, the Quintanilla family, and presented by Citgo Petroleum Corporation, will showcase Corpus Christi, Texas, the community Selena Quintanilla Perez loved and called home. People from all over the world will converge on Corpus Christi to enjoy its beauty, its people, and its tributes to Selena, to include the festival's scheduled performers Little Joe y La Familia, Leslie Grace, Jay Pettis, Mariachi Campanas de America, and others. The festival will also have a special outdoor screening of the film Selena, special footage of our last concert, artisan vendors, specialty food trucks from around the state, the Kids Zone, and a grand fireworks finale. The 2019 marks the 24th anniversary of the tragic and untimely passing of Selena Quintanilla Perez. Citgo is proud to present the City of Corpus Christi with a beautiful painting by local artist Gilbert Cantu to be displayed in the Selena Auditorium to evoke the spirit of the vibrant Queen of Tejano and celebrate the joy of her music, which transcends generations and genres, continues to bring us all together. She will forever hold a place in the hearts of fans throughout the world. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the City of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim April 12 through 13, 2019, Fiesta de la Flor Days in Corpus Christi, and urge all citizens to celebrate this festival, honoring the contribution of Tejano music to the culture of South Texas. So we thank the Citgo folks for this and for sponsoring, and who's going to be the spokesman? They all point to each other. All right. Now present you our official.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We're very proud to be a part of the Fiesta de la Flor for a 5th year. It's the 5th year of the festival and the 5th year that we are the presenting sponsor. We think that it's extremely important for our community to celebrate the legacy and the life of Selena Quintanilla Perez, and we couldn't be happier to be a part of it. We couldn't be happier to present this to you, Mayor, and to the city to hang in the Selena Auditorium. And I want to give the local artist, Gilbert Cantu, a couple minutes to, or a minute to say what he needs to.
I really don't have a whole lot to say, but I was honored when I got the call from Larry that he wanted to purchase this painting for the city, and that to me, that meant a lot to me, because as an artist, when I created this piece, my whole purpose was I wanted to paint Selena, but I wanted to do it so people can appreciate it. The whole thing is, I mean, I wanted people to appreciate it, and so now, I think no words, seriously, no words. So I thank y'all, and I'm just glad that this piece is going to go somewhere where it's going to be appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you very much. A beautiful portrait. Let's stand over here and we'll get it. Oh, we'll kind of stand around where we can get the portrait over here. That might be it.
Go this way. Yeah.
Well, we can. Well, yeah. That way everybody can move it over a little bit. There you go.
You want to be able to see over it.
Move to the left, Yeah.
Move it to the left. To the left.
This is where your Texas Long Hill.
No,
There you go. There we go. They'll see me.
Yeah, me too, if I stand on this too.
Marcy, if you don't mind. There we go. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. One more time.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Put money in your
It was awesome. Christina, thanks. This is Mary.
Okay, this next one, Councilman Barreto will help me with this one, is the National Public Telecommunications Week. And who's going to be coming down for that? Man, we're putting the police officers to work today. Up and down, up and down. You got what you need to read it.
All right. Come on in. Come on in. All right. Every day at the Corpus Christi Police Department, Metrocom, dedicated public safety telecommunicators answer calls for service. They receive and dispatch calls for local police and fire departments, facilitating the execution of emergency rescue and law enforcement operations in Corpus Christi and Nueces County. The men and women who work in Metrocom serve as the vital links between our community and emergency services. They are truly the first responders within our community, though rarely recognized because they are not physically at the scene. To show our appreciation for Metrocom employees and the nation's public safety telecommunicators, a week has been set aside to recognize these outstanding individuals for a job well done.
Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim April 14 through 20 National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens and thank them for a job well done and recognize them as the calm in the chaos and the voice of hope to those who really need it. And we do really appreciate it, and you do a marvelous job. And the last thing you want to do is when you call, you don't get an answer. Well, these folks answer, and they respond quickly, and we really do appreciate it. This is, how many of you? 4 of you that are answering the 911 calls now, so there are some others back at the shop, right? Okay, all right. Any chief, either chief want to say something, or who's you ladies here? All right.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Porche with Metrocom. I'm the 911 program administrator. I want to thank our telecommunicators and the support that we receive from our community. Okay. Sorry. Our 911 dispatchers, they answer 911 and non-emergency calls for Corpus Christi and most of Nueces County. They miss weekends and school events and family events, and they're here serving us 24/7, helping our community when they're in the most need. So this week is set aside to thank them. So if you have a chance to thank a dispatcher, please do that. And thank you.
Gather up. Now, I know you want to thank them, but please don't call 911 to thank them. Just call the non-emergency number if you want to, or send them a postcard or something.
Yeah, that's the last one. Gil's going to help you with it. And then you have swearing. Here's your mic.
Okay, well, this next one, Councilman Hernandez is going to help me with this one. It's Corpus Christi Safe Digging Month. So if you're here for digging, you dig it, Chief? Yes, sir. All right. Dig it. You got it.
Wait for everybody. So we're going to get diggy with it. Corpus Christi Safe Digging Month. Thousands of times each year, the underground infrastructure in Texas is damaged by those who do not have underground lines located prior to digging. This results in service interruption, environmental damage, and threat to public safety. In 2005, the Federal Communications Commission designated 811 to provide contractors and homeowners a simple number to contact utility operators to request the location of underground lines at the intended dig site. Damage prevention is a shared responsibility. The Gulf Coast Damage Prevention Council, along with the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County Local Emergency Planning Committee, are dedicated to the prevention of damage to underground utilities in the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County. All three entities promote the National 811 notification system to reduce these damages.
Therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the City of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim April 19th as Corpus Christi Safe Digging Month. In Corpus Christi, encourage contractors and homeowners throughout the city and Nueces County to always dial 811 before digging. Safe excavation is no accident. Calling 811 could save you having to call 911 if you do it right. So we thank you for your work and the importance of that work. And the digging goes anywhere from a telephone cable to a gas pipeline, and depending on who you are and what you do, cutting a telephone cable may be as bad as cutting a gas line, but probably not quite as dangerous. So we thank you for your work. Let's gather for a picture and give them thanks for what they do in keeping us safe every day. I didn't give a spokesman for the group. I apologize. Oh, I didn't. Pardon me.
Thank you, Mayor McComb. There's 12 months in a year, and safety is our main focus for our families and our community. We here at the Damage Prevention Council like to try and educate the public as best we can. I wanted to take this time to mention that in October, we will be holding a safe digging seminar at the Richard M. Borchard Center. It's just anybody who feels they could benefit from it, please come see us. You may learn something you didn't know before. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Good job.
All right, at this time, I'd like to call up those individuals in the audience who are to be sworn in to serve on the city board, commission, or committee, and invite anyone that's interested in doing this to contact the city secretary's office, find out or let them know what board or commission you'd like to serve on, get the information there so your name will be available when the council goes to make appointments. And we appreciate your commitment to the city and the service you provide, because it's very helpful to the council. So if the ladies and gentlemen would come up, Charles Duffley, Island Strategic Action Committee, Kaylin Paxton, Island Strategic Action Committee, Polly Balzer, Island Strategic Action Committee, Robert Sewell, Library Board, Jack Southard, Museum of Science and History Advisory Board, Kathy Weimer, Museum Science and History Board, Sylvia Tyrone Oliver, Museum of Science and History Advisory Board, Nicholas Aludo, that's close. Parking Advisory Committee, Jared Cooper, Parking Advisory Committee, Suzanne Harn, Sister City Committee, Alex Husby, Tree Advisory Committee, and Carlos Maldonado, Tree Advisory Committee. So if you all would come up. The good thing is the oath is the same for everybody except the name. So, You all know your name. Have we got some others coming up or no? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. If you would, you raise your right hand, and I will say I, and then you state your name, and then I'll read the oath, and you follow and repeat after me. So, are you ready? All right. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of a member of the board to which I have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state and of this city, so help me God. Well, thank you very much for your willingness to serve. And she's over there. Go with her, and she'll get you signed up and get all the information you need. And thank you so much for the work you're fixing to get into. Appreciate it very much. Let's get a picture of these folks getting in it. Okay. Next on our agenda is the city manager's report, but we also have a 12 o'clock time that we asked for public comment, and we've reached that time, so we'll come back and get starting with item F following the public comment period. And I believe we have a list. If you didn't have a chance to sign up, Mr. Risley and Ms. Huerta, I think we've got about 35 on the list so far, so this could be a while, but that's what we're here for.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on agenda action items or during the petitions part on non-agenda city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Good afternoon. I'm City Secretary Rebecca Huerta, and I'll be conducting the public comment period today. I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. You will not be allowed to speak again, however, when the council is considering the item. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you'll see a countdown timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, and then you can conclude your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, please present it to the City Secretary. And with that, we'll start with public comment. The first, I'm sorry, Mayor?
For those of you that are interested, I think a number of you that have signed up are for item 23, the North Beach Infrastructure Task Force. That item, we're going to move that up to immediately following public comment. So if you're here to speak on that, you're welcome to speak during the public comment. During presentations, we don't have any speaking, right?
That's right, Mayor. No speaking.
Okay, never mind. If you're here to speak now, forever hold your peace. So, because we don't, during briefings and things, we don't have public comment, so I apologize. Continue.
Okay, thank you. So first person on the list is Ernie Salinas.
Howdy, Mr. Mayor, Council. I guess everybody got their packets. Pretty self-explanatory. I hope if not, we'll go through them as well. I'm here today on behalf of my neighborhood.
Can you state your name and address, please, sir?
Sorry, Ernie
No worries.
Salinas, 6066 South Alameda Street.
Thank you.
I'm here today on behalf of my neighborhood and myself to express our concerns regarding the changes done to Carson Street and come up with a better unified resolution. As you see, I have a petition. I've gathered over 100 residents and concerned citizens by petition, whom all oppose the changes done to Carson Street. The one sure way to get you to know your neighbors is go door to door. All their feedback was so negative about the change. No one was pleased with the action taken by our representative. Residents had no idea what was happening until it was done. No notifications. We're a democracy, and from the looks of things, we're not being represented as one. City Ordinance 4912 clearly states the procedures to be taken on street changes. It appears none of these were followed. Notification of changes to be made to residents in a 450-foot radius of said street, or residents on said street come to a total agreement on the changes. That didn't happen. I know from talking to one of the owners, and there's only 2 houses on the street. How does this happen without total agreements of owners? Or the 450-foot radius notification to residents being affected? We want to know how this happened. Who knows what took place to make this happen, other than council? A true democracy is not ran this way. And I did mention I collected over 100 petition signatures, and I think you had 1. Now on the pictures you have an overview in case everybody doesn't know where you're at. There's a reference point on it, just to get your orientation down. The second one is area concerned, changed. Of course, there's your reference point, and the clouded areas reference to where I live and to where Carson Street is. The arrow's not on where I live. And we want to know on the third sheet, we're coming in, say, from the highway to come home. We go all the way down S. Jocelyn as we're going towards Ocean Drive. Have to make a U-turn to get into our area. On the next street, say we come in from Airline, HEB. We're coming down, we have to go around the block or go back to the intersection, go down S. Jocelyn and make another U-turn. A lot of U-turns going around. Next page, if I want to leave and go to the island, the hospital.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salinas.
To be continued.
All right, thank you.
Next is Juan Cantu.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor. Thank you. My name is Juan Cantu, and I'm here on behalf of what we're trying to do at...
Can you state your address, please, Mr. Cantu?
Yes, 2910 East Fulton.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm here to speak on the behalf of the drainage problems that we have at North Beach. And we have amongst us right now an opportunity to try to resolve the drainage problems there at North Beach. And I would like the City Council here to recognize the options that are being offered for the residents there at North Beach. I know that there are probably might be some opposition to the projects that are being presented there, but you know, I recommend that we cannot stay complacent and live in the past. You know, there is a big value to the presentations that we have. And I think that the city, it would be good for the city to move ahead. We cannot stay in the past, as I said in the past. And there's a big opportunity to make that a beautiful place to live, a beautiful place to go, have supper, eat, whatever. And basically that is the message that I came here to deliver today. I'll be glad to answer any questions if anybody has any. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Kennedy.
My name is Michael Kennedy. I live at 202 Reef Avenue on North Beach and have lived there for 22 years. First of all, I want to thank you for major improvement on North Beach. I guess the number one is the beach walk that goes from the north end of North Beach to the south end, and 1.5 miles long, and the playground, Dolphin Park. But for 22 years, I have witnessed beach erosion, potholes, flooding at North Beach, and I am excited about the improvements that I hear. But to be perfectly honest with you, I'll believe it when I see it. Haven't lived there for 22 years. But I want to thank you for what you do, and I'd also like to see a senior center on North Beach. There's a lot of senior citizens that live there, and also winter Texans by a huge number come to North Beach every year. They own property, they stay for 6 months, and you have great senior centers across the city, but I certainly would like to see one at North Beach. And I want to thank you for your work today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bob Catalano.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. My name is Bob Catalano, 201 Surfside Boulevard on North Beach. I've been living on, I've owned property on that beach in the 90s. Since then, I've acquired quite a few properties there. I created a restaurant on the beach that does quite well now. I sit on the board of the North Beach committee. Matter of fact, I'm on the Parks committee for the city also here. And I also preach and minister at the Harborview Chapel Church on North Beach, along with Bob Jones, who's the pastor right now. I do want to say that we are kind of excited about this issue of this drainage, the canal. We certainly need it. And you know that saying, they have a saying, well, we weathered the storm. Well, living on the beach, you have to weather the storm. Because where I live, and I adopted Surfside Park, which is one of the major problems right there. And it does not have to rain for it to flood. The stormwater drainage just comes up from the bay, and it fills the parking lot, and it stays for days. It's a safety hazard. The beach, when it rains and floods, is a safety hazard. The water stays there, especially in the parking areas, and the birds go in those areas, cars drive through those areas, cars park and leak oil, and then you're sitting there watching children playing, going to the beach. The families think it's just, I don't know what they think that they let their children play in there, but they let them play in there. But it's a serious issue that we do something about the drainage on that beach. So most of us citizens on that beach are kind of excited about it. And the other thing is that, you know, we've got this gazillion cost bridge coming, landing right on North Beach. That is now the gateway to the aquarium and the aircraft carrier. And when they get off that bridge, they have got to see aesthetically a nice, clean, street-appealing drive to those areas right there. And I could tell you, even with the broadcasters say it's going to rain, it affects business on the beach. People won't come and visit the cheesesteak place because they think it's going to flood. It hurts business. My people that stay in my beach houses, sometimes they can't access the houses to get there for days. I'm not talking days. However, I do want to thank you for what you've been doing on North Beach. Great impacts on the improvements, and we're making progress over there. And I hope you can consider this canal that's being suggested. Thank you so much.
Okay. Ron Graben.
Ron Graben, 202 Surfside. I'm neighbors with Bob. We're getting ready to build our family quite a project there. Going to put several $100,000 into it. The problem I have is the same as Bob says. I've got a tape measure in the ground where it shows 18 inches of water to try and get to the property. And when you invest that kind of money, you don't want to go through 18 inches of water to get to your residence. I saw the proposal that is out for the Grand Canal, and I'm very excited about it because not only does it address the drainage issues, but it also potentially brings a great economic value to the city of Corpus Christi. I get on the plane all the time and I see the Riverwalk at San Antonio, and I'd love to get on the plane and see the Grand Canals at North Beach, Corpus Christi, going to the State Aquarium and to the Lexington. It would be a great public relations for our city. It is a safety problem because I'm getting older, and part of my issue was where am I going to live when I'm older that has access to hospitals and emergency and things like that. And it's a concern of mine that something could happen, and right now they tell me that because of the new exit off of the bridge, that the response time has doubled from 3 minutes to 6 minutes to getting to North Beach, and depending on where you are on North Beach, it can even be greater than that. So I hope that you consider this seriously. My guess would be that if 18 inches of water was outside of all of your homes, that problem would be already resolved. And I hope that you will seriously consider this. Thank you very much.
Dennis Patel.
Hello, Dennis Patel, 213 Clayburgh Place. I wanted to make some comments regarding the drainage canal on North Beach. We've been planning and engineering a hotel for about 1.5 years on North Beach now, and one of our major issues is public safety of our guests trying to access that property. And I think if the city shows confidence in the drainage canal, then I think the developers will also have less uncertainty whether this issue will be solved or not. That way we could begin our developments as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sanford Amy, I think is the name. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. On Bratton? No? Okay. Next on the list is Adela Padron. Adela?
My name is Adela Padron, and I live on 202 Reef Avenue on North Beach. And I feel that this canal is not good for North Beach because we're thinking about having a good time there and all these things. Since I've talked to several families, and they like going to North Beach the way it is right now because their children are able to go ahead and access the beach without having to compete with the older people and children that go there, like on Padre Island, things like that. I haven't seen or been to some of the meetings, but I hear that it wants to be something like Disneyland or something like that here and there. This is what they try to do to Schlierbahn here down the street, and they've lost a lot of money there because of that, and this is going to be much bigger than that. And then we need to think about hurricane season. They're going to have an inlet coming into this canal and things like that. North Beach gets flooded. Yesterday or 3 days ago, it rained, and we go to church. In our church, the bridge is being built right in front of the church. We can't go to church because it gets flooded. It's flooded before, and it's flooded again now. So the main thing is the drainage, and that's all I have to say.
Sandy Murch.
Good morning. My name is Sandy Murch. I live at 4000 Surfside Boulevard, Las Brisas. And I, too, side with not having a canal. I believe that it's astronomical, the price involved. I think there are other alternatives that we all need to consider. I don't think we need to rush into any decision that hasn't been made for several hundred years, probably. And suddenly we're going to give someone oodles of money. And so I'm just concerned that this decision is made cautiously and with more research or whatever, whether it's the Army Corps of Engineer. I just feel that also that North Beach is a place of natural beauty. And we have moved here from Michigan over 2 years ago, and we came here because of that, to get away from the craziness, okay? You bring Disneyland, you bring craziness, and there is now only going to be one entrance and exit on Burleson Street off of this new bridge. You want to bring more people and more development, I tell you, you give a mouse a cookie, and we will pay for it, and out of our pockets. And yours. And I think we also need to consider the other side of the bridge. It's becoming beautiful. Corpus, the front, the waterfront. I think we need to consider what the other population that lives over there, what do they want? We're only hearing from residents of North Beach. We are full-time. There are a lot of investors in North Beach, and they want their property to go up. We don't care. We love to live there. I love the waves. I don't want some islands to block my waves, okay? With birds, I'm sorry, I escaped. They're called Canadian geese, if any of you are familiar with them. They crap everywhere, okay? And they make a lot of noise. I don't want to look at that out of my front door. Not at that price either. Okay, I think we need to consider some alternatives. That's all I ask of you, please. Keep the beauty of North Beach where it's at. People want that. Small families with children. That's all the memories, all I ever talked to of people. We've been coming here. My parents were engaged here, okay? And they remember, okay? So this is all I say. And I hope I hear you hear me. Thank you.
Margaret Fratila.
Good afternoon, everybody. Margaret Fratila, 3606 Tripoli Drive. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing for us, and I hate to come with such a, I would say it's a minor, but it's really major. I would say for me and for others that doing the living from deliveries. And I want to read to everyone Property Maintenance Code, Section 3043, titled Premises Identification. The property shall have a proof complete address number placed in a position to be plainly legible and visible from the street or roadway fronting the property. Easily legible complete address numbers are essential for the rapid response of emergency personnel. This number shall contrast with their background. Complete address number shall be Arabic numeral or alphabet letters. Number shall be a minimum of 4 inches high with a minimum stroke with 0.5 inches. Fire Chief Robert Rocha said that both departments are always monitoring neighborhood to make sure businesses, apartments, complexes, schools, and homes are in compliances. These include all buildings within the city, also include a school and building. This is something we do every year as part of our inspection. Mr. Rocha said. Well, I have news for all of you, and I'm sure that everybody driving every day, and not only the numbers from the street, but the street, practically, they have no names. It's a very big problem. So if you're thinking about 35 to 40% from people in Corpus Christi coming Uber Eats, Grab, Favorite, people that deliver food, it's very difficult to drive in a city, especially right now with all the streets mutilated. So what I would think that we should send a letter to each and everyone in Corpus Christi and give them 1 month to put a letter. It's just $5. When I was campaigning, I give away 100 numbers. 100 houses, I give the numbers away. It's very difficult, and it's really, you can see a lot of accidents happen from that. People looking for the businesses, for the school, for the buildings, and we have an ordinance. If we do not respect that, and we're not going to come here because we have a time to do it. And I think that it's not so much yours, you have so much responsibility, city council, but I think the city manager should look into that. It's the 4th time when I'm coming here for the past 3 years. I went and I called Mr. Cardenas. He never returned my phone call for about 1 month. So I'm thinking I'm coming here because I first approach them to answer to me. So you know how difficult is it. And if you see after hurricane, probably 45% or 50% from the streets, they have no names. It's very embarrassing for people coming out of town. Even that you put a GPS, you still have that street, the right and left. It's very difficult. And I'm telling from my own experience, but I'm talking in behalf of everyone that does deliveries in Corpus Christi. It's a very, very difficult. So I will appreciate if you look into that. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Shannon Bussell.
Hello, I'm Shannon Bussell. I'm at 4000 Surfside Boulevard, and I am in support of this canal. I do agree with everyone that says the water, the standing water, where I live, sometimes you have to drive over it to get into our parking lot. And what I find a lot of our neighbors, when we see people and families going down to the beach to play, they're driving through the water thinking it's just rainwater, it's fun, and we kind of feel like the need to kind of warn them and tell them this is salt water, and then you're getting that all up under your car. And so it's the drainage is the major issue. The canal is a very attractive idea of a solution that I support. And so even like I see little things happening like the park down there at Dolphin Park, our granddaughter, we take her down there a whole lot more. I see a whole lot more families down there. I can see that this is developing, and it looks good. So thank y'all for what you're doing, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you very much.
Julie Rogers.
He's passing out some material for you. My name is Julie Rogers. I live at 710 Furman Avenue, and my library is Lara Thomas Central. I'm here today because it is National Library Week, and today is National Library Workers Day. And I'm sorry we didn't get a proclamation, but I'll ask y'all next year ahead of time. I am here to ask you to reach out to them and tell them that you appreciate them, not only the council, but all the public that watches the videos of the meeting and that are here in the room right now, because it's just great to see what's going on in our libraries, and we need to thank our library employees for their contribution. So visit your branch today and thank them and use the library. Also, what I'm giving to the council people, and it's going to be online soon too, the city's working with the library to get them up online, and you'll be able to find this. Every few months we pass out an incredible amount of activities that happen, and you'll see it published in our Caller Times as well. And there's many a day when I see that there's nothing listed to do in Corpus Christi but what's at the library, and especially for our families. Also, I'm passing out to the council our I'm on the library board, and I'm passing out our annual library report. The library, all the board reports are on our website, which is a fantastic resource for citizens, so please check that out and read the other reports, but make sure to check our library report. It's since there's hundreds of reports on there, it's kind of hard to pull up, so I thought it would be better to print it and give it to the council so that you can look at it. We are asking again for more funding for the libraries. I know that having a stream of revenue is hard. You have to, you can't bleed a turnip, right? But maybe developing North Beach will get us some new revenue that could lift up the libraries. I've noticed too over the past few meetings that there's been people from Hart coming here, and I think that you've met with our library director and we've tried to explain what is up with our hours. That's why you'll see on the back of the book, I carry these with me and I take a picture and have it on my phone because I can't tell when the libraries are open. And it's simply due to a lack of funding, and having it spread across the city like this lets us maintain our accreditation, which is really important. But it's not quite regular to go to a big city, which we are, and not know your operating hours and not have them standard across the city. So please work on that. I'm going to talk to our legislators, and along with the library advocate on Monday, we'll be going to Austin to lobby for our library. Most funding for libraries, though, do come at a local level, so please fund us properly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Higgins.
Kathleen Higgins, 709 Naples. I'm not a resident of North Beach, but I've loved it since 1966 when I moved here. I joined North Beach Baptist Church, was a member there for some time. It came down after Hurricane Allen in 1980. It was devastating to see the wreckage of that old church. Later on, the parsonage was saved, so later on we had services in the parsonage. It became Harborview Chapel. By 2001, we were able to erect a new building. After Hurricane Allen in 1980, the city made a regulation that any new buildings had to be 8 feet or more above street level, is my understanding. So we voted to haul in dirt. You could have pilings or you could haul in dirt. We voted to haul in dirt. We did that. We built it. Now, there have been 2 hurricanes since that time that flooded North Beach bad. La Felice, terrible old place, just 2 blocks north of the chapel. In those hurricanes, La Felice would flood. I was there and saw people knee-deep, you saw it on television probably, knee-deep in water in those. There were 10 apartments there, and people were knee-deep in water. I had to wade to take food to people at La Felice. Okay, the church, however, just 2 blocks away from La Felice, was high and dry. It's high and dry now. It's high and dry after the flood the other day. However, going to church, the chapel, on Sunday morning, coming off the high bridge, the flooding is so bad on North Beach. The drainage is incredible. I agree with everyone, Catalina, everyone, the drainage is bad. It was so bad, there was a huge pool of water. I wasn't sure we'd be able to get the car through it without flooding the car out. Okay, I don't know that much about motors, but I was afraid of that flood. And it was still that bad when we went in the evening for the evening service. That's all I could say, I guess. I do remember, Bob, one hurricane, Hurricane Ike, I think, you called me long distance and said, Kathleen, would you check and see my property, how close? And the water was like an inch or 2 from getting in his property that he had on North Beach. I think that was Hurricane Ike. I may be mistaken. My memory's not what it used to be. That's all I can say. I'll give my time up to anybody else.
Thank you very much.
Roger Motek.
Let me see if I got my instructions right. I state my name and address.
That's right.
Okay, Roger Murch. I live on the North Beach at 4000 Surfside Boulevard in one of the condos there. And I moved there 2 years ago, and as Sandy Murch, my wife, also mentioned, we moved here because it was unique from all the places we've seen. Now, I'd like to say that it's some of the sayings that go is a picture is worth 1,000 words. We have pictures here, which I think most of you have seen. Okay, but being there is worth 1,000 pictures. Okay, going out there and seeing it is worth 1,000 pictures, especially in the age of photoshops, of selective pictures that are displayed to you. So first and foremost, I would like for all the members to go over and visit North Beach and really take a look at it, okay, the way it is during a rainstorm and 1 or 2 days afterwards. There is not the damage and drainage that all these people are exaggerating, which I call exaggerating. They're entitled to their own opinion. Now, I'd like to give you just a few statistics. I ride my bike over there every day. Once I've seen this in presentation, I rode my bike around the entire North Beach area. Okay, I recorded the actual facts as I visualized them, and I'll tell you what we have there now. We have 7 hotel or motels. We have 4 eateries, Pier 9, Blackbeard's, Whataburger, Yo's, and 2 snack bars on the USS Lexington and the aquarium. We have 2 RV parks. We have 2 churches. We have 4 condos. We have 21 what I call these new stick houses that are up on stilts, brand new in the last couple years. We have 6 vacant and abandoned lots, only 6 throughout the entire area, only 6. We have 15 what I would call inhabited, but what I would refer to as substandard. But there are people that live there, and that's their home. We also have, let's see, oops, excuse me, okay. Anyway, I'd like to refer also to the developments that are on the north side of the, I'm down to the times, okay. Anyway, I'm concerned that we need to slow this down, that it's fine, it disenfranchises the 300,000 other people, and the money would be better spent further developing the other side, and the cost is prohibitive. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tom Schmidt.
Good afternoon, Tom Schmid, 13510 Bullion Court. You all have a difficult job. I don't need to tell you that. You have to make decisions every week that impact public safety and infrastructure in our city, and I think, and oftentimes we take for granted what you do for us. I think some of the decisions that you make maybe could be viewed as mundane, but they're all very, very important. But I think every now and then a council has an opportunity to do something transformational. And a little over 30 years ago, this city council made a transformational decision. They partnered with the Texas State Aquarium, each contributing about $15 million to build the first phase of the Texas State Aquarium, which opened in 1990. Last week, we issued a press release that looked at our economic impact just over the last 10 years, and that exceeded $560 million just in the last 10 years. So I think if you look back at that investment that the city made, it was a good investment. It was a good return for this city. You all have an opportunity now to do something I think that's probably more transformational than what that council did back in 1990. And I would just really strongly urge you to take a look at the plans, take a look at the ideas that the North Beach Infrastructure Task Force have come up with, see if they have merit. I think they do. I think it could be a transformational decision that this council could make. I know you have a lot of priorities and a lot of different opportunities for you, but this really could be something that we'll look back on 30 years from now, just as today we're looking back on the creation of the Texas State Aquarium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Garrett.
If you could, please refrain from any kind of response. I mean, we're trying to be fair to both sides, and I think all of us are adults and we would like to keep the place in order. Next.
Garrett, I can't read the last name. Oh, goodness. Dorsey? Oh, you're not? Okay. Oh, Garrett Dorsey. Okay, it is Garrett Dorsey.
Well, good afternoon now. Garrett Dorsey, I reside at 2037 Sunnycrest. I am here for item number 19, which is what you call the BFE, the Base Flood Elevation and Freeboard. This is an item that a lot of people think just affects the island, but I live in Flower Bluff. This affects a lot of other areas across Corpus, including the Oso Creek area, including the Greenwood area, and probably the North Beach area. This is dealing with, the base flood elevation. FEMA has maps. These maps declare what they consider a flood area, and they consider what you should be building at for that flood zone. The city has looked at different things, 1 foot above BFE, 2 foot, and the thing is also on that, the city also defines their base flood elevation a little different than the insurance industry does. Insurance looks at the finished elevation of the living area of the slab. The city has been looking at the total slab, porches, patios, and garages, and AC units. This means that if you look at a garage, your air conditioning area, your AC living area is already above the BFE. So again, it's not, I heard someone say it's just a little more dirt. It's not a little more dirt to these slabs. When you have a slab that's going to be at 12 foot above base foot elevation compared to the house next door at 7 foot, you have drainage issues to your neighbor. This mostly affects infill lots. And again, this is about affordable housing. So you get over the Greenwood and stuff like that, and all of a sudden you have homes that are going to have to be built taller than their neighbors. What are you going to do about flooding issues on those? So like I said, even 1 foot above BFE, which is what the city's recommending, is even really too much. But I mean, if it's about saving insurance, about saving lives, why don't we go, like someone said, I didn't realize that North Beach is 8 foot. Why don't we go to 8 foot? Let's go to 10 foot. Let's go to 12 foot. Let's just forget construction altogether. I mean, it's just ridiculous when you think about it, that there already are floodplain maps that already tell you where the flooding is and the elevation it needs to be at. So why do we need to go any more above that? 6 inches, 8 inches, 12 feet. Why? So just think about it on item number 19 when it comes up, that I am against raising the base flood freeboard anything.
John Pope. Oh, John Pope, okay. Next is Carrie Meyer. Sir? Okay. If you haven't signed up, there's an opportunity at the end of the public comment for you to speak. So.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for your service to our city, all of you. I'm on the Board of Directors of North Beach Community Association. I've lived on North Beach since 2001, so about 18 years. And I've worked closely with the city and made a lot of improvements over there through many different councils. So I think we are on a roll in a way. The task force was appointed about a year ago to make improvements on North Beach. At that time, I was actually alarmed. I didn't know what was going on. It had no North Beach stakeholders on it. I was actually against the Gateway Plan, and I didn't even understand. That was the thing. I didn't understand what it was all about. I didn't believe that the city could do it. But since then, I've done a 180, I would say. And it's because that I realized that the goals of that plan are pretty much parallel to what NBCA has been suggesting for years on our priorities for improvements, which I passed this out to you guys earlier. It's probably sitting up there. Number 1, drainage. Study North Beach drainage and make improvements. Number 3, initiate a TERS on North Beach. We've been asking for a TERS forever. Property values just keep going up. You got to draw the line and create that TERS. So that's really important. Shoreline protection, another thing, breakwater, build a breakwater. We've been talking about this stuff. We've been saying it. So it's not like they're saying it in a different way. They're trying to get to the same point. So the same point is we can't keep living like this, So our main problem is elevation. We need a solution to that. The mayor last week, even during council, said, well, you got to build the land up in order to get the water to drain somewhere. And that's kind of the whole thing with this. It's not just digging a canal, it's building the land up and sloping it so that the water drains into the canal and it creates drainage. Whether or not this will work, we have to fund it. We have to fund engineering. We have to fund studies. We have to prioritize it and make it happen. And ideally, along with the new bridge, that timeline. So the TERS is real important. Using some capital improvement project money. I mean, we've been paying taxes over there for how long? And sure, some good things have happened, but I think a lot of taxes have been generated on North Beach. And it, you know, I think that it justifies using capital improvement money. Grants, resiliency grants. We're a coastal community, so is Flower Bluff, so is Rockport, so is the island. These places are gonna be impacted by climate change. We gotta start thinking about that right away. And we can lead the way for all coastal communities by figuring it out this way. And I would just say, at least give this some thought, consideration, take it one bite at a time, Mayor, like you said on that apple. And otherwise, what's the alternative? We're just gonna abandon it? We're just gonna let it flood? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marion Elder.
Good afternoon. My name is Marion Elder. I live at 4242 in the Breakers, one of the condos is over on North Beach. I also am a volunteer and an employee at the USS Lexington. I meet some of these 800,000 people that come every year to the Lexington and to the aquarium. This is their entryway to Corpus Christi. A lot of these people are from all over the world, all over the United States. Many of them are looking for retirement places. They are looking for, these are CEOs, important people that are looking for new opportunity. This is the first observation that they have. North Beach needs some help. It's the drainage, obviously. If you go anywhere near the Lexington or the aquarium after there's been a rainfall, you can hardly drive a car through there. This is what the 800,000 people that are coming to see every year, this is what they have to drive through. I know we're making improvements right now. There's a lot of construction going on. There's a lot of one-way streets that make it very difficult for these 800,000 people to come. It's confusing. It's going to be confusing when they come off of the new bridge to try and figure out how to get to these places, including the beach. So I'd like you to consider there's some money that needs to be spent on North Beach. This will definitely be an improvement. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not on behalf of the Lexington, but I care a lot about North Beach. I think there's opportunity there, and I hope you'll consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Norma Rivera.
Hi, my name is Norma Rivera of 7526 Exeter Court. The reason I'm here is to discuss what I believe is a conflict of interest between CCPD and former city employee Mr. Michael Staff. In case you don't know who he is, Mr. Staff was a CCPD police officer. He retired, and he also resigned as CCPOA president. He resigned to go work for a tow company owned by a friend of his. At the time that he resigned, I was told by city employees that it was not a conflict of interest because he was just an employee. Well, here we are about 6 or 7 years later, and he's not just an employee. He is, in fact, VP of 3 local tow companies that his friend owns. I also work for a local tow company that my parents started back in 1964, and we've been running rotation most of those years. What we've noticed is a decline in the activity that we've been receiving recently from CCPD rotations, and an increase in the cancellations that we received. What we also noticed was that Mike's staff is actually arriving at the accident scenes sometimes before we get there. So this information is traveling pretty quickly. We're bothered by that. Sometimes he shows up taking pictures. Sometimes his tow truck operators are there before we are there, when it is our day to be the day that we're assigned to do the tows for the police department. So naturally, we're wondering, how are they getting this information so quickly? I mean, we've been doing this for years, and never have we seen this kind of promptness, someone else beating us to the scene. Although it happens occasionally, not like this. Then I heard that one tow company is testing software for CCPD. It's an emergency dispatch software. And of course, which company would you guess is being the one testing this software? Same company where Mr. Mike Staff, former city employee, is now VP of these tow companies. So I'm here asking the City Council for two things. One, before you purchase this very, very expensive software, I'm asking you for the opportunity to test it. I know some other tow companies would like that opportunity. And two, I am requesting special counsel to investigate what I believe is a conflict of interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Isley and the chief heard those comments. If you can get back some information at some point or a response to that. Thank you very much.
Or where do we go as far as special investigations?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Fela Rivera.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Fela Rivera, 2534 Fleas Drive. I am the General Manager of Statewide Record Service. Last week, I saw on KRIS TV how a new software was being tested by a particular local towing company on behalf of CCPD. My first thought was, how could CCPD have only one company test this program? Why not ask for volunteers? And if only one, why not the most established and experienced company in Corpus Christi? In the past few months, since the software has been tested, we have noticed a decline in the amount of vehicles that we get dispatched to by CCPD. We have also noticed that the other company shows up not in a tow truck, but in a regular pickup, which is not called for. With their first-hand inside knowledge of their accidents, they have continually arrived to our wrecks. This is in violation of City Ordinance Section 57-242. This is a clear conflict of interest with the vice president of that particular towing company being a former police officer and currently on reserve, having exclusive and advanced access in the scenes and locations to the rest of us that we don't have privy to. In the 70s, my father was harassed by a few police officers who were influenced by a competitor. My father heard a rumor that they were looking to arrest him. So he went to go speak with Mayor Marvin Thompson and explained his concerns. Mayor Thompson told him it was unlikely anything would happen. My father told him he was on notice, and if it did happen, he would hear from him again. The next day, he noticed officers following him, and that afternoon he was pulled over, arrested, and put in jail. As a child, I remember hearing my father through the two-way radio telling my mother, "I've been arrested, call the lawyer." He told the police that he had just spoken with the mayor, and the mayor was aware of the situation. Without charges filed, my father was relieved that same afternoon. An incredible amount of unnecessary stress and burden because one company wanted to monopolize and control the city. So like my father before me, I come to you to voice my concerns and apprehensions. We are asking for a fair and transparent relationship with CCPD and all towing companies, a true nonpartisan partnership. For this to work, both parties need to trust each other, but how can we trust an establishment with willing collusions, choosing favorites and excluding other companies? We are asking for a special counsel to investigate this, and we are asking for all towing companies to be allowed to test this website that will not only affect the record services, but the residents of Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lori Cole.
My name is Lori Cole, 506 Dixon Drive. I work for Amy's Wrecker and Sanford's Wrecker Service. I'm just asking you to please, before you purchase this software, give other record services a chance to be tested also. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
David Diaz. David Diaz. Oh, okay.
Hello, City Councilman. Thank you for the good work you're doing. I'm David Diaz, attorney. My wife is Linda Diaz, and we live at 4642 Oso Parkway. And I didn't want to pass up the chance to address the City Council manager candidates, but that's not going to happen because they're not here. But I will say that I call to your attention that the candidates ought to be well familiar with our oil and gas industry, our shipping industry, our military installations, Naval Air Station, Corpus Christi, CCAD, and our universities. So when you consider them, make sure that they are well knowledgeable about what we have here in Corpus Christi. And let's not get a city manager that has come from a small city. One of our best city managers we had was Marvin Townsend, and he came from New York. The buildings that exist today is because he promoted the growth of City Council, and I was sitting where you are, and we voted for the buildings that we have today. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Irma Rivera.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Irma Rivera, and I'm with Texas Record Service, the owner and president, and also of Statewide. And my husband, Ralph, and I have been in business since the early 60s.
Ma'am, can you state your address, please?
So we're we're very experienced, and we're the oldest record towing company in town.
Ma'am.
We build our business with hard work, very hard work, integrity, and fairness, not only to ourselves, but to the other companies. We used to have harmony in the towing business, but that changed. Now it's different. And way back when we started, CCPD rotation calls used to be $3.50. That was a long time ago. So I am here today because I want to equality for all the towing services, not only for us, for all the towing services, and I'm sure that I'm speaking for them because we've contacted several of them and they agree with us. So that's why I am here today. And also I would like the opportunity to participate in the CCPD computerized dispatch system, and all the other tow companies also to participate. And we urge you to get us a special counsel. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Rivera, can you
Yes.
state your name your address rather for the record, please? State your address.
I'm sorry?
State your address.
Oh, I'm sorry. 3449 Morgan Avenue, Corpus Christi, Texas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Delphine Benavides. On Ralston. I don't know if I said the last name right. No? Okay. Next we have Larry Surratz. No? Sonny Paredes. There he is.
Good afternoon. Name is Sonny Paredes. I'm own 201 Reef Avenue on North Beach. I am from San Antonio, a business owner for 40 years. We purchased about 5 years ago and built a home that's been erected now for 4 years on North Beach, beachfront. Now I've got a couple of lots, but it took me about 15, 20 years of coming back and forth to Corpus Christi and going to the other hotels on Shoreline Drive and coming around on my boat as I was fishing. And I'd come across the front of North Beach, and it was so beautiful. I was wondering, why in the world hasn't it ever been developed? Well, it took that long for me to finally take the take the step to go ahead and purchase. My brother and I both built beach houses, and we've enjoyed it ever since. Now, when I first came over, when we first built our home, we had a lot of people that were coming over that were living on the streets, and the police department has really stepped up and come in and helped out, so I really praise them, and also the city council, because in the past we've had to work together with our president, Carrie Robertson Meyer, our president. She kind of directed us and helped us to go to the right people to talk to in Parks and Recreation. Also a meeting along the way with Mr. Jay Ellington, and he helped us close a park that was right there on the corner of at the beach, on Beach Avenue and the beach. That type of parking lot in front of your house would be a deterrent. So I didn't build on that lot. I built on the same block, but a little bit north where there was not a lot. Meanwhile, we worked on that to close down that park, along with, the guys over at Surfside also closed their parking lot down. And that gives more value to the properties there on beachfront, as will the I think the channel and the infrastructure. When I've asked along the years we've been there why it is that it hasn't been developed, most people are always talking about infrastructure. And now we're got a group here with Mr. Frazier and his new partner. They're proposing these islands and the canal proposal. And we're hoping that you all will step up and help this city and our neighborhood to go ahead and advance to the next level. Now, we all know that it's a diamond in the rough. All we have to do is start helping out to get this infrastructure, and the developers will come. As we know in San Antonio, thank you all very much for the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jill Paredes.
My name is Jill Paredes, and I live at 201 Reef Avenue on North Beach. My husband was the one that just talked before me. We do have a new beach house on North Beach, and we live in the side by Beach Place, the condominiums. In our area, we do have a lot of new beach houses, and we're proud of that. But when we ask our friends and family to come visit, they have to go through a lot of dilapidated buildings and rough areas, which is kind of sad to me because we are from San Antonio. We do have a nice home, and we do have the Riverwalk. So the only thing on North Beach is you can walk on the sidewalk in front of the beach, go to the aquarium, and go to the Lexington. But when you come out of those buildings, there's nothing around there that's pleasing. No restaurants, no one ice cream place, one rundown, I don't want to say rundown, but not so nice of area. When some of you people, councilmen, and people that live here in Corpus Christi, bring your friends and you want to take them to North Beach to see the aquarium and the Lexington, there's nothing out, and you want to get out of that area as fast as you can. There's not very many places to eat, so we have to come across the bridge to Corpus Christi to eat at a nice restaurant, or we have to go over the bridge to Portland to eat or see a movie. I'm asking for, our community is asking for some development. You know, we'd like to, we always talk about North Beach. You know, why don't you build a beach house over where we're at? Their new ones are coming up. And we've spent a lot of money because we have family members, another family member that built a house, and we try and encourage people to move to Corpus Christi. We like North Beach. It is a quiet place, but it needs some development and it needs some cleaning because it's just embarrassing. You know, we have a beautiful home, and so do a lot of people over on North Beach, and you're just letting North Beach run down, and I really would appreciate if we could get some help from y'all, because you wouldn't like it in your neighborhood, and I don't like it in mine, and I'm sure a lot of these people in North Beach don't like it either. So please help us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Brian Watson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Brian Watson. I live at, 5813 Hugo Drive. The good news is that the City of Abilene has managed to locate and reserve suitable housing for every homeless veteran who lives there at this time. I think that's wonderful. And a friend of mine is a state representative for Abilene. I certainly think he would help us do the same. Bad news is that the City of Houston is basically insolvent because they've made financial commitments they can't keep. So I don't like hearing that. I used to live in Houston. As far as Corpus Christi goes, our life under the thumb of the military-industrial complex has taken on a new dimension with the Port Commission's approval of contractual relations obligations with the Carlisle Group. And I'll read a brief passage here from the book I have about them. Political watchdog groups like the Center for Public Integrity and Judicial Watch have long been howling over the potential for corruption at Carlisle. The company has been investigated by the FBI, excoriated by representatives, sued by political activists, and embarrassed by scandal. Yet the Carlisle machine hums along, doing what it does best, making gobs of money for investors. Watchdogs might as well be barking at the moon because the scandal here is not what's illegal, but what's legal. So there you have it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Pancho Villa.
Rey Madrigal de Pancho Villa, Mayor, City Council. I don't come here very often, but I thought it was important for me to be here today because we have a situation where we're about to hire a new city manager. And the Open Records Law of Texas says, well, it has to be a little transparency there so that the community can know who is running for this position. And so far, the Color Times, myself, and probably other people have requested information of who the people are that are running for this position. And we haven't gotten very far. We haven't gotten very far at all. And I remember a few years back, like 25 years ago approximately, we went through this situation with the CCISD, where they would not release the names of the people that were being considered for superintendent of schools. So we had to go to court to find out who was there and who wasn't there. And eventually we were successful in finding out the names. And they, if I'm not mistaken, they started again with different names so that the community would have people that we thought were qualified to run for this position. Here in Corpus Christi, we have a situation where somebody has said, well, we don't want to do it quick. We want to do it right. And I agree with him. I agree with the man. And the other thing is this. That same person said, I think that we should not release the names because they might be retaliated against in their hometown because they're applying for a different job. Well, as far as I know, nobody else got retaliated against except one person from Corpus Christi that applied for the same position. And we don't agree with that. I think it was wrong. I think it's like intimidation for some of the people that want to run for a certain position to say, well, I want to run for this position, and then all of a sudden, you're not working for the city of Corpus Christi. The city of Corpus Christi was the only one that retaliated against a person applying for this position. I think that is wrong. I think it has to be corrected. So I think maybe the same person, the same person has said, well, maybe we ought to start the search again from the beginning. Well, I think he's right, because the community is not aware of who really applied for this position, and I think the community should know, because it is not fair to all the citizens of Corpus Christi to not be aware of the people that are seeking this very important position as city manager of Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next is Barbara Cowling. Barbara Cowling. All right, next would be David. Looks like maybe similar name. Okay.
My name is David Cowling. I live at 201 Reef Avenue on North Beach. I'm here to support the drainage issue that's come up, hopefully coming up before you guys. I think the drainage issue is extremely important for North Beach. And we've seen the presentation. It looks like a reasonable solution to not only have the drainage, but to raise the elevation where there is some elevation for the water to run off from. And it's one of the few I've seen that actually seems to make sense. I know everybody here is probably familiar with the Riverwalk in San Antonio, and usually what comes to mind is how nice it is and all the shops and hotels and whatnot. A lot of tax base there. But I think about 70 years ago when they did that work on the Riverwalk and voted on it and voted about $400,000 to do it, nobody ever dreamed what it would become, because it was actually done as a water issue, as a flood control issue, not to dress up the city or be a tourist attraction or anything like that. And now it's known all over the world. I've traveled in Europe quite a bit. I have people tell me, oh, we went to Texas, we went to the Riverwalk on San Antonio. So, you know, I think that the legacy that this will leave behind will be remarkable, and I do hope y'all support it. By the way, I think that $400,000 today that they spent back in 1941 probably be equivalent to about 50 to 55 million today. And I think that's probably paid for itself many times over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor and the council, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Barbara Cowling. I live at 202 Reef Avenue on North Beach. My husband and I moved to North Beach 25 years ago, and admittedly there was quite a bit of blight you had to drive through to get to the beach. So much that my daughter, who lived in Manhattan, came to visit me for the first time and was rather askance that her mother was living in such a place. She said, I never dreamed my mother would be an urban pioneer. And I certainly didn't feel like any urban pioneer. But we have been very privileged to watch the beach go from being vacant, neglected, and not really treated as part of Corpus Christi to what it is today. We sit on our balcony and you see families with their canopies, many colors, little children running around, grandma, grandpa. We have a beautiful park. We have the beginnings of things that people from Corpus didn't even know we had. And because they never went down there, you have to drive through blight, and it looks scary. Now, they're beginning to know we have a beach walk where they can walk safely, ride bicycles, roller skate. We have people walking their dogs. It's wonderful. Please, let's continue it. Let's do something. Now is the time to get rid of the drainage problem, which everybody knows is there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Victor Ibarra.
Good afternoon. My name is Victor Ibarra. My address 13669 Tiglin. I am here because of item 19 on the agenda, Freeboard. I'm a builder here in Corpus Christi, and I build primarily on the island of Corpus Christi on Padre Isles subdivisions. Those, as you know, the elevations in that area is about 9 or 10 feet according to FEMA. The way we're building right now is that the lowest point, the lowest part of our foundation, which is the garage, has to be above 9 or 10 feet. By that fact today, we have to build, approximately 1 foot above FEMA standards. And I can tell you by experience that by raising 1 foot, because we do it all the time, cost me about, well, it's costing me at least $12,000 between bringing sand into the job site, additional concrete, additional rebar or cable, and additional sand to grade the outside of the house. That is creating not only an economic problem, but also we're already a nuisance to our neighbors. We're putting a lot of rainwater into their backyards. As you know, Property Isles subdivisions are on an infill location, and I do believe that by trying, I understand, I know that staff is proposing 1 foot to raise the elevation by 1 foot, which will put us again into more in a bind cost-wise. I understand that it's important to do it, but I don't believe that we should paint all the areas with the same brush. I do believe, and I request that you consider to leave the Property Isles Association, I mean, not the association, the subdivisions exempt of this, because we have a problem already with the height on the houses that were built 2, 3, 4 years ago to the houses that we're building today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Colin Sykes.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm Colin Sykes. I live at 309 Aberdeen. And I realize sitting here that we all have a problem with floods. And I realize that I have a problem with floods, and more particularly with climate change and global warming. The waters are rising. It started with Noah, I think, and since then it's been an ongoing problem, which is being currently ignored by the present administration that we are living with. So I'm asking really for a way we can help to speak truth to power and do something about it. Because our current president denies scientific knowledge and the evidence that's presented by the science throughout the world. Now, I believe in science. I was 40 years working as a chemical engineer. Science doesn't lie. Scientists don't lie, in my experience. So we need help to speak truth to power and do something about this, and this is where I think you might be able to help. We can, if the current power will not do it, the people have to. We are the ones who will experience the floods and the changes in weather how often do we see items in the news about floods, fire, earthquakes? The climate is changing, and we need to do something about it. So I ask for your help to recruit the many people who will suffer from this. I have great-grandchildren, and I don't want to leave this world in a mess for them. I take seriously the fact that I should contribute to make the world a better place. And I think we all should consider that. And I ask for your help so that we can set the world right, and we will no longer melt the ice flows, heat the temperature of the water, expand it, raise the ruts. We'll all flood eventually. So please, let's do something about it together, because we cannot rely on what the powers that be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Susie Luna Saldana. Ms. Saldana, are you here? No? Okay. So these are all the names I've listed now who have signed up for public comment. I'm going to ask as a courtesy now if there's anyone who did not sign the list, if they would like to come up to speak. And this will be the only time I'll ask, so go ahead and indicate now if you'd like to speak. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Gardner, and I live on 307 Palmero. And I'd like to mention that when I first started off as a newlywed and first moved to Corpus, I fell in love with the city and had to move many other places. And I had the opportunity to move after my husband passed away anywhere in the United States, and I chose to come back to Corpus because it's such a lovely place. And I appreciate how much thought has gone into keeping public parks like Cole Park and other beaches open for public use. One of the other reasons I was here today is I was able to get this presentation at the Corpus Christi Board of Realtors. And I recently become a realtor because I know that there's many ways that you can help, by extension, people in your community, which betters your home in general, which I consider Corpus my home. And I think that I was excited to see what was going to be happening over there on North Beach with this proposition, because I think that there is a way to be respectful and thoughtful and still have progress at the same time. I think from as an outside view, the public beaches and the things that have been going on down at 6 Points, down on the beaches, the new paving, the new hospital that's gone in, I think that the same thoughtfulness will be considered as you do the work over there on North Beach. I recently have sold property over in North Beach, and so I'm over there often myself, and I have seen the flooding, and I will have to tell you, it was not fun to blow an engine by going through water that you don't know quite how deep it is. And I have family that is also police officers and in the EMS, and they're serving their communities in that way. And so I look at it strictly from the point of public safety, and my father has recently passed away, so I've had a lot of experience with the hospitals, emergency rooms, and ambulances. And from what I'm able to tell, that is the premier problem, and to have a creative solution that can also benefit the city and our neighbors is a win. And so I'd just like to throw my vote behind that, and my broker, Jean Marie Giekerick, which is also with the Weikert Realtors, the Place of Houses, also asked me to put her vote of support in on this too, because she has been instrumental in helping develop and revitalize other areas here in Corpus Christi, and we're big cheerleaders for Corpus, and we really enjoy calling this place our home. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next, sir.
Good afternoon. Steve Gomez, 6630 Clarion Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I was part of the team that helped get Breeksy Village into the city here with Jeff Blackard and the development. If you go back and look at what this gentleman has done and go to McKinney, Texas, that placed them as #1 city in America with that development and the things that they brought to it. That's the kind of work these guys do. Got to go back and look at the intricate detail that was placed in the plan for Barisi. It took us an incredible amount of time. We just don't know we're held up by litigation. Once that's done, that's the next step. But I'm talking about looking at the city from a holistic perspective. If you come into the entrance of Corpus Christi across that bay and you look over and what you see is this terrible looking environment beyond what we have with this incredible aquarium and the Lexington. And now we've got the rest of this mess that's got to be looking us in the face. That's not just creating a problem for us, but it's a hazard for people that live there because of drainage. Mr. Blackard has taken a holistic view with that team and figured a way to solve it in a long-term approach. And when you go back and match up the money again, what they're doing, you're going to see it can pay for itself. And once this is done, about the time this goes into effect with your support, we can see Barisi coming shortly thereafter after we get out of this appellate court. Then you're going to have now this incredible design occurring on North Beach. You're going to have Barisi Village, another $300 million project, and you're going to allow something that's going to match the growth of that university and Del Mar, and that brings jobs, and that brings people here, and that brings tax bases, and we can fix these roads and these other things we need to do. We cannot be thinking short-term in this activity. It is a long-term event, and you can help us get this done.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Bart Brazelton, 5337 Yorktown Boulevard. Today, you're going to hear a staff presentation on the Utility Trust Fund. The Trust Fund was created in the 80s to help facilitate the growth of the city in conjunction with the city's master plans. The Trust Fund has functioned well over the decades, and it's been a key driver in the development and growth of Corpus Christi. Today, the staff will recommend some updates to the program, and after a review of the staff's proposal, the Coastal Bend Home Builders Association and the Developer Study Group supports their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And then this is our final comment here.
Good afternoon. My name is John Medina, and I reside at 4931 Mockery Drive. I'm scared. I'm real scared. I'm scared of what's happening here in Corpus Christi, where you can hold up a lighter and get shot by an officer. The citizens here in Corpus Christi are scared. On March 26, 2019, 2 police officers by the name of Gilbert Cantu, Jacqueline De Leon shot a 23-year-old innocent man by the name of Richard Salazar while waking up from sleeping. The same officer, Gilbert Cantu, had also been involved in a separate shooting on April 4th, 2018, where the man was shot and killed by the police.
Excuse me.
Gilbert Cantu.
Pause this time. Is this appropriate? This is a legal matter and not something that's public service or for public comment. This is a personnel matter and a police matter, or do we continue and let him go?
I would like for...
Well, hold on just a second. You're going to get your time if appropriate.
There are several items here. First off, all remarks shall be addressed to the mayor and city council and to the mayor and city council. And city council, city staff, and fellow citizens shall be courteous, polite, concise, and respectful of one another, and shall respect the letter and spirit of the rules, so that the council may fairly hear all sides of an issue and by due deliberation act in the best interest of the citizens. And no council member, staff person, or members of the audience shall berate, embarrass, accuse, or show any personal disrespect for any member of the staff, council members, or the public at any council meeting. That is item 5D of the Rules of Decorum.
No. Well, if you'd address us with your concerns, and you got, I think there's a minute and 58
Can I get
seconds left on your time.
my time?
No, you got a minute and a half, minute 58 left on your time. You started out with 3 like everybody else. I stopped the clock, so you got 2 minutes left.
Okay, 2 minutes. That sounds good. So what are you telling me that I can't?
Well, you visit with us and tell us what's on your mind, but watch out for the accusatory statements because this is under police investigation.
Okay. The same officer, Gilbert Cantu, had been involved in a separate shooting on April 4th, 2018, where the man was shot and killed by the police officer, Gilbert Cantu. Now the facts have surfaced. The same police officer, Gilbert Cantu, and now Jacqueline De Leon both shot Richard Salazar more than 4 times, and 1 bullet lodged in Richard's spine. Gilbert Cantu has and is showing a pattern of being trigger happy. The chief of police, Mark Merkel, stated to the media that 1 officer was involved with the shooting. I have spoken to the victim and have seen the trajectories. Both officers shot Richard Salazar over a lighter. This has happened with several other people. We, the citizens, are afraid to get shot over a lighter or any object, a box of Tic Tacs. We're afraid. I support the police officers, but I do not want to be scared like the rest of the citizens here in Corpus Christi.
Address the council, please.
I demand the footage of the police officers' body cams and police officer car cams for them to release them. I do not want them to be holding this hostage. The people here in Corpus Christi and everywhere need to know what's going on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, this concludes the public comment period. Thank you.
All right, we thank you, and for those that in the past have expressed concern that folks that didn't have time to come down to share with us during the public comment period couldn't make it, I think today says that if you've got an interest, the council wants you to be here and we're willing to listen to you. So thank you very much for coming. Let's see, I think we said we would have the move up
the North Beach presentation after public comment. That was my understanding.
The North Beach publication after comment. Commissioner Vaughn is here, and while she's coming, let me just say this. This report, and we appreciate very, very much the task force for the work that they've done, the investigation they've done, the studying they've done. This task force really got started when Commissioner Vaughn was then City Councilwoman Vaughn, and she left us for better things, but she's in her heart she knows she really likes being on the city council, but she wanted to continue on the process because I think all of us acknowledge that we have a drainage issue on North Beach, and so this task force was charged with trying to address the drainage issue. Now, the presentations that have been seen are very appealing and very nice and really exciting, but the purpose of the task force was to bring us an idea of how to solve the drainage problem. And so that's what we're looking for, the report from Ms. Vaughn and the committee, and anything above that, nothing is ruled out except the fact that our first priority is addressing the drainage problem and trying to find a solution. And so how you add gingerbread to that, that's to be determined in the future. But I think what we're really focusing on, because I've lived here all of my life and some of you, and the only thing that I did suggest to the task force over there is what whatever they recommend is don't mess with my milk bottle over there on North Beach, because that's a landmark for a guy that was born in Memorial Hospital. So that milk bottle's got to stick around. But she's going to come and give us a presentation on the task force and what their initial concern or your solution is. And then that's step one to move forward and trying to address the drainage problem. So thank you very much for your continued interest in this, and we look forward to your report.
Well, I don't think I have any gingerbread in this report.
All right,
Okay.
good.
Good afternoon. I'm County Commissioner Carolyn Vaughn, Precinct 1, and chairperson for your North Beach Infrastructure Task Force. I would like to begin by thanking you, the Mayor and the City Council members, for the opportunity to report to you today on our progress and recommendations. Members of the task force are myself, Everett Roy, District 1 Councilman, and Jeff Blackard, a volunteer who is ready and willing to help our city solve the city's drainage issues on North Beach. On April the 24th, 2018, then Councilmember Debbie Lindsay Opal made a motion, seconded by Lucy Rubio, to create the North Beach Infrastructure Task Force. This motion was approved by the City Council that read, motion to create a North Beach Infrastructure Task Force comprised of Nueces County Commissioner Carolyn Vaughn, Jeff Blackard, and a city staff member to be named by the city manager to accomplish the following task: review the North Beach Master Plan, identify an implementation plan, and provide a report to the City Council. Your North Beach Infrastructure Task Force quickly went to work, reaching out to experts, setting up meetings, and gathering as much data as possible. We would like to thank the former County Judge Neal and now County Judge Barbara Canales for allowing us to use the judges' conference room for all of those meetings. We had so many people who attended the meetings, too many to name, because the mayor has given me 10 minutes for the presentation, or he's going to be squirting that water gun. So I'm just going to name a few. The Army Corps of Engineers, TxDOT, the General Land Office, Flatiron, Port of Corpus Christi, Sean Strawbridge, David Krams, Jeff Pollock, Sarah Garza, and several port commissioners, the Texas State Aquarium, Tom Schmidt, USS Lexington, Captain Steve Banta, the North Beach Community Association, we met with them multiple times, Urban Engineering, Jim, Larry, and Chip Urban, Munoz Engineering, Ram Munoz, you know I can't pronounce those names, the former City of Corpus Christi Assistant Director of Stormwater, Bhaskar Patel, the Hart Research Institute, Gail Sutton and Dr. Joe Fox, the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries, Ray Allen and Lee Trevino, Texas A&M Corpus Christi Conrad Blucher Institute, Deidre Williams, the EDC, Dan McGann and Yvette Dodd with the city staff. Remember, that was naming a few. A lot of our experts came forward to help. Now let's discuss the findings. One of the first things you do when you're serious about solving flooding issues is you get a topographical map completed. In simple terms, you measure the elevations across an area to see what height your land is at. It was an alarming surprise to us that the city did not have a topo map of North Beach. We knew that accuracy is important if the engineers were to agree with our findings, which they now have. We would need to be as accurate as possible. I'm proud to say that your North Beach Infrastructure Task Force made it happen. And with a topo map of North Beach, graciously provided by the well-respected urban engineering firm, we are now able to solve drainage issues on North Beach. Through our study of the impact of repeated flooding and drainage issues on North Beach, we uncovered that multiple businesses shut down even with light rain. Homeowners are unable to get to their homes, and most importantly, first responders' response times double and even triple, again with light rain. Knowing that the new Harbor Bridge is planned to open in 2023 and on, ramps moving from downtown, response times will again double or triple again, since fire and EMS will have to come from station number 3 on Morgan. Remember, it is a fundamental responsibility of the city to provide public safety to not only taxpayers living and working on the beach, but also the 800,000 plus visitors who visit the Texas State Aquarium and USS Lexington each year. We must do everything possible to keep from increasing response times because of flooding and potholes. It is imperative that the drainage issues are solved before the new Harbor Bridge opens and increases response times simply because of relocation of on and off ramps. Even another minute increase in response could mean the difference between life and death. We, as your North Beach Infrastructure Task Force, cannot stress enough the life and death public safety issues present today on North Beach due to repeated flooding. Ask yourselves, if your mother lived on North Beach, are you as a council member doing everything possible to ensure our first responders can get to her in time to save her life? Lastly, on our findings, studying the over 400 parcels of land values, we uncovered that less than half of the value of the land of North Beach is taxable. A number of properties are owned by the City of Corpus Christi, the Port of Corpus Christi Authority, and nonprofits. The largest residential development on North Beach in almost 40 years, the $24 million La Vista Point, is under construction now. You know how TIFs work. The challenge is always having major projects funding in 1 year. In year one, it would be a disservice to North Beach to not have a TERS in place before major investments are online. As you know, a TIF does not increase taxes on property owners. It is a catalyst for private investment opportunities and gives confidence to taxpayers that their city council is committed to a safe, well-maintained, and vibrant North Beach. Not to mention, the North Beach TIF is a great opportunity for the city, county, and possibly Del Mar College to work together for the future of North Beach. Okay, we're going to talk about our recommendations, and we're going to hand them out for the mayor and the council and city manager. We have 3 of them. The task force received modest funding from the city to provide engineers' opinions on hydrology. Would a canal solve the drainage issue? And for a visualization documentary that was provided, we had 8 presentations. The purpose of the presentation were to inform the public, staff, mayor, and council, because we were respectful of council time and knew that 35-minute video couldn't be shown at the council meeting. These presentations were attended most importantly by North Beach taxpayers and by many council members, commissioners, county judge, Del Mar regents, the media, business leaders, community leaders, and many public officials and residents from Portland as well. There was great turnout and great enthusiasm. One of the questions we have continually heard most in sharing the North Beach effort is, what are the cost estimates of the canal? In order to provide the council and public the answer to the cost estimate question, it needs to be completed by an experienced local engineering firm that understands the topography and elevations of North Beach. Urban Engineering flew the first topo map on North Beach and are poised to bring back cost estimates in May to the City Council. We have handed out the feasibility study for the cost estimates. So our first thing that we're asking or recommending is that you direct the city manager to hire Urban Engineering through a small contract not to exceed $50,000, which is within the authorized amount your city manager can already approve. Urban Engineering shall present these cost estimates on the canal to the council no later than May of 2019. The timeline is consistent with necessary steps to achieve this stormwater drainage canal improvement by 2023. The second thing, to direct staff for the legal department to pursue the creation of the TERS number 4 on North Beach. The North Beach Infrastructure Task Force will provide the TERS, TIF, and feasibility documents that have been prepared at no cost to the city, so that the legal department may review, verify, and present to the council for approval in May 2019. The North Beach project has at least 3 people within the top levels of city staff who have been working against solving the drainage issue for the taxpayers of North Beach. Our aim here is to encourage and protect city employees who want to step forward with the truth. So the last thing that we're asking is that you would direct staff to immediately provide a copy, email, or printed of the City Employee Ethics Policy and the Fraud Awareness and Prevention Policy enacted on May the 10th, 2012. These include access to the fraud hotline as well as whistleblower protection for those employees coming forward with knowledge about issues within the city and even top-level employees. This effort is to encourage alignment of all staff with all ethic policies, fraud awareness and prevention policies as directed by the City Council. I think I did that in less than 10 minutes, Mayor. That completes our presentation. Do we have any questions? I hope not.
Well, it's a good job. You're saying that I've never known Urban to respond this fast. You're wanting by May. This is April.
Well, that's what we're looking at.
We're going to have.
They move faster than the city.
And so.
get a better bar.
You know, Greg, yeah. You opened yourself up for that.
Well, that's good. Of course, we don't get into a lot of questions and discussions here, but I think the overall gist of the study is good, and I did see a preview of the program. And part of what you're recommending of the urban is to address the drainage issues and not necessarily all the other things that we saw in terms of the.
We want to do the feasibility, have them look at it and tell us what they think the cost estimate's going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent you the motion over there of the three things so that you could read it.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is a presentation, and we appreciate it. Any other council member just got a comment or two since the presentation? We really don't. We're not taking any action, but I think we can ask the staff to come back with how we can respond to this in terms of the financial and this sort of thing. But we do appreciate it, and it's an issue that's been a problem for years and years and years, and I think we're at least, we've recognized the problem, and I think we're pretty close to taking the right steps once everybody thinks these are the right steps that will solve the problem to get it resolved. Anybody else have any comments? Mr. Roy?
So, Mayor, can we make a motion to continue with the study and go?
Can you turn your microphone on, please?
Well, I think it'd be just a direction staff to take the study and kind of implement the recommendations and.
Okay. Can I
Mayor, if I may, we made a presentation on the creation of a TERS on North Beach. It was a little more than a year ago now, I believe. And part of the direction of City Council was to go see what the other taxing entities, how they felt about the creation of the TERS. And with the county coming forward and requesting the council to move forward on a TERS, we'll be bringing that presentation back for potential action.
And actually, there was a call made to the county by Margie Rose before she left. And the last thing that we heard, we were waiting on the city.
Okay, so the county's on board for a TERS?
Well, I can't, you know that I can't speak for them, but I think they would be on board. Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Well, then make a motion of direction that we kind of move forward. Let's get the next. What we want to get is a good firm number on what the potential cost is. I've heard all kinds of numbers, and until we get that, we've got to make sure the public understands what we're talking about and what the price is for it. So I'd make a motion to move forward with it.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and make a motion that we continue to move forward
with on these three recommendations. I'm not sure what number 3 is, but that's okay.
So number 1, to direct city manager to hire engineering through a small contract, direct staff for the legal department to pursue the creation of the TERS 4, and then the 4th is to provide a copy of the city employee ethics policy.
Second.
And and I understand the $50,000 limitation, which is authorization for them, but in professional services, I mean, we still got to, is there some procedural, or in fact it's professional, you don't have to go out for an RFP or an RFQ?
That's correct, Mayor. We'll look to do a small.
All right. Well, just make sure we follow the procurement rules and regulations. All right. And there's a motion and a second. Did I get a second somewhere?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Well, we'll keep studying, but we're getting close.
Thank you all very much.
Ms. Barlow? Sure.
So I guess to be clear, I just want to, from here, we made a motion to spend $48.5, is that right? Or what are we spending here?
Well, to move forward with this, we don't know what we're going to spend. I mean, he can't spend any more than $50,000. I mean, $49.99 or whatever you want to do.
The motions.
It's a motion of direction, just to kind of move forward and bring back a recommendation. We're not spending any money today.
Okay, that's what I'm.
Yeah. The mayor, the way I understood it, was to bring back that presentation on the TERS with possible action of the council is to move forward with it.
Yeah.
With the TERS.
I mean, just take these recommendations, come back with a plan how to move forward.
Yes, sir. That's what I understood.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't clear. Thanks.
All right. Any other discussion, Mr. Barrera?
Yeah, I just so this is a briefing, and so we're taking action on an item it's not disclosed on the agenda. That's something that we'll be voting on. It's
a motion of direction, just asking him to bring it back, and that nothing's going to be voted on other than he's going to bring something back. We can't spend any money on it today.
Motion of direction.
So the motion of direction is as it was stated by Mr. Selman and not Mr. Roy, because Mr. Roy gave real specific points. That's
Well, I mean,
why
the thrust of it, the thrust of it is
what
to-
is the motion?
is to put something back that we can move forward on.
Okay, so Mr. Roy,
I thought we were outlining the three main points that we were going to look into and come back with.
Yeah, and my concern is just that I mean, don't get me wrong, I want to move forward. It's just that I don't want it to be contested later because of the fact that the language that was provided is very specific. However, it wasn't available to the public, it's not online, it's not something that, you know, once again, we've already got another project in litigation that's very similar, so let's just make sure that we're as you say, dotting our T's and crossing our I's.
So is there a recommendation?
We will make sure that we do that with the procurement and coming back in the formation of the TERS, absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
Does anybody got any other questions or concerns? There was a motion and a second for direction. Are you still wondering what we're doing?
well, I mean, no, I mean, I understand this is what he read. It's a motion of direction that we're bringing this back. This just doesn't seem like Mr. Barrera had some questions about it.
Then
if
I'm okay with amending that and following what City Manager Selman said with his verbiage, if that's fits better.
Yes,
if that makes everybody feel better.
Okay. Can you repeat that, Mr. Selman, further?
Not likely.
The gist of it, please.
The gist of it being that the city would follow all procurement procedures to get an engineer on the contract to take a look at this, and then number two, to bring back the presentation on the tours and begin the process for the creation of the tours.
Okay, so Mr. Roy, is that?
I think we said the same thing, but if that's appealing, we're good with that. I'm okay with that.
So that's your motion. Mr. Garza, are you going to second that? Or yes? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I still think the recommendation to provide the fraud awareness and prevention policy enacted on May 10th in 2012 should still be given. I just don't think it needs to be a...
We don't need that motion, yeah.
No, but you still need to give it out.
Of course.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, anybody got any other questions? I mean, if you're not happy with it, we can just table it and wait till some other time. I think we need to move forward with it. They've done a lot of work on this. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you. We've got a Port Commission presentation, I think, scheduled for 2 p.m. We're going to take about a 10-minute recess since we've been here since 11:30, and then we'll be back for the Port Commission presentation. All right, we'd like to call the meeting back to order from our recess. The next agenda item is item 22, which is a presentation by the Port of Corpus Christi. As you know, the port has 3 commissioners appointed by the city of Corpus Christi, and we periodically get reports from them about what's going on, and there's a lot going on, and we've asked them to come and give us a brief report on their activities and what we can, all the other good things that we can expect in the future. So who is the one that drew the short straw?
I get to start.
David Engel.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for being here.
Okay. Well, I'm David Engel. I will tell you it's an honor for us to be your representative on the Port Commission. I'm not using the PowerPoint, but thank you. I think it's important for people to understand really our role and what the Commission does, so I'm going to try to give you just a kind of a brief little overview. And though we were appointed by the City Council for the last 5+ years that I've been on the Commission, I can tell you that all of the commissioners, including myself, we kind of see our responsibility as to the whole area that the port encompasses, starting in Port Aransas, where the mouth of the Gulf comes into our bay, where the channel begins, all the way along the shores of San Patricio County, where it joins into Nueces County, all the way into the inner harbor here in Corpus Christi. That's what we see as our responsibility, and that's what we try to do, is to represent the port in all of its area that it covers, and it covers a very large area. Some people think it's just the channel right here at under the bridge. Like a city council like you, we have some very big responsibilities and decisions that we make that have a large economic impact on the future. And I think that we get too much credit, maybe too much blame for what's going on today, but really the credit that's deserved is for the past commissioners that came before us, especially the ones in the 1920s that decided to dig the channel in the first place. Because that channel that we have today is the reason why we're seeing the billions of dollars of investments that are going on and the economic activity that's going on today, creating thousands of jobs, and soon millions of dollars of money coming in tax revenue to the county and the municipalities like you, where you can spend it on infrastructure and other services that you need to provide to the citizens of this area. So all of that's going on, and I think that we're going to see it continue because of one of the other responsibilities that we have besides overseeing management, making sure that the ships that come in and out of our harbor or go in, ingress and egress in a safe manner, and that is basically making future decisions. And I guess the biggest one that is our number 1 priority is basically deepening and widening. And when we're finished with that project, and there'll be more detail on it in a minute, we're going to take this channel to 54 feet, which will be the deepest channel in the Gulf Coast. And that will ensure economic activity for many, many years in the future for this area. And I will tell you that under the leadership of Chairman Zahn, these other commissioners here, we've spent countless hours, just like you do in Austin. We've been in Washington working with Congress to get money for funding this project, and also to get with the Corps to get the permits to do it. And I'm proud to say that starting this month, that project is commencing. So without any further ado, I know you want more detail, so I'm going to let my other commissioners kind of give you a little bit more detail in terms of all these different projects that we're working on today. Thank you.
Well, I get to tell you the good news. Okay, I'm Wayne Squires, one of your proud appointees. And something we've been waiting for over 20 years is about to begin, our deepening and widening project. And we've got it broken down in 4 contracts. Contract 1's fully funded. The contract was signed end of December, and as of April 15th, we should start contract 1. And so what I wanted to do was make sure everyone knows what contract 1's going to entail, what you're going to see. Anybody ask you, you're going to be able to tell them this is what's really what we're going to happen. And so this is what you're going to see. What you're looking at here is the construction contract was awarded to a company called Great Lakes Dredge and Dock Company. And the project will be from 5 miles outside the jetties, this is contract 1, to just before the ferry landing. And it's going to be done in 2 phases. Phase 1 is just maintenance dredging. You're going to have maintenance dredging, which is about 1 million cubic yards from the existing channel entrance to the ferry landing. And this costs about $4 million. And this will be done by a ship called the Terrapin Island. All of this material, when it's done, will be placed in an offshore placement area that is only for maintenance. If you look at ODMS number 1, that's an offshore placement area that's just for maintenance dredging. Then we're going to go to phase 2 of the deepening and winding. And this will be the 2 ships called the Alaska and the Carolina. These are cutter suction dredges. And this is new material. This is the new material we're going to be doing. And this should start in June. And so you'll have these 2 dredgers working probably from either end, trying to meet in the middle. They're going to start 5 miles from the end of the jetties. The existing channel is 3 miles from the end of the jetty, so this will be 5 miles. So this is where it's going to start. They're going to dredge to the jetty 56 feet deep and 700 feet wide. Then when you get to the jetties, you're going to be 54 feet deep and 600 feet wide. Then when you come out of the jetties to the ferry landing, you're going to be 54 feet deep and you're going to be 540 feet wide, which will be the width that we'll take all the way into the inner harbor. At this point, you'll have dredged 5.5 million cubic yards of material. All of this material has been pre-tested. And so 2.6 million will go to Homeport, the ODMSDS, and the second 2.8 will go to the other EPA designated site, which is BUSM-S. This cost $88 million to complete this project. Number 2 phase right now is 13 million short of funding, but we have 53 million in the president's budget. It's 98% designed, and we're hoping that the bids for phase 2, which will go from the ferry landing to the La Quinta Junction, will go out for bid this summer. And at that point, that's pretty well where we're going to stop at this point until we go forward. The next one will be the Reach, and then there'll be the Inner Harbor. Guesstimate probably by 2022, late 22, 23, we should have the project completed if we can keep the core and the funding on schedule. One of the things we're really trying to do is to make sure the funding's there, that we can keep the dredges here, because one of the biggest costs is the maintenance, the relocation of the dredges to bring them back. So we're trying to keep everything in line right now, but it looks very good for us to have phase 2 and be able to keep on going right after we're done with contract 1. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Just curiosity, what's the water depth out where you're taking that channel out to? Is it 50 or 60 feet deep of water, or is it 30
I really don't know. I know it's the only 3 EPA designated areas, but I really don't know. I think we have about 40 feet? 30, 40 feet, yeah. Any more? Thank you. Thank you, yes.
Obviously, if you extended that, are you going to extend the aids to navigation? Is that part of your contract? Or your cost?
At this point, I don't believe there's any additional aids to navigation in the additional 2 miles, or is there? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm here to talk about the environmental leadership and community reinvestment. Before I do so, I think the depth of the channel out there where we are deepening varies. I mean, most of it you'll find in the 40 neighborhood, but you'll find areas and soundings that are as deep as 60, 65 feet, so already. But anyway, our fundamental directive as a port is to facilitate maritime commerce in a way that protects public interest. And as Commissioner Engel and Commissioner Squires talked about, we've been doing this, and we're doing this with this channel improvement project, and we've been doing it for 93 years. Our positive impact on the community and the region can be categorized into 4 general tranches: economic development, environmental stewardship, workforce development, and community social. Our economic impact, as you see in this slide, the Port of Corpus Christi Ship Channel accounts for $150 billion in economic activity in the United States, including over $20 billion in economic activity for Texas, and over $350 million in state and local taxes. The block to the right, just as you all know, that we do not tax. We're not a taxing entity where we don't tax, and 100% of our revenues are generated from either leases or services that we provide. On both a national and international stage, the port has emerged and put this region on the map. Which is good for not only the port, the region, it's good for Texas, and it's good for our nation. And it provides us a sense of security with our nation. And our environmental policy consists of 5 key precepts: air quality, water quality, soils and sediment, wildlife habitat, and environmental sustainability. And I'll talk about the latter 3 on a different slide, but with regards to air quality and water quality, the Port of Corpus Christi has a number of capital improvements each year aimed at improving stormwater and air quality, and our budget in those on an annual basis is between $2 and $3 million just for air quality and water quality. An example, at our bulk material dock, where we have handle bulk material on a crane or by crane from either a stockpile to a ship or vessel, or a vessel to a stockpile, we have air monitors. We've installed air monitors and are monitoring the air not only at the bulk terminal itself, but downwind in different communities. And we're also requiring of our customers that if it's a light material or a windy, that they water down product and make sure that there's no contamination to our ship channel or any other part of our working environment. Environmental improvement efforts. We maintain 2 fishing areas in the Nueces Bay and Nueces River. As Commissioner Squires talked about, we have identified in the Channel Improvement Project, we've identified 1,200 acres of new habitat that will be created through beneficial reuse of dredge material during that entire project. The beneficial use site 6 really doesn't pertain to the Port of Corpus Christi. It's here for an example, but it pertains to the La Quinta Channel. And during that, we constructed aquatic habitat protection berms and planted over 200 acres of seagrass. Over $250,000 in annual funding go to organizations that protect, improve, or enhance the environment. Those organizations include the Coastal Bend Basin Estuaries, Coastal Bend Bays Foundation, Regional Air Quality Committee, the Corpus Christi Area Oil Spill Control Association, and Texas A&M's Pollution Prevention Partnership. Our staff of our environmental team consists of about 8 employees and several consultants and environmental attorneys. And they are constantly coordinating with the University of Texas Marine Science Institutes and Texas A&M Hart Research Institute on studies and modeling to support our decisions on a science-based decision-making method. The San Patricio Drainage District here is just, as Commissioner Engel pointed out, we don't necessarily view our appointment to the commission as a city appointment, but as a overall port appointment. San Patricio, and we help not only the city of Corpus Christi, but the counties of Nueces and San Pat. And that San Patricio Drainage District item was, they had been working for 33 years on a drainage issue for Green Lake, and were unable to resolve it with the existing landlords. The port purchased some property, and it was presented to staff. Their issues were presented to staff. Staff brought it to our long-range planning committee, and we immediately recommended to commission that the land be donated to the San Pat Water District, and the amount was about $1.6 million. The voluntary buyout program for the Washington Coles and Hillcrest neighborhood, why it's on here on an environmental issue is, first of all, that was an extremely important project, but it included environmental inspections, waste disposal, asbestos abatement, and demolition of all the acquired properties, both residential and commercial. And while we're talking about that, I think, you know, I know the new bridge seems to be old news right now because it's already under construction, but 8 years ago, without the investment and without everything that the port is doing, 8 to 10 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to assist with a harbor bridge project. As you know, and new councilman, if you don't know, we attributed $85 million to that project, 20 in cash. And again, without this growth and without this economic impact, we wouldn't have been in a position to do so. Why that is important is because the consequences of not being able to do so would have forced our bridge, our existing bridge, to be closed down for approximately a year and a half. New bridge is already behind schedule, so let's just say a year and a half, but it could have been longer than that. And all our citizens from Corpus Christi that work in San Pat, or citizens in San Pat that work in Corpus Christi, would have had to find different routes to get into either the city or San Pat. More than likely, they would have had to use the Joe Fulton corridor, which would have impeded port operations and would have been, quite frankly, a disaster. And I believe that's my last slide. Hold on just a second. Okay, job generation, okay. This should have been an earlier slide, and I apologize, but over 91,000 jobs, full-time equivalent jobs related to port-generated activities in Texas. We account for just under 75,000 full-time equivalent jobs. And what's interesting is the Corpus Christi metro area's employment base, 36% of our port-generated jobs. This slide just shows that our reinvestment in the community, last year we gave to 120 different community beneficiaries. And in closing, I'd like to say before, and we're certainly open, either the three of us could, or the three of us could answer questions, or our chair who's here today, since we posted this as an open meeting. But it has been a privilege of being a port commissioner, and I will tell you the three appointees that y'all appoint, don't take that for granted. We have 4 standing committees: the building committee, the security committee, the long-range planning committee, and the audit committee. And the three of us have been either chair of multiple committees or have chaired at least a committee. And so, as David mentioned, we're not only serving on committee levels to make sure that we're making an impact at the port, but also traveling to Austin and Washington on a monthly basis to ensure that our region is well heard and that we get the necessary funding that we think we deserve. Thank you. Questions?
All right, well, we appreciate it. Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, on the aids to navigation question, I'm sorry, I was thinking beyond, what is it? It's the Coast Guard's responsibility for the aids to navigation. So I'm assuming you're working with them with your extension of your the dredging, that you would include them to include that for the aids of navigation.
Yeah, when we developed the La Quinta channel, we certainly had to install different aids to additional aids to navigation, and we're continually working. Our staff is continually working with the U.S. Coast Guard. I'm not sure that additional aids to navigation are needed with this deepening and widening project. Our engineer, head of engineer, director of engineering is here.
The status of that.
Yeah, but we do work with the U.S. Coast Guard on that, and we don't. I mean, our deepening and widening project will not be complete without moving forward with aids to navigation.
You're looking at the entrance of, being a former mariner,
yeah.
You look at the entrance of where that channel is, and you look at the depth at that point. So you have to enter at that point, so that the aids to navigation have to come all the way out to the end of that.
Well, they're already out there, so we're just deepening the existing channel.
No, I understand.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions?
Mr. Smith?
Well, I just want to take the time to thank you, Commissioners, Chairman Zahn, just the countless hours that you spend. And this deepening's first time this channel's been deepening, what, 30 years? And it was every 10 years before that it was deepened. But the relationships that you all have with Washington, is it weekly rather than monthly? But for a port organization, that contact we have up there in Washington makes all the difference in the world. And I want to thank you all for creating and maintaining that and being in the President's budget and getting, so we were stalled for so many years. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, and I wanted to take this opportunity publicly to thank we have a fantastic staff. We have wonderful lobbyists. We really have a good team that makes this entire port work. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Roy?
Yes, again, I want to thank everybody for your involvement in the things that you do. I was listening this morning to radio and I learned a couple things. And I was just curious, when we talk about the deepening and the widening of the port, when you go through that process, how much of an issue is it, or what does it do in terms of the overall traffic, and how much of an impact does it have in terms of, does it slow the activity down at the port? Do you have to come up with different other access routes, or are there security issues involved when you go through this type of a project?
Mr. Roy, the purpose of the deepening, I'm sorry, my name's Charlie Zahn, and I have the honor of being the chairman of the Port Authority. The deepening and widening project was twofold. One primary reason was safety. We had restrictions on the vessels that come in and out of the Port of Corpus Christi, like one-way traffic, daylight only, 2 pilots, all of which were costly to the industry partners that are such an integral part of the success of the port. So the widening of the ship channel was to accommodate safety. The deepening was to take advantage of what's happening in the world today. There's larger vessels. An example of that is the need to build the new Panama Canal to accommodate the larger vessels. If we were going to remain competitive in the world today, and we're the #1 oil export port in the United States, then we were going to have to provide infrastructure to maintain that position. Part of that infrastructure was to take our ship channel to 54 feet. So that was the reason for what we've been doing. It's something, believe it or not, we started in 1990. We were authorized twice in the President's budget in 2007, 2014, and we finally were able to get into the President's budget last year for $95 million. And under the law, we're responsible for 1/3 of the cost of the channel, and the federal government's responsible for 2/3. And I said time and time again, Mr. Smith and I rode all over Texas, and I kept telling him if I could just get $1 from the President, then the federal government's finally committed to our project, and we got $95 million last year. So, but that project is to keep Corpus Christi as the #4 largest port by tonnage in the United States and the #1 oil export port. Let us remain competitive in the world. And I'd like to just take a second. The mayor said he'd give me a few minutes just to say that you like we are, are policymakers, and I see a lot of visionaries. I know most of you on the council, but the Port Commission is so important to the economic impact, or the economic impact that our port has, not only here but in the state of Texas and the United States. And the three people that you've honored us with by appointing them to members of the Port Authority are visionaries. And as chairman of the Port Authority, I want to tell you that the contribution that they make is outstanding to the success of the Port Authority. And as chairman, I want to thank you for the appointment that you made of these three gentlemen today. So thank you.
Ms. Harlow.
Quick question for either one. And thank you, Chairman, and to our commissioners, because we hold your partnership with the city extremely high. And we understand what you bring to the table to the community, the region. So thank you for all the work that you do. The Hillcrest, the voluntary program,
yes,
what is that date, that deadline of the program?
7th? May the 7th.
May the 7th?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
And that's been an extremely successful program also. It was the first of its kind in the country. Oh. And it's a model now through other parts of the country. And, of course, the city of Corpus Christi was an integral part of the success of that, too. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions? Well, I think it's good to have you here and get the reports. And even though you're appointed by the county, Commissioner Vaughn, I'd like to introduce you to Charlie Zahn, who's over here, just to make sure you know where his birth certificate is as far as on that Port Commission goes. So you're all doing a great job, and we're more than thankful for the work you do. I don't know that we've ever gone over and told you how to do things. We've got our opinions, but I don't think we tell you how to do things. We'll share with you what we think. And you can take it for what it's worth because you're paying not much money for it. So we do appreciate what you do over there and the work you're doing and the jobs you're creating. And we'll look forward to another report here in 3 to 6 months to kind of see how things are going. There's a lot of exciting things happening in the Port of Corpus Christi, and the region, absolutely. So we appreciate it. Anybody else? All right, yes, sir.
Just want to highlight something real quick. I do appreciate the job you all do at the port. The figure, 36% of all the jobs in Corpus Christi are related or port related. I mean, I know that we hear we take a lot of hits, a lot of criticism on the port and the activities of the port, but at the end of the day, I mean, it adds a lot of wealth to our community. And at one time we were just a poor, farming and ranching community, and everybody was just, struggling to pay any of the bills. And nowadays, 36% of our jobs are related to the port, and that's a huge contribution. I look for days when we get contributions like you mentioned, in the future from the port, so we can fix some of our infrastructure issues in terms of the city. But that was a huge investment made by Nueces County and by the city of Corpus Christi, and we appreciate the direction you're going in. Thank you very much.
All right, well, we appreciate that. We're a little behind on our schedule. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
We're going to, before we really get into going back to picking up the city manager's report there and then getting in the rest of the agenda, it looks relatively short, but you never know. So we're going to take, let's say we're going to take our lunch break from 2:40 to 3:10. Give us 30 minutes, stretch your legs, go catch your afternoon.
Mayor, are we going to do an executive session? We were going to do the executive session during the lunch.
Oh, all right. Let's see. I don't have where's my cheat sheet? Here it is. Let's see.
So they get this presentation before the.
Let me read the right language here. All right, the council then will go into executive session on item 25 per the Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.072, and we'll try to be back by
Item 25, not 26, right?
25 is the...
The Harbor Bridge item. The city manager item is item 26. And my understanding, we were going to do that one, but...
Well, can we call for 25 and 26, depending on how much time we've got?
Sure.
If we need, so I've got some people here for 26 also. So for 25 and 26 per the government code, sections 551.071, 551.072.
And 551.074. Yes, that's the other section, Mayor.
Okay, that's what I think I said, didn't I? Or you said for me? We're good to go? Not going to jail? All right, well, let's go into our executive session then.
It's never too late to jumpstart a healthy lifestyle. Exercising lowers your risk for chronic disease and helps anyone managing conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart disease. It's as easy as walking or as rigorous as running a marathon. Healthy lifestyle should be started early in life, so parents, be sure to encourage your kids to be active at an early age. Look around. Corpus Christi provides beautiful parks, trails, and swimming pools for your family to enjoy. It is never too late to commit to be fit. Start today. Submit your pictures to our social media page with the hashtag #ABetterYou or ABU.
The City of Corpus Christi wants to improve as much as possible, and one of the things we're working to perfect is roads. And with road improvement projects comes construction. Road construction can cause delays and detours. That's why the city keeps you up to date with weekly road reports. You can find out what to expect during the week by heading over to news.cctexas.com. There you can also sign up to receive emails with information from the City of Corpus Christi. If you have any questions about road work, call 361-826-CITY. That's 361-826-2489. Emergency planning agencies with the City of Corpus Christi gather at the Owen Stevens plant for a hazmat drill. Events like these help everyone be prepared in the event that something like this happens. The water plant, like any production facility, contains some inherent risks. And to help city employees and emergency crews be ready for these things, the Corpus Christi's Local Emergency Planning Committee, or LEPC, planned this full-scale emergency preparedness drill.
The possibility of having a leak, whether a small one or a big one, it's always in the back of our mind, and we need to prepare for it. And this is what this is about.
Plant employees, Corpus Christi's police and fire departments, the EOC, Union Pacific Railroad, and surrounding emergency crews participated in the event. Organizers created a very possible hazardous material scenario for the team.
Chemicals are everywhere. It doesn't matter whether we're at a water treatment plant or an industrial facility or at someone's home. There's always going to be chemicals involved in our day-to-day life.
During the drill, a worker passed out after getting near the train track. Then, green and yellow smoke representing chlorine gas could be seen leaking from the top of a rail car. Plant employees and emergency crews went into action, everyone treating it like a real situation. Police even diverted traffic, and a reverse alert was sent to residents within a 1-mile radius, letting them know to shelter in place.
We're seeing a lot more rail activity in the community, and so it's always good to be able to expose them to something that, they may be seeing in the future.
A lot is learned during drills like these. Not only does it give folks physical practice for the real situation, it also helps everyone involved get familiar with the plant's layout and surroundings. So, in the event of an emergency, it isn't the first time they're on the premises working under these conditions. This is also a chance for everyone to hone their communication skills. In any emergency, getting the right information to the right groups at the right time helps things flow smoothly and allows the team to coordinate their efforts properly.
Getting this right means protecting the public. This is a situation that would leave the confines of the plant, which means that we now have the areas involved, the population.
You drill like it's real, and so when the time comes, then everybody already knows what they're doing. They've seen each other, they communicate with each other, they know who's in charge, And so they know their job and their responsibilities.
The plant drills internally once a year, and everyone uses the same tools like the ones used today. During the drill, plant employees dressed in full hazmat gear and sealed off the leaking gas. A command station was set up, and paramedics even prepared a triage center to check vitals and help with injuries.
All of them were well trained on what they needed to do. And this is why they are, because they do train. And we'll go back to the evacuation, Hurricane Harvey. We drilled evacuations for 5-6 years, and why do we do this? Why do we do this? Well, when Harvey happened, we knew exactly what to do.
For more information on how to react in any emergency situation, visit the city's website, www.cctexas.com. For the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Dale Stefan reporting.
It takes hard work and many volunteers to help clean and maintain more than 190 Corpus Christi parks. The Parks and Recreation Department need volunteers to help with scheduled cleanups, building play equipment, planting trees, and other landscape maintenance. Volunteers and groups can apply to adopt a park by calling Lisa Oliver at 361-826-3132 or email at lisao@cctexas.com. Adopt a park today. When volunteering, you're not only helping others, you're helping yourself. That's why you should join the Senior Companion Program. The Senior Companion Program assists seniors and adults with daily activities, exercise, errands, appointments, social events, and of course, friendship. Volunteers receive help with transportation costs, earned vacation, and even sick leave. Becoming a senior companion is easy. Anyone 55 and older can sign up. You must be retired and meet the financial guidelines to receive payment. To apply, call 361-826-3154 or 361-826-3167. We hope we see you at the next training orientation.
Mosquito spraying recently received a lot of attention because of the coastal bend's heavy rainfall, but it's not the only way to eliminate mosquitoes. The City of Corpus Christi's primary defense against a blood-sucking insect is the larvicide program. It can be safely used around the public and is proven to be an effective method for treating mosquito-prone areas. That's why vector control officers, with the help of code enforcement, place BTI briquettes or donuts in standing water around the city. For more information on the city's battle against mosquitoes, head over to our website, cctexas.com, and to report standing water, just send the address and your phone number to the Animal Care Dispatch at cctexas.com. The City of Corpus Christi invited the public to a storm drain cleaning demonstration. This event gave residents an up-close look at the impact blocked drains can have on the city. The city experienced record-breaking rainfall this summer, and by fall already reached its yearly average. That's why city crews gathered at this ditch at Dairy Drive and Skyline and showed one of the ways they keep the storm drainage system clean.
It is important for the public to see, first of all, the work that we do, and second, the amount of debris that collects inside the storm system.
Storm drains like this are cleaned 2 to 3 times a year.
Well, as rain falls from the sky, it collects pollutants from the air and everything that it contacts on the ground.
And all of that rainwater, trash, and pollutants flow through the gutters and into one of more than 18,000 storm drain inlets throughout the city. These drains lead into ditches and ultimately the bay. Over time, drains and ditch grates can become clogged with plastic bags, brush, and other debris. These clogs can lead to backups and flooded streets. That's not the only problem. Because residents use fertilizers and pesticides on their yards, lawn trimmings and brush can contribute to water pollution.
Residents can help us by not setting their yard waste out before the collection time, and also to not blow grass clippings out to the street. Turner also says to follow the instructions on the labels of lawn chemicals. If you see any blocked drains, ditches, or need to report any illegal dumping, call 361-826-CITY. To stay up to date with what's going on in the city, head over to news.cctexas.com. For the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Dale Stefan reporting. Providing water. It's just one of the many responsibilities that the City of Corpus Christi takes on for the folks who call this warm, sunny South Texas city home.
And as residents know, that comforting sun they appreciate while enjoying a day at the beach can also bring on sweltering heat that leads to dreaded drought conditions. And with drought conditions come water restrictions.
In 2011 to 2013, this area of South Texas was highly influenced by a drought.
That's why council members this summer decided to move forward with the City of Corpus Christi desalination project.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
A decision that could bring a drought-proof water supply to residents and the surrounding community, and because we're surrounded by the ocean, it just makes sense.
We will study or review site location permitting of a potential seawater desalination plant.
The city is looking to build a plant that can produce 11 million gallons per day to about 22 million gallons per day. A desalination plant removes the minerals like salt and sand from water and makes it safe for human consumption. Ramos, along with a team of consultants from Freeze and Nichols, an engineering firm, plan on spending the next 2 years researching the possibility of building a desalination plant right here in South Texas. Water produced by the plant will add to the city's existing water supply and help meet future water demands. Right now, the city has 4 major water sources: Choke Canyon, Lake Corpus Christi, Lake Texana, and the Colorado River.
All these sources are surface water sources, so they're dependent upon inflows and rainfall throughout the year to meet our demands.
The potential desalination plant wouldn't connect to those freshwater inflows, and because the source is the ocean, the city can provide a dependable water source that can be integrated into our system. But making science fiction a reality is easier said than done.
It's more than just taking water out of the sea and then just filtering it through a reverse osmosis. You have to make sure that you protect the system.
Right now, Ramos says they're looking at multiple sites in the Corpus Christi and La Quinta ship channel. The team needs to see if those locations meet their objectives and if they can get the water rights and TCEQ discharge permits. You see, with water desalination comes waste or effluent.
So we would work with the state to obtain those special authorizations so that we can continue to discharge our seawater, our effluent into the bay. In this project, we'll make those needed determinations and do the proper science so that we can obtain those permits.
One popular technique, adding a diffuser to the end of the discharge line. This allows the effluent to mix properly with the seawater. If all goes well, the city of Corpus Christi could have a saltwater desalination system by 2026.
And we have to be prepared from a water resource point of view to provide that water to our customers.
It's just one of the ways the city plans for future needs and strives to improve water quality, customer satisfaction, and productivity. We'll keep you updated in the future as the project moves forward.
Animal Care Services want you to take advantage of the services they provide, from adopting a pet to renting one of their free wild animal traps. The department's responsibility: promoting responsible pet ownership, preventing the spread of diseases, and protecting the public. They also provide services like the Adopt a Pet program. At any given time, their kennels are filled with nearly 100 dogs and around 40 cats. And residents can give any of those furry guys a new home for $25.
And when you adopt from Animal Care Services, that cat or dog is spayed and neutered. It has all of its age-appropriate vaccinations, it has its rabies vaccination, has its city tags.
Their busiest group? Animal control officers. They respond to a variety of calls involving abandonment, cruelty, and even strays. Officers also organize monthly dog sweeps, file animal bite reports, and even hand out quarantine notices to prevent rabies outbreak.
We get approximately 1,800 to 2,000 calls a month. And we do our best to respond to those. We prioritize them, certainly, by public safety issues first.
If you're dealing with some wild critters, Animal Care Services also provides wild animal traps to residents free for 7 business days or until the animal is caught in the trap. There is a $75 fee if the trap is lost or stolen. The department also picks up privately and city-owned traps, mostly used for possums.
We do not euthanize. the possums when they come in here. We work with state wildlife, and they tell us what areas are best, so we live release. So any animal that will come in today at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, we put them in the back, we feed them.
Animal Care Services always needs volunteers. They help with adoption events, cat and dog companions, kennel cleaning, grooming and bathing, and assisting in the clinic. Applicants must be 18 years old. Anyone 14 years old can apply with a parent or guardian supervision. All applicants are subject to a background check.
I would love to see, more of our community members come in to this shelter. It's a very nice shelter. Anybody who comes in here, it's very clean. Having said that, it takes a lot of work to do that.
To see these services at work, stop by Animal Care Services for a free guided tour of the facility, and staff will answer your questions. To schedule an ACS tour or for service information, call 361-826-4630.
Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla.
This week's feature is the Corpus Christi Bay Trail. It's an excellent way for residents and visitors to stay in shape and take in the sights of the city. The 8-mile hike and bike trail begins at the barge dock on Shoreline Boulevard near the American Bank Center and ends at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi on Ocean Drive. The trail, just one of Corpus Christi Parks and Recreation Department's projects aimed at connecting the community with the city's diverse natural habitat. Folks taking on the trek can admire and even capture the views of the Corpus Christi Bay, Cayo del Oso, and Oso Creek. But wait, there's more. Walkers and cyclists can also visit many of the city's parks, including the water's edge, and check out the public art pieces located along the waterfront. If you don't have a bike, don't worry. You can rent one for less than $5 an hour. Bike Corpus Christi has several convenient bike rental stations along the seawall, all within walking distance of parking locations. For more information on the Corpus Christi Bay Trail and other bike and hike locations, head over to the city's website, www.cctexas.com. The City of Corpus Christi began their citywide operation against curbside illegal dumping. They're reminding residents to not put out your brush or bulky items outside the designated set-out dates. Police say illegal dumping is one of the biggest complaints throughout the city. Now, with the help of code enforcement and solid waste, they're tackling the issue. The goal of this operation, creating cleaner habits and beautification of the City of Corpus Christi.
Make people realize that it is a violation of our ordinance, and that if they are setting this trash out, not only is it a health and safety issue for the community, but it's a blight on our cities.
On the first day of the operation, code enforcement officers wrote nearly 90 citations. Residents cited have 24 hours to clean up their property. If they don't, they face cleanup charges on their utility bill and a fine up to $500.
It just seems like something that has become culturally acceptable in our city, and I'm not sure why, but I think it's something that needs to be changed so that we can have a prettier city, a better city to live in.
The city's solid waste service picks up bulky items throughout the year, and residents can always take brush and other approved items to the J.C. Elliott Collection Center free of charge by simply presenting a valid driver's license showing an address within the city limits. For a detailed map and set-out date schedule, head over to the city's website, cctexas.com. For the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Dale Stefan reporting. Pay your utility bill or report a pothole right at your fingertips. Download the new City of Corpus Christi mobile app with easy access to report and track your city services. Open the app, select your request, tell us about it, and click Submit. It's that easy. Also, check out recent city job openings, connect with us on social media, and see the latest flight information. It's a free and fast way to connect with the city. Visit the App Store or Google Play to download today. For more information, visit cctexas.com/mobile app.
Hello, Corpus Christi. I'm Yvette Garcia-Jones. Thank you for joining us for our monthly engineering update. This month, there are several projects that are under construction and nearing completion. The Bond 2012 Proposition 1 South Staple Street from Bronner Parkway to Costora Street is a full-depth reconstruction of nearly 5,100 feet of roadway. As construction continues, you will see new concrete paved surfaces, curb and gutter, ADA-compliant sidewalks and pedestrian facilities, signage, and pavement markings. Utility improvements include water, wastewater, stormwater drainage, and gas line improvements. This project is being constructed in 4 phases and is currently in Phase 2. Multiple phases are used on larger projects to help manage traffic control and limit disruptions to homeowners and businesses in the area. Once completed, this frequently traveled roadway will be back in tip-top shape for the general public to enjoy. If you have been in the downtown area recently, you may have noticed the scenery is starting to change. The Bond 2014 Proposition 2 Downtown Road and Streetscape Improvement Project is all about making the downtown area visually appealing in the Downtown Management District. Streetscape elements include new trash cans, dog waste stations, vegetated planters, light pole medallions, and signage. This project helps the City of Corpus Christi create a more appealing environment for our citizens and visitors. The Bond 2014 Proposition 1 Project Galahar Road from Costoras Road to Weber Road is nearing completion. Improvements include new pavement, new curb and gutter, replacement of existing sidewalks, new curb ramps, ADA-compliant pedestrian facilities, upgrades to underground utilities, and upgrades to the existing traffic signals at Carroll Lane. This project is anticipated to be completed by the end of the month. And as always, if you are in an area with construction, please obey any traffic signs. Slow down, and if possible, seek an alternative route. We do apologize for the inconvenience. That's all for the April report. For more information about these projects, visit cctexas.com and be sure to follow us on social media for more project updates. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next month.
The mission of the Housing and Community Development Department is to strengthen neighborhoods in Corpus Christi. Housing and rehabilitation programs provide one-stop housing services for low-income households through several federally funded and locally funded housing programs. Housing programs assist both existing homeowners and interested home buyers. The City of Corpus Christi Housing and Community Development Department housing programs are designed to improve the quality of life for citizens of the city. This home is one example of the Demolition Reconstruction Program. The homeowner qualified for a 0% interest loan. An example of the loan structure could be as follows: principal loan amount of $35,000, a minimum deferred loan in the amount of $20,000, and a deferred forgivable loan in the amount of $34,174. A grant is typically provided for the demolition of the substandard home and for relocation expenses. The process begins when the homeowner visits our office located at 1201 Leopard Street on the 2nd floor of City Hall. They are required to complete an intake form. They will then meet with a program specialist who will explain the criteria required to start the application process, such as income, credit history, and property ownership. Once a homeowner is qualified, they will be placed on a waiting list. When the homeowner's name is next on the waiting list, a rehab specialist is assigned and conducts a detailed assessment of the house to determine if the house needs to be reconstructed. Qualifications include owner-occupied dwelling, must meet the very low to moderate income guidelines, and property taxes must be current. Funding for this program is provided by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. For more information about the Housing and Community Development Department, visit our website, www.cctexas.com.
It used to fit you to a T, but you wore it so often, it's now faded and frayed. Meet Well-Worn Walter, also known as the Torn and Tattered T-shirt. Clothing is not recyclable. That's why Well-Worn Walter is on the laundry list of unwanted items in the blue recycling bin. Donate or repurpose your old clothes. Remember to recycle right, Corpus Christi.
Looking to spend your summer out at sea? Here are some boating safety rules to make your trip a fun and safe one. Before you leave the house, check the forecast to make sure the weather is clear. If you see storm clouds, experience strong winds, or see lightning, head back to shore. Before stepping aboard, make sure your vessel is seaworthy and your checklist of essential items is complete. Always wear your life jacket anytime you step aboard a sea vessel. Know the area you're boating in while operating at a safe speed and follow the rules of the road. If you're at the Corpus Christi Marina, you can pick up a free brochure on boating safety tips at the office and speak with Marina staff if you have any questions. For more information, visit our website, www.cctexas.com.
Part of our job description is it's not only about driving, it's about, safety and customer service.
Keeping our city clean is a tough job, but the men and women of the Solid Waste Department are up for the task. We are heading out into the field to learn more about what goes on around our city. The day for a refuge collector begins at 7:30 a.m. This particular morning, a staff member from the Risk Management Division dropped in for a brief training session.
All right, morning everyone.
Good morning, Mr. Don.
Hey, this morning we're gonna talk safety. We're gonna talk about heat stress. We haven't even hit mid-June. That's when it usually starts getting hot, but we're already in the 90s. And then when you add on top of that what it feels like, you put another 3 or 4 degrees on top of it.
After the meeting, the workers head out to their trucks and prep for the day. Today we'll be following 2 solid waste veterans, Albert Perez, who works in recycling, and Robert Garcia, who works in garbage on their different routes. Each prepares their vehicle for the day of work ahead.
We begin the day looking, as I say, we check our fuel fluids, look for the obvious, any kind of leaks coming from the arm, from the differentials. Make sure my rear camera is clean, as this is a CNG truck. I always check the pressure, make sure we got enough fuel for the day.
Been here for 24 years, and our task is to go and pick up carts, recycle carts for the residents of Corpus Christi.
Albert's first stop is hitting his assigned locations for the day to collect recyclables, while Robert heads to the landfill to dump his load from yesterday. While on the way to the landfill, he runs into a major problem.
I think we're having problems here. Yeah.
Robert calls for Ricardo, the technician from the Solid Waste Department, to come fix the issue.
No, when I came out, it smelled like coolant. See, it wasn't like that this morning. See, now it's starting to lower.
Or should I busted the belt?
We busted a belt. You can tell by the smells what's leaking. So right off the bat, when I got off the truck, I told you it was a coolant leak.
While Robert waits for the work on his truck to be finished, Albert has already started his route. Each day, a new route is given to the recycle drivers.
Route 71, which is our boundary from Weber, Ocean Drive, and Roberts. You see these trucks are one of the new trucks. They're rail trucks. I like them because they're easier to handle the recycle carts. Of course, we have our camera up here. I can see everything that's happening, okay? Here, the joystick, you grab it, grab your can, bring it in, you go up, see how easy it is, and you see it up there where it unloads everything, okay? You bring it back down, boom, seat it back out, got it. You see how they're separated right here? That's the way that the carts should be, just like this one here, 3 to 5 feet. That's a lot easier for the grabber. I won't be dropping cans, you know. See that? That works pretty good.
While most cans are good, occasionally refuse collectors must get out of their vehicle for varying reasons.
I guess you see our tags. You see? 3 feet away from garbage carts. Okay? So you tag it, you put it out the 3 feet.
Due to wear and tear, our refuse trucks and drivers are often delayed on their collection routes while the solid waste fleet mechanic works on the truck in the field. Once Robert's problem is fixed, he heads to the landfill to drop off and hit the road to take care of his route.
We work 5 days a week, so therefore the city is divided into 5 different sections. Those areas are divided up among maybe about 20 different routes, maybe 22, the very most. So we do have our map books. As you can see, the highlighted areas are our areas of responsibility for every different driver every day. Today we're on Route 76. As you can see, it's cracked. This is the problem that we have, is when they're cracked, they get caught onto the rubber strap, or sometimes they get caught onto the ends here and they get caught onto the bolts. And it makes it difficult to release. So what I'm gonna do is face it to where it won't catch the crack, and then all I can do is tag it and remind them that they can call for a replacement. So I hope it all falls in and won't fly away by balloon. Okay, now when we do for ADAs, we look at our list, and I have to write down the time that's collected, which is 10:32. Ooh, today they left us Hawaiian Punch. Anyway, typically that's where I go get it. Same with the recycle, they'll do the same thing. So.
Refuse collectors work tirelessly cleaning the city and educating the public to encourage proper procedures and recycling. The day is never truly done in a city of over 300,000 people producing waste. Rain or sunshine, you can guarantee the solid waste department is hard at work.
Somebody's got to clean the city, right?
The City of Corpus Christi Gas Department's Natural Advantage Home Rebate Program gives new and existing homeowners a chance at getting up to $750 in rebates. To qualify, applicants need a gas utility account with the city and a gas department inspection. Appliances must be installed and operational, and all rebate requests must be submitted within 6 months of installation. Be sure to keep your receipts for all gas line installations and appliance purchases. This program cannot be used with other programs like the Natural Gas Home Builder Rebate Program. For more information, call the gas department at 361-885-6910 or head over to the city's website, www.cctexas.com. The City of Corpus Christi Health District promotes healthy lifestyles and protects the health and quality for all residents. But did you know they also provide vital records? Folks needing a birth or death certificate can head over to the main Health District building on Horn Road near Greenwood. To obtain certified copies of the certificates, you must have proof of identification and be an immediate family member. And the event you're requesting documents for must have occurred in Corpus Christi. If not, contact the city where the birth or death occurred. For complete instructions on obtaining records or to order them online, head over to the city's website, www.cctexas.com, or call the Health District, 361-826-7229.
This week's feature is volunteering at Animal Care Services. The city offers volunteer opportunities with many departments, but none are as cuddly or cute as working with these canines, felines, and other interesting animals. Some areas to volunteer in are adoption events, cat and dog socialization, education, kennel cleaning, grooming and bathing, and assisting in the clinic. Volunteers must meet specific criteria to be accepted into the City of Corpus Christi Animal Care Services Volunteer Program. Download an application from the Animal Care Services webpage. Mail applications to Animal Care Services at 2626 Holly Road, Corpus Christi, Texas 78415. For other free or nearly free activities, visit cctexas.com.
The City of Corpus Christi's Police Department, Code Enforcement, and the Texas National Guard are teaming up to demolish old and dilapidated structures in our neighborhoods.
Local law enforcement, National Guardsmen, Officer Blue, and children from a nearby elementary came to watch the Texas National Guard do their work as they demolish an abandoned building on Cheyenne Street.
So Operation Crackdown gives the opportunity for the National Guard to come into the communities and help demolish these deplorable homes that are used for illicit activity.
This demolition is one of 20 that will take place in our city to rid neighborhoods of criminal activity and structural eyesores.
So it's great for the city, it's great for the community, especially when you have an elementary school like we have here in this case. Right across the street, there's this home. So it sends a message, right? It sends a message to the community, it sends a message to the kids, to our younger citizens that, you know, the community cares, that the city officials care for them in keeping our community safe.
Texas National Guard stepped in, helped us take back our neighborhoods. As you know, Corpus Christi believes that cleaning up the neighborhoods is the first step in stopping crime. And this speaks to the community spirit. Remember, it takes a community to make real change. We cannot police our way or arrest our way out of any issue. We need other resources to make things happen.
If you spot an old dilapidated home in your neighborhood, report it to 361-826-2489 or visit our website, www.cctexas.com.
Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Yvette Garcia-Jones.
Good news, Corpus Christi. Many residents will soon see increased water pressure. Thanks to water system improvements, water pressure is expected to improve, especially in northwest and south side Corpus Christi. With increased water pressure, even small leaks can become big problems. Check your property and fix any water leaks now before water and your money go down the drain. For more information, visit us at www.cctexas.com/water-pressure.
Hi, my name is Jesus Solis, traffic investigator for Corpus Christi Police Department. About every 20 minutes in Texas, someone is hurt or killed in a crash involving alcohol. In March 2017, there were 50 crash-related DWIs and 4 fatalities in Corpus Christi. In Texas, a person is legally intoxicated at 0.08 breath alcohol concentration, or BAC. A person is also intoxicated if impaired due to alcohol or other drugs, regardless of BAC. Drivers under the influence could face up to $17,000 in fines, fees, jail time, and could lose their driver's license. Think twice before you drink and drive. Whether you're the driver or passenger, you could be fined up to $500 for having an open container in a vehicle. Remember, it's illegal to consume any amount of alcohol if you are under the age of 21. Don't drink and drive. Plan ahead for a sober ride. Here's how you can stay safe if you have too much to drink. Designate a driver, call a cab, or spend the night where you are. Stay sober and safe, Corpus Christi. Don't drink and drive.
Have you ever wanted to help the city find solutions to problems in our community but don't know how? Look no further. You can volunteer on one of the city's many boards, committees, and commissions that help grow Corpus Christi. Each commission is comprised of citizen volunteers who have a passion for helping our city continue to grow. The City Council can't handle every issue from beginning to end, so that's where the boards, committees, and commissions come in. They focus on specific issues and help to regulate and manage city programs with their advice and expertise. Applicants must be residents in Corpus Christi when they apply and throughout their term. Being a city volunteer takes a lot of time and commitment, but you'll be playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of Corpus Christi. To apply, check out our website, www.cctexas.com.
This week's feature is Recreation Centers. Corpus Christi has 4 recreation centers: Joe Garza, Lindale, Oak Park, and Oso Recreation Center. The recreation centers offer a free after-school program for children 6 to 16 to engage in homework tutorials, arts and crafts, games, and special programs. Summer programs such as the Summer Programs and Recreation for Kids program, or SPARKS, offers activities such as arts and crafts, tournaments, board games, indoor and outdoor play, and guest speakers. Parks and Rec also offers Lunches on Us summer food service program that provides lunch and afternoon snacks free of charge for children 1 to 18 at several locations in the city. In the summer, each rec center is open from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, and during the school year, 3 to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. For more information, call 361-826-PLAY or visit cctexas.com.
I'm Lieutenant Michael Pena with the Special Investigations Section with the Corpus Christi Police Department. Did you know there were 758 cases of credit card abuse in 2017 and 13 documented cases of skimmers found in Corpus Christi? So what is a skimming device? Skimming devices are used by criminals to capture data from magnetic strips on the back of credit and debit cards. These devices are placed over the card reader or internally at gas pumps and ATMs to steal your information. When paying at the pump with a credit card, look at the security sticker and lock that is placed on the pump. If the tape has been broken or the lock has been damaged or punched, use a different pump. Here are some ways to help protect yourself from being the victim. Pay with cash. Use a prepaid loadable card. Pay inside at the register. When using your PIN number, cover the pad with your hand to protect your PIN from prying eyes and pinhole cameras. Also, monitor your accounts frequently to spot unauthorized purchases. Once fraud has been detected, contact your financial institution immediately. For more information, call the CCPD Crime Prevention Unit at 886-2768.
The city's health department strives to make Corpus Christi a healthier place. Aside from informing you on how to be healthy, they also inspect local venues for safety regulations.
The health department health inspectors go anywhere there's a kitchen that is used to serve the public. They also go to areas you may not be aware of.
Everyone's affected by the public health inspector because we do inspections on food service establishments, daycares, both adult and child, swimming pool inspections, septic facilities, both commercial and residential, and we also do public health nuisance complaints. So we fall under Municipal Ordinance 19, and we also fall under Ordinance 38, which is for the mobile food vendors. So those are the mobile food trucks that you see out and about, and all this relates to the Texas Health and Safety Code, Chapter 438.
From making sure restaurant kitchens are clean to checking for bacteria in local pools, the city health inspectors have a big job to do.
We have 7 inspectors, which cover 7 districts. So it's not just the city of Corpus. We also look at restaurants or other facilities throughout the whole county of Nueces. In addition, we also do community outreach, public health education. We are a part of emergency preparedness. So with Hurricane Harvey, we did do a lot of going out there to the communities, making sure that the restaurants didn't have effect to their food, and if they did, we made sure that they disposed of it correctly. That's just an example of other things that we do.
Your home kitchen may not be under inspection, but there are 4 basic principles you should follow to keep your family safe. Clean. Wash all foods and kitchen utensils before using. Separate. Keep different foods separate from each other to avoid cross-contamination. Cook. Make sure all foods being cooked are at the proper time and temperature. And chill. Chill your leftovers as soon as possible and make sure not to eat leftovers 3 to 4 days after cooking. If you want to learn more about the inspection system and see scores of local businesses, head to our website, www.cctexas.com.
Reporting for the city of Corpus Christi, I'm Yvette Garcia Jones.
This week's feature is a walk along the bayfront. Soak up the sunshine by taking a walk along the seawall and looking out into the Corpus Christi Bay. There are a lot of great places you can check out along the bayfront that runs from the Water Gardens down to McGee Beach. Enjoy a walk through the solar system and take in some larger-than-life art pieces along the bayfront. Stop and watch the boats leave the Corpus Christi Marina or take in the sights of local businesses and eateries along the T-heads. Don't forget to stop by the Salina Memorial statue while you're in the area. You can check out the Corpus Christi Visitor Center for local attraction information or head to one of the local parks that runs along the bayfront. If you don't feel like walking, you can grab a rideshare bike from one of the bike racks conveniently set up along the bayfront. Your first hour of the ride is free. For more information, visit us at www.cctexas.com.
Oh, they did? Okay. Oh.
Where these people live.
Where my glasses are. There we go. Visit more on that. That's a planning 101, urban planning 101 discussion.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. On one of the executive session items, number 25 was bridge, 26 was the personnel. Item 26, we were back working with some folks to come up with the tentative schedule to begin the interview process with the finalist and city management process. And tentative, and I mean at this point it's tentative, but just so you know, we're trying to let you know what we're doing. We're looking at the dates of the 14th, 15th, and 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
To begin the process on a Sunday afternoon, the 14th, 15th, and then the 16th, confirming the dates of their availability. I think that has been. We want to confirm it now that the consensus was all of us are here, that we have a scheduled council meeting on the 16th, which should not be interrupted, maybe have to move it up and down by time, but we should continue to have a regular council meeting on that date. And if the consultants that are helping us put this, just the logistics of it together, can get back to us this afternoon before we adjourn, we'll make that announcement what the public schedule is. So just let you know we're moving forward, and part of the challenge, and this is for those that say there's nothing to do in Corpus Christi, is that when you look at the calendars between now and June in Corpus Christi, there's not many free dates left to do anything. So if we didn't do it this quickly, it would be the end of May or June before we could do it, based on all of the different activities, school graduations, all of the activities. So we're trying to get this resolved as quickly as possible. But if they come back with us and have it finalized, we'll try to get it to you this afternoon. If not, we'll do it tomorrow. The other item, just information, so that gets us back to item F on our agenda, City Manager's Report. Mr. Selman, you've been waiting a long time to get here to this report. Sorry about that.
It won't live up to Mayor, we will not be having a utility billing update this afternoon. Just so the report.
Meter just rolled over to another day.
He had a medical.
All right.
Yep. We do have three things I want to brief the council on. One you heard about earlier, the week of the young child. The La Retama Central Library will be celebrating the Soaring with Dinosaurs Saturday, April 13th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's Saturday, April 13th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and that's at the La Retama Soaring with Dinosaurs. There's a new program that we've just started recently over at the Corpus Christi Animal Care Services Department and the facilities over there. It is Wolf Readers. We've had over 100 children come in and read to the animals in the shelter. It's a program's great success and a lot of fun, and that is occurring over on Holly Road. That's on Thursdays from 4 to 5. On Thursdays from 4 to 5 over at the facilities at 2626 Holly Road, and that's the Wolf Reader program. And then finally, a quick update on some activities occurring. We're going to be having a public meeting on the residential street rebuild project. This is from the 2016 bond. This will be in District 4, be located at the Garden Senior Center at 5325 Greeley Drive. And this is Monday, April 15th. Monday, April 15th, the Garden Senior Center, 5325 Greeley Drive, from 5:30 to 7. From 5:30 to 7 that evening. And this will be a public meeting on the residential street rebuilding program. And that concludes my report, Mayor.
All right. Is anybody here from the Texas Municipal League retirement system? We can have that? All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Constance Sanchez. I'm the Interim Assistant City Manager. And today we have Anthony Mills with the Texas Municipal Retirement System who will be providing us an update on TMRS. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mills right now.
All right.
Thank you very much, Constance. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Anthony Mills, Senior Regional Manager with the Texas Municipal Retirement System. It's a pleasure to be here again with you again this year. I know I bring greetings from all the staff at TMRS. It's an honor for us to be able to visit with elected officials at any of our cities, and especially one of our largest cities in TMRS. This evening, what I'd like to do is give you a briefing that will bring you up to date with where you've been since the last year and where you are as of today. For the new council members, what I'd like to do today for you is the presentation is going to give you a general overview, but I'll be happy to drill into any specifics that you'd like to go into about the plan. But I do believe that we'll give you enough information for you to get a good idea of how it works, and for those of you who have been here and understand where you are. I think the data that we'll talk about today will serve what we're here for, and that is to give you an update on TMRS. It has been since 1950 that the city of Corpus Christi has been a participant in TMRS. So for almost 70 years, you've had generations of employees who've given dedicated service to this city, and in that regard, those employees who've worked long enough to qualify for retirement benefit, you've had those employees retire now for generations, for almost 7 decades. Folks have come to work for this city who've retired, who've drawn a lifetime retirement benefit, and that benefit is funded, as it has always been, by the employees, by the city, and by the investment returns that TMRS gets on the contributions that come from both the employees and from the city itself. In the presentation today, what I want to make sure that you get out of it is where the plan is as of today. When you look at the plan design that you have in place, I want to make sure that you understand why it's costing what it costs. I want to make sure that you understand in relation to the other cities that are in TMRS what you look like, Corpus Christi by the numbers. I want to make sure that you have a good idea of where you're headed in TMRS, and then make myself available for any specific questions that you've got about the plan itself. When you look at TMRS, we have 887 cities that participate. Corpus Christi, as I mentioned, is one of the oldest cities in TMRS. You've been in since 1950. Most cities, towns, and villages throughout this state participate in TMRS. You'll notice that there are some of the largest cities in the state that have their own pension plans. The city of Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, El Paso, and Galveston, to name a few. They have their own retirement plans. And I will point out, not to toot our own horn, but when you look at the cities of Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, some of you, if you pay attention to media reports about pension plans, they've had their struggles. And some of their struggles have come from not having done some of the work that TMRS has done for more than a decade now. We've been proactive in making sure that each of the 887 cities in TMRS, that they're on track to be fully funded plans, meaning that they will have set aside all of the appropriate assets to make all of the committed benefits that they've made in their plan design, regardless of the economic demographics at any of our cities, including Corpus Christi. Every city in TMRS is either on track to be fully funded, and we've got over 200 of the 887 cities that are already fully funded or overfunded in the system. And if you remember nothing else that I say today, there are a couple things that I want you to take away from what we talk about. TMRS, for each of our cities, we bring no mandates to you about what your plan design should look like. You tell us locally what your plan design should look like from the menu of options that are available, and we'll talk about those options today. You tell us what the plan should look like at the local level, and as I've already mentioned, I want to make sure that you understand that TMRS, we've been proactive in the changes that we've made in the design of our program. But ultimately, what I want to make sure you understand is that the actuarial funding method, the mechanics that we have that undergird our program, ensures that every city, regardless of your plan design, regardless of your demographics, you're on track to be fully funded. And those are a couple things I want to make sure that you remember, and we'll come back to it a couple times before we conclude today. When you look at the makeup of the membership in TMRS, we have over 111,000 active contributing employees. Of the 111 active contributing employees, the city of Corpus Christi, you've got over 2,400 who participate in TMRS. 62,000 retirees and survivors who are drawing a pension benefit. You've got over 2,200 who are drawing a pension benefit from TMRS. We are governed by a 6-member board of trustees appointed by the governor and approved by the Texas Senate. That 6-member board of trustees, they take their fiduciary responsibility very seriously. And as I've mentioned, over the last decade, you can see that TMRS has made some of the most substantive changes that we had ever made in our history. But what we told cities when we began making changes a decade or so ago, we told them that it would be a bitter pill to swallow today, but we would ensure that we're on track to make sure that we could come back to you and say we're on the right track. And we can say that a decade later, that we are still on the right track. And that's for each of the cities in TMRS, including the city of Corpus Christi. Our cities vary. They vary in their makeup. They vary in size. The city of San Antonio is our largest city in TMRS. Corpus Christi is about our 3rd largest city. You go back and forth with the city of Arlington. Some days, some months, it could be that Corpus Christi moves into that 2nd slot, and then you trade places in the poll with the city of Arlington. So you go back and forth, and I've actually got a slide in the presentation that shows you where you rank among our cities. But we have more than 15 cities that actually have more than 1,000 employees. When we look at the makeup, we have some cities that have just 1 employee, 12 of them that has just 1 employee. But the math works the same for any of our cities. Again, What I mentioned to you that I want you to take away from today is that the funding methodology that we use ensures that our plan allows our cities to advance fund the future benefits that you've promised to the employees in the plan design that you've put in place in TMRS. When we look at Corpus Christi and TMRS, I mentioned to you where you stand as far as the number of active employees and retirees in relation to the system-wide numbers, just so that you can see where you stand with the other financials versus the system-wide numbers. The TMRS trust fund value right now, well, as of the last valuation, was $28.3 billion. Our latest valuation will be adopted at our May board meeting. That number should be around $30 billion now. But as of the last valuation that we have good numbers for, $28.3 billion. And when we look at the benefit accumulation fund, those are the assets that the city of Corpus Christi has on file with TMRS. As of that last valuation, it was $719.8 million. Now, in relation to the makeup of your workforce as it stands in relation to the system overall and the retirees in relation to the system overall, you can see that it's proportionate. You make up about 2.25% of the active workforce and about 3.5% of the retirees. And you can see that of the assets, you make up about 2.54% of the total assets out of that $28.3 billion as of the last valuation. TMRS, the total employer contributions, when we look at the monies that the cities have sent into TMRS as of the last valuation, $836 million. Corpus Christi's employer contribution during that last valuation was $25.5 million. Again, proportionate. You can see that's about 3% of the overall employer contributions that Corpus Christi made. And the TMRS, we credit it as of the last valuation that we have good numbers for, 13.05% to the city's accounts. And that totaled about $3.3 billion. When you look at Corpus Christi's share, again, being proportionate, all cities got the same interest credit. That amounted to $84.3 million. When converted to percentage, about 2.57% of the overall dollars that were credited to our cities. So the point of this slide is to make sure that you see that it's a proportionate deal. All of our cities share and get the same interest credits. All of our cities have their own demographics to figure out what their actual liabilities are, what their assets are. But when you look at it, it's a proportionate benefit. And the contributions, the assets, the liabilities, you can see that it doesn't fall too far out of line to the proportionate makeup that you have in the overall membership in TMRS. When you look at your actual plan design, you can see the provisions that you have adopted in your plan. I do understand that some of the slides you're not going to see very well, so I included in the packet that was handed out to you some of the forms that you would not be able to see very well. I think you can make good sense of it there in the packet. You'll see bullet point by bullet point the different provisions that this city has adopted over the years. I've mentioned to you your participation date being 1950, January of 1950. The employee deposit rate is now 7%. That was one of the major changes that you've made to your plan recently that took effect January of 2019. You'll notice that the city's matching ratio has been 2-to-1 since 1973. The vesting requirements, 5 years of service. For those who are new to the council, we discussed this last time. I won't spend a whole lot of time on it, but to make sure that you get it, and for those of you who were here, let me just remind you that all employees must be vested in TMRS in order to ever be eligible to retire and draw a benefit. 5 years is what it takes. For those who come from the private sector, whenever you hear vesting, it generally means that an employee can terminate from that employer and is eligible to take any contributions that he's made toward retirement along with the employer's contributions, whether he's eligible to retire or not. That's not what it means in TMRS. I mentioned to you that it's a joint deal in that the employee pays for a portion of retirement and the city pays for a portion of retirement. When an employee at Corpus Christi is vested, it simply means this: that employee has worked now long enough to eventually qualify for a retirement benefit. Age 60 and vested is one way to qualify. So 5 years of service and age 60 would be one way to qualify. The other way would be, here at Corpus Christi, would be to get 20 years of service credit in, and at any age that employee is eligible to retire. That's the way that you establish eligibility. And in TMRS, a person who retires, we mean they've terminated and are now ready to draw a lifetime monthly benefit. That is where we're going to convert the cash balances that the member has paid in and that the city has set aside in the matching dollars to a lifetime monthly stream of income. That's what that means in TMRS. So vesting means qualifying, or you've worked long enough to eventually qualify for a retirement benefit, a lifetime monthly benefit, where the employer's contributions would be then used to help calculate that retirement benefit. That's what it means in TMRS. You also have some other provisions that are important for me to mention to you. You'll notice on the snapshot that I've circled a couple items, actually 3 different items that I've circled. I circled the 7% deposit rate change that you made in 2019, January of 2019, and I've also circled the 100% updated service credit auto readopt and the 70% annuity increase auto readopt. That's the COLA provision. Those 2 particular provisions you've adopted now on a repeating ordinance. The auto readopt, that's what that means. And at this point, let me say this. What the city did in January of 2019, in addition to adopting the 7% deposit rate for employees, it had been 6% since 2005. From 1966 to 2005, it was 5%. In 2005, you went to 6%. And then in 2019, you went to 7%.
So how much difference is that in money?
It amounts to about $5 million in liability just for the 7% change. But you see the circle for the updated service credit and the cost of living adjustment. The change in the liability for the updated service credit and the COLA, especially for the cost of living adjustment, is substantially more than making the change for the 7% deposit. Mainly because when you talk about the cost of living adjustment, Mayor, the cost of living adjustment, just like TMRS, we fully disclose and are transparent with all the liabilities that you make up in your plan for the base retirement annuity, so that by the time an employee gets to retirement, the city has already set aside the appropriate assets to convert that member's benefit to a lifetime benefit. The cost of living adjustment, if you adopt those cost of living adjustments on an ad hoc one-time basis, you're not getting the benefit of advance funding the cost of the future cost of living adjustments. But when you go to a repeating ordinance, what you're now doing is you're saying to the system, we have a cost of living adjustment and we anticipate continuing to have a cost of living adjustment. So what TMRS is going to do is we're going to show you those liabilities, the present value of those future liabilities, and as those benefits come due, the cost of the future COLAs, not just for the 22 some odd hundred employees who've retired already, but for the percentage of those of your 2,400 workforce who will eventually retire. We want the city to advance fund the cost of those future COLAs. And that is a lot more substantial than making simply the change to the 7% deposit rate. And we have other data inside the packet that we're about to talk about that will go into the difference in the numbers, what you've been paying and what your new numbers actually look like. I think it's a couple slides from now.
Good. I just want you to be very clear on what this change from 6 to 7 is costing us on an annual basis, and what this 70% annual auto readopt cost. Because it sounds to me like we are headed straight to bankruptcy.
Well, I can certainly appreciate your view on that, Mr. Mayor. But as far as the cost of the plan, I will point out to you, the city is to be commended. Your staff, what they had done before making the change on the 7% deposit, they didn't just haphazardly make the change, that the change was coming, and that the city had continually adopted cost of living adjustments and updated service credits on one-time basis without it being reflected truly on the actuarial funding side of the house. When you looked at your rate letters that we would send out to you each year, your old plan design that you had in place, if you take away the circled items that I have on that snapshot, your old plan design at 6% with a one-time cost of living adjustment with a one-time COLA would have looked as if you were 92% funded. Your rate would have been under 9%, pardon me, under 10%. But that wasn't the reality. It wasn't the reality because since 2011, the city had been adopting cost of living adjustments and updated service credits. But to make sure that the city was appropriately funding that and trying to get the benefit of advance funding that, the city had begun stair-stepping its way back to what they would ultimately end up adopting, which would be a repeating ordinance for those updated service credits and COLAs. And our recommendation to the city would have certainly been that that's the more responsible approach to take. Because what you would have found, Mayor, if you continue to adopt them on a one-time basis, the COLA or the updated service credit, if you adopt those on a one-time basis, the cost continues to increase because you're not getting the benefit of setting aside the dollars today to earn interest on over the career of the employee. You're simply adopting one-time COLAs for the current retirees without setting anything aside for the future retirees. But when you adopt it on a repeating ordinance, now those liabilities are there for you to see. And now what you get to do in the rate that you pay into TMRS is just like you're fully funding the base annuity, you're getting to set those dollars aside in advance for those future COLAs. So that's very different than saying your rate is going to continue to escalate, because what we project is that your rate is going to stay level going forward. And for your concern about what it's going to actually cost the city, I will go back to this, that the city still has at its disposal all of the tools in the toolkit in controlling the cost of your plan. Those decisions are made locally. Now, I know that this city, in your collective bargaining agreements, that's a negotiated deal sometime. But as far as what TMRS is telling you, from where we sit, this city has all the options available to control future costs. You can make changes prospectively when you look down the road in the future. Future councils would still have those options to control costs.
All right. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. You finished your presentation, but
okay.
I take exception to what you just said, because last time we had some options. You said, we asked about options, and you said that didn't available. We'll ask them again. Go ahead.
All right. And I think this is probably the slide that you're talking about. When you look at the plan provisions, when you look at this, one of the things I want to make sure that you see in this first column, showing the different plan provisions. When we talk about the plan design, we're talking about the different provisions that you've adopted in your plan. And the plan provisions up top that circle, these are the different makeups of your plan that ultimately ends up building out what your plan costs. When you look at the workforce and you look at your retirees, this ultimately ends up determining what the economic demographics are at this city and what they ultimately end up costing the city to fund the benefits. When you look at the deposit rate, that 6% deposit rate that you had in place, I put an arrow there because that was one of the changes that you made in your plan design. The updated service credit provision, even though under that current plan, and here's what I want you to know about this current plan, you can almost disregard the current plan because this is what you had on paper, because these were the provisions that you had actually adopted. You had only adopted the updated service credit on a one-time basis. So it would look as if there are no additional updated service credits happening, that there would be no additional cost of living adjustments happening. So when we sent the financials to you, and this came directly from our valuation data, it would look this way. But that's not the reality. That's not what your city administration, they knew that this city had continually adopted ad hoc, one-time cost of living adjustments, one-time COLAs, but that you were going to continue to adopt them. And so when you look at these provisions, it is column 1, plan 1, that is actually the cost of the plan that you had been adopting from 2011 leading up to 2018 before you made the final change that is column 2. But to get back to it, Mayor, the plan provisions, the matching ratio, 2-to-1. You've got updated service credit, the transfer updated service credit. You've got the annuity increase or the COLA provision. You've got 20-year any age retirement. You've got the vesting requirement. And if I remember correctly, Mr. Mayor, when we were here last year, you did ask questions about the 20-year. Could that be changed? That is something that cannot be increased back to 25 years. Once upon a time, it was 25 years. Now it is 20 years, and you cannot go back up on that. The deposit rate itself, the deposit rate could be decreased, but you do have to get 2/3 of the employee workforce to approve a reduction in the employee deposit rate. You had been 6%, you are now 7%. When you look at the matching ratio is something that a future council could look at. Did you want to have a less than 2-to-1 match that you've had in place since 1973? I'll point out to you that that's not the biggest bang for the buck. It's not the real cost of the plan, because all 2,400 employees who have worked and paid in, all of the liability that you have on the books today is because they've been at 2-to-1 their career so far. So those liabilities are already there for the city to fund. It would only be from that point going forward that you would be less than 2-to-1 should the city or future council choose to change the match. But that's one of the tools that's in the toolkit. When you look at the annuity increase provision, the COLA provision, as I've alluded to already, that is one of the provisions that there is a real cost. There's no other way to say it. There's a real cost. And if you follow what I mentioned to you a moment ago, when you look at cost of living adjustments, we look at every year and the change in the inflation index to figure out what percentage of that inflation change will your retirees see an increase. Now, if you're talking just about the 2,200 employees who've already retired, that's one thing. And if you adopt it on an annual basis, a one-time annual basis, That's not a whole lot of liability, relatively speaking. If you're going to compare that to, we are going to continually adopt yearly ad hoc cost of living adjustments, because you're not getting the benefit, as I've mentioned a couple times already, of setting aside dollars to advance fund the year after and the year after, and those ongoing COLAs for retirees today and for those who will retire who are currently working. Right? When you take into account going to a repeating ordinance, there's a substantial change in the difference in the financials. When you look at Plan 1, because that's really what you had in effect before you made your final plan change in January of 2019, these are the two columns that you should really compare, because you had continually adopted ad hoc updated service credits and COLAs. And when you look at the financials, the rate, the difference in the rate, 20.66% versus 24.61%. And when you look at the difference in the unfunded actuarial accrued liability, 204 million versus 255 million. Of the 255 million, about 5 million of it, 5.5 thereabout, is related to the 7% change itself. The bulk of the rest of it comes from the COLA provision primarily, and then also the updated service credit. But when you keep in mind that what TMRS does, the change in your rate, the dynamic change in your rate because of the plan change, has to do with the new liabilities that you've put on the books. We still are going to amortize those unfunded actuarial accrued liabilities on a fixed schedule. And when you look at your rate, pay attention in the middle of the page, you'll notice that your rate, the normal cost of your rate regardless of the plan, on Plan 1 or 2, it's not that major a difference, between the 8.3% versus the 9.68%. But your prior service rate, you can see the cost from 12.36% to 14.93%. This is the catch-up. These are the catch-up dollars that the city needs to set aside now for the change in your liability. We've still got it on this fixed amortization schedule, but because your assets don't change, your actual assets still look the same. And when we look at those assets, your assets, 698, right at $699 million you have on the books. That's the same regardless of your plan design. But your liabilities have changed. Once you've made that plan change that took effect in Plan 2, you've got total liability change of $954 million. You've got right at $700 million on account to cover those assets. The difference is the 255. And that is what's on the fixed amortization schedule to bring you to fully funded status at the end of the 25-year schedule. When you're looking long term, we anticipate your rate to stay fairly level. The 7% deposit is the highest deposit you can have. The 2-to-1 match is the highest match you can have. You've got your repeating ordinances in place for the updated service credit and the cost of living adjustment. And if it turns out that this is the plan that Corpus Christi wants to be in place for its workforce and its retirees, you'll know that the system, the actuarial funding method that undergirds this program, is going to trend you back to a 100% funded ratio. That's the difference between those assets and the liabilities. And when you're looking long term, here's what would happen at the end of the 25-year schedule. Some would ask, okay, once we're 100% funded, does that mean that our rate is zero? No, it would not be zero. But your prior service rate would be zero. because now you've amortized all of the benefits that you had not yet funded, and you fully funded those benefits. But at the end of that 25-year amortization schedule, you would pay your normal cost, and the normal cost of your plan would be about the 9.68% of your payroll. And that would be that rate going forward. So when you're thinking truly long-term about what your plan will look like, what I want to impress upon you is that you're on track to be fully funded, again, regardless of the plan design, regardless of the actual unfunded liabilities that you have in place today. Our schedule ensures that you're going to continually pay down that unfunded liability to zero. And when we look a little farther, I can show you, I'll come back to these slides, that amortization schedule. You can see when we look at your total amortization, it will be out to about the year 2043. When you look 25 years into the future, you'll see that that unfunded liability, the $255 million, will have trended its way back down to zero. But again, that does not mean that there's not a rate that you would pay. There would still be normal costs going forward. But for all the benefits that you have put on the table and the liabilities that you've added to your plan, those liabilities would be fully funded. And here's where I'd also make a distinction. Whenever you hear about plans that are broken, whenever you hear about plans that are headed toward ruin, you're hearing about plans that are not on a fixed amortization schedule. They're funded into infinity and will never be fully funded. That's not what we have here. That's not what we have for any of the 887 cities in TMRS. Every city in TMRS will wind its way back to 100% funded. And when you look further at the amortization schedule, because I know you can't read this on the screen, I did include one in your packet. Let me just point out to you that the total amortization schedule is going to be toward the far right side of this page, the total payment. But what I'd also like to point out to you, and you can, I think it's illustrated very well here, you'll see that there are ladders of cost that you've incurred when you started to adopt the ad hoc cost of living adjustments. Let me point out to you what TMRS does. Instead of you paying a % of payroll because you've adopted it on a one-time basis, what we do is we have you pay a level dollar, that's the same dollar amount each year, and we shorten that amortization schedule. We're more aggressive in having you fund that portion of your liability. And you have those on ladders, and you can see those different ladders depending on the year that you've adopted these cost of living adjustments and the updated service credits. But the final change that you've made in 2019, you can see how that total liability, how it starts to trend downward towards zero once you've found your way down to the end of that 25-year schedule. These are the numbers that back up what you saw in the previous slide, trending that unfunded actuarial accrued liability to zero. I had a few other slides that I had just gone past, but I have said it in Word already. Let me just mention to you again that those yearly ad hoc adoptions that you had been making, when you compare that to the advanced funding policy that we have when you have a repeating benefit in place, ultimately you would end up with a substantially higher rate than you otherwise would have had you put the repeat on file with TMRS to begin with, which is what you did in January of 2019. And as I said, the city is to be commended for having taken the approach that you did, in that the city was already actually making higher contributions to TMRS than was required by our rate letter that we send to you each year. that valuation, it gave you the numbers as if you were not going to continue to adopt cost of living adjustments, if you were not going to adopt updated service credits. But your staff knew that that's what you were going to continue to do. And back around, I believe it was 2014, the city began making more contributions than you were required. And I've got a slide to demonstrate that. When you look at the historical rates, you could look from 2007 till about 2011, and you'll notice that the required rate for Corpus to make into TMRS and the actual rate, they're the same. But when you look at what started to happen in 2012, the rates, when you look at the required rate that we would send you in the rate letter versus what you actually began paying, because we saw that you were going to continue to do the repeats, and your staff knew that that was the plan, that you were going to continue to adopt that, and the responsible approach would have been to put more money on account with TMRS so that the rate doesn't continue to get away from you. That was what happened with the additional contributions that the city made into the system. And you can see how that trended out, where you began stair-stepping your way back to where you are today. And that was the responsible approach versus what the rate letter would have told you you were required to do. Because in reality, you knew ongoing you were going to continue to adopt the cost of living adjustments and the updated service credits. When you look a little farther, you compare where the city of Corpus Christi is to the other cities with more than 1,000 employees. I don't know just how much this slide actually tells you, because when you look at it, every city's demographics, they're different. When you look at the ratio of active employees to retirees, that's different. That actually matters. This city is right at a 1-to-1 ratio of active employees to retirees. The greater the difference is between the actives to the retirees, usually the lower that rate is going to be. The plan options that you've adopted, they matter, and how you've gone about adopting them. The city that I think comes as close to Corpus as any would be the city of Mesquite, because they also turned off repeating ordinances, but continually adopted ad hocs on a yearly basis. Their rate would have continued to increase, and if not making any additional contributions to TMRS, that rate continues to go up, because at the end of the day, as I mentioned to you earlier, the benefits, they cost what they cost. In TMRS, we're transparent with the liabilities that you incur in your plan. We're responsible in the approach that we take for having you fully fund the benefits that you've put on the table and have committed to your workforce and your retirees. And in every scenario, you're going to see that all of our cities, again, are on track to get back there. I've said it a couple times. Today's council, your council, and future councils will still have all the tools available to make any type of plan change that you see appropriate. TMRS, we do not tell our cities what their plan design should be. Our cities tell us. Now, you do take into account local affairs, including your collective bargaining agreements. That can impact the negotiated plan design. I think that had a lot to do with where you ended up making your plan change as of January 2019. But you have those options. You even have the option of closing the plan off to new hires. I think one of the questions that we had last year this time was, could we tier the plan? There are no tiers in TMRS. All employees have to be in at the same deposit rate, same matching ratio, same plan design for all employees. But you do not have the option to, you do have the option, if you chose to turn off the plan to new hires. I will point out to you in no uncertain terms that that would be the most draconian approach that you could take to having a sustainable plan. One of the things that I've tried to stress is that future councils will always have the option to make prospective changes, and that changes the cost of the plan. If this city were to, say, close the plan to new employees, I mentioned to you earlier the level dollar for the ad hoc adoptions. We would also go level dollar if the city were to close the plan to new employees. So that $255 million liability, you would pay a level dollar for that for a shorter than 25-year amortization schedule. That means out of pocket, the city would pay substantially more, and it would be the same every year until you paid off the liabilities for that plan. But it's not as simple as that, because if you are going to compare what the actual level dollar amount that you would be paying, that would be significantly more than the percentage of payroll that you would have been paying had you stayed in the plan under its current design or making any type of prospective plan change. Additionally, what you would see is that because the income is decreasing, because you're not adding new employees into the system, you're looking at diminishing income, and that is increasing. That's going to increase what is coming out of the city's pocket as a percent of payroll that you would be making into the system.
All right, let's take a break. I imagine they've got a lot of questions. You've unloaded a lot of information on us here. Let's give you a break and us a break to ask some questions. Anybody got? Mr. Hunter has one. Mr. Barrera.
Thank you. So there's a big concern, and I think we've probably already talked about this last time, but let's just go by the federal standards. Your minimum retirement age in 1948 was 55. And in 1970, it became 57. And every year after that, I guess that's remained the minimum retirement age. The problem is the average lifespan from a man and a lady is 64 at 1948, and the ladies, of course, outlived us to 70. Now, when they stopped changing the rules in 1970, and they put the minimum retirement age at 57, men have only grown 3 years in their average retirement. Women had grown almost another 5 years. Good job. The problem is that number has stayed there since 1970, and now we have an average age for men at 76 and an average age for ladies at 81. I figure they're whooping us, but it puts us in a lot of binds. So when is the federal government, and from your perspective, going to change that? And then the reason I'm bringing that up, there's a little sarcasm, I know that we can't control that, is we have here on the USA Today site in BizFluent saying that the average matching contribution ratio is 65.3 cents per dollar. Ours is $2 per dollar. So, and I used to do a little bit of this. It was very rare that we came across a 2 to 1, especially after 5 years fully tenured. But I do like that we can't. If you leave, you don't get all that. Is that correct? Isn't that what you said earlier?
I did. That's correct. If an employee were to terminate and refund, he only gets the dollars that he's contributed, none of the dollars that the city has set aside. Those dollars would become basically an actuarial gain for the city.
And that's between 1 and 5 years? Or is that between 5 and 20?
At any time frame, if an employee quits and terminates and refunds, he's forfeiting any dollars that the city...
Before he receives his tenureship, but once he receives it at 5 years, he gets to retain it, no.
No, if he terminates and refunds, he loses the dollars that the city had set aside for him, and those dollars stay on account for the rest of the pool for Corpus Christi employees.
Gotcha.
So that's a savings. As far as the life expectancy, Councilman, the life expectancy tables that TMRS uses, we use the RP 2000 mortality tables. They're intergenerational, meaning that we've already built in for future improvements in mortality. We're already accounting for that. And mortality actually matters a lot in TMRS because that's one of the real factors that we use to calculate the retirement benefit. You could get 2 employees who work here at Corpus Christi who started on the same day, both worked, let's say, exactly 20 years with the exact same salary all 20 years. We're a cash balance plan. They could both end up with the same cash balance, but let's say on day 1 that first employee was 20 years old and the second employee was 40. Now they're 40 and 60. The 60-year-old gets a larger benefit even though they had the exact same cash balance, and it has to do with what you were mentioning, the mortality. We use mortality, the life expectancy, to actually figure out what that annuity purchase rate, when we convert those cash balances to a lifetime benefit, we look at how long that person is expected to live to figure out how to divide that pot of money. And the older employee would get a larger benefit, but it's going to last a lifetime for both. One of the very final points that I wanted to make sure that I pointed out to you as a governing body, and it's important that you know, if you got to the place that a decision was being deliberated as to whether or not it would ever make sense to close the plan that has been, again, open for almost 70 years, I'll point out to you that the one thing that would ultimately end up hamstringing a future council would be making that type of decision. Because what would ultimately come back, it would get to be a lot more cost prohibitive for a future council to come back into TMRS if you ever close it off to new employees.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
The extra 2%, so it's in 6%.
Mayor, your mic's on.
Mr. Barrera?
Okay, I was just sworn in January. So I guess it's a defined contribution of 7%. The employee only has a choice of 7%.
The employee only has the option to pay in 7%. All employees have to pay in. And Councilman, let me just mention to you that you mentioned defined contribution plan. It looks more like a defined contribution plan, and you must have some real relation to understanding these things, because cash balance plans look a lot more like a defined contribution plan, which is typically going to be a 401k, 457, 403b, those type of plans. It's the money that goes in and grows that ultimately ends up determining what the benefit is. But what makes ours a defined benefit plan is that we actually are going to convert that to a lifetime benefit, and we've got the formula in place that ensures that it's going to last a lifetime. So technically, under the tax code, our plan is a defined benefit plan, but you're right in that it looks more like a defined contribution plan.
In other words, well, in my mind, a defined benefit plan is going to be based on years of service, X amount of salary during the final 3 years or final 5 years or whatever. To me, that's what I would foresee. But I understand what you mean. I mean, in essence, it's just based particularly an annuity that's funded at 7. The employee funds it at 7%. We're inserting our 2-to-1 match.
That's correct.
Okay, so now, but we're providing a cost of living adjustment. So I don't understand what's a 70% annuity increase. So tell me how that relates to a cost of living adjustment.
The title of the provision can be a bit misleading. You certainly are not going to grant a 70% increase in the COLA. What the 70% refers to, it is the percentage of the change in the consumer price index. We use the Department of Labor's CPIU, and if, let's say, inflation has changed 3%, if you've got a 70% annuity increase provision in effect. 70% times that 3% change is a 2.1%. If that same inflation index had changed 2% that year, it would be 1.4%. And you follow how that would work.
Excellent, excellent. Well, you've done a real good job in explaining my question. So particularly, so we're funding on a monthly basis 24.61% of payroll.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, Councilman Barrera answered some of my questions, but I mean, just to put it in simple terms, you're basically saying, give us more money and you'll be fine. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, what I'm saying is that the rate that you pay for the benefit design that you've got in place now, it costs more now than under the old plan design that you had in place. And what we anticipate is for the percent of payroll that you're paying in now, under that plan 2 that you saw in the 3 different plans, that rate, we would anticipate that rate staying fairly steady. So it's not necessarily going to be more. You could have plan experience that your rate actually decreases, because we conduct evaluation of your plan each year to see what your actual plan experience has been versus what we assumed it would be. But we do anticipate that rate to stay fairly steady.
Okay, so the way I understood it is that we're kind of prepaying for cost of living increases.
That's correct.
Throughout this term, so we can have a lower cost percentage as you go forward, just based on what your description of.
On that particular piece of the benefit,
so
yes.
In actual dollars, what does that mean to us in an annual basis that the city is going to have to come up with?
Okay, your staff can probably give you more
Give me a
exact dollar amounts, but what I can tell you is that based on your valuation payroll, the valuation payroll this year is about $129 million. And when you look at that percent of payroll, and I hadn't done the math on it, 24.61% versus 20.66%. That's the difference.
And that's with the prepaying of the cost of living.
And you're prepaying, and
now, do we have to do that?
Yes, you do.
I thought we had options. We don't have options.
Well, what you've got, and let me be explicit about this. I don't think I said it, but let me be explicit about it. The contribution rate, the required contribution rate in TMRS, by statute, all of our cities have to pay the required contribution rate. And that's actually where you want to be. When you hear about the plans that are broken, it's because they don't make that required contribution rate.
Okay, so we're going from the current plan of 9.5% of total payroll to 24.61%. Is that what, I mean, this is what I'm seeing in this plan.
Okay, and let me, if I wasn't explicit enough, I asked you to disregard the current plan because that was not in reality what had ever been happening. Because the city had been adopting.
Okay, but that is the 20% that you saw on this particular sheet right here that we've been paying on top of what was required, which was at the 10% levels for the last, between 10 and 11%. Is that correct? So we've been paying.
I'm sorry, but that's based on if the required deposit rate for the employee was 7%.
Right.
It's also based on no COLA.
That's correct. That's correct. So I mean, this is just, I mean, what we're looking at in terms of what we have to pay on top of it, we have to budget for this.
Exactly, right? But the COLA now also because of the retirees. It's just he's already explained it.
Right.
I'm just trying to give it to you in a little bit more layman's terms.
Well, I understand what's happening. I just want to make sure that he's telling us so we all understand it. Okay.
Then Councilman, let me go back so that I'm clear. The reason that I ask you to disregard, and this was a concern that we had about even having this column here, is that Corpus Christi's plan has never truly been zero COLA, zero updated service credit. The plan had been column 1. Column 1 is what you had been truly doing in reality. That's what your true liabilities had been looking like. Not only that, your city had been budgeting as if you were doing that.
Well, yeah, I see that. We have been doing that.
Okay.
Okay. So what we're looking at is a difference in about 4% change.
That's correct.
In what is that in actual dollars, Constance?
Right. So in 2018, although the column 1 shows 20.66, we were actually paying 22.46. And the 22.46 isn't on here. This is what we budgeted and what we paid in 2018. And in 2019, we have the 24.61.
Okay, maybe I'm looking at this right here. It says 20.46.
Right, that is, let me see here. The 20.66, I'm just looking on this page.
Okay, then this is different from what's on this page.
In 2018, we actually paid a little bit higher in our financial policies. It said we would increase the percentage to TMRS 2% each year until we came to that fully funded rate. And in 2019, we came to that fully funded rate. And so each percentage is a little over a million, I would say $1 million.
So for our next budget, we have to budget an additional a little over $4 million?
No, sir. We currently are at 24.61, so we're going to budget that.
Now, I get that, but from the previous year at 20...
From 2018 to 2019.
It was 22.46 and it went to 24.61, so it was about 2%, a little over 2.
Okay, so I'm trying to get to where we're saying what's required here under Plan 1, where it says 20.66.
Yes, sir.
To what is new the requirement. That's a difference of 4%, which is about $4 million.
Correct. But could I just add one thing? But instead of paying the 20.66, the city was paying 22.46. So our financial policies was to be more aggressive, to add 2% until we came to that fully funded rate. And that's where we are in 2019, at the fully funded rate.
So back to what I was originally saying, give us more money and you'll be okay.
Well, at this point, we can keep the...
I'm being facetious.
Okay. And I wanted to add just one more thing. As Mr. Mills had said, this is a closed plan. So at the end of the 25 years, we should be at 100% fully funded ratio.
We're assuming that what rate of cost of living increases are we expecting? I mean that.
Well, we use 2.5%.
Do we have a choice?
Assumptions?
Do we have a say in that, or is it just CPI?
No, that is set system. The system sets that.
You set that. We don't have any choice.
That's right.
So we can't determine what the cost of living is, and that's by is that by state rate, federal rate? Is that Corpus Christi rate? What rate is that?
What you can do, I mentioned the 70% because that is the percentage that you have adopted. Just so that you know, you do have the option to adopt a 50% COLA or a 30% COLA. And that changes the financials. That changes the liabilities. And it is substantial because this is the provision that takes into account not just those who are already retired, but for those who will retire.
Okay, I got that. But in terms of which COLA we're actually following,
you're at 70%.
No.
The CPU, CPIU.
What are we looking at for the actual?
Like what rate? The CPIU, I think you had said.
Okay, you have the Consumer Price Index, right? Okay, so that's national in terms of cost of living.
Right.
That's different than what would be in Texas. That would be different than what would be in Corpus Christi. Do we have the option to do that?
I got you. We use the Department of Labor CPIU index, and it is the national index.
So you don't do for Texas specifically or for individual regions, so we pay for cost of living from Nebraska to San Francisco to New York.
It is the national CPIU index. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
I'm sorry. Yeah, two other things. Okay, so I was noticing in your literature that there's a 5% guarantee.
For the interest for the employee, that's correct.
Okay, and then at any time do you provide us with, I guess, the performance of the fund, for lack of a better word, and then some of the investment allocations?
What we do, our city share in the gains and the losses in full disclosure.
Absolutely, yeah.
As I pointed out at some point in the presentation, at the end of the last valuation, December 2017, we shared 13.05%. That was a good year. Our members got 5%. In a bad year, and it hadn't been a bad year until the end of the last quarter in 2018, we finished at about -3%, but we had deferred gains in the good year. We set aside some gains when we outperform the 6.75 assumption that we have in place. We know that there are going to be years that we won't meet that, but we had enough deferred gains that we're still able to grant our cities just under the 6.75% for 2019.
So there's an annual, good, you answered my next question. So there is an annual assumption, the annual assumption is 6.75%. But going back, but you are providing us, will you provide us with the performance either on a quarterly basis?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's all available on the website. Each quarter, actually each month, we get updated investment data from our internal investment staff and our contracted consultants who work with us on all the different investment classes. And I encourage you to take a look at it. It's all transparent and available at our website after each board meeting.
All right. Thanks for indulging a greenhorn.
All right. Okay. All right.
Mayor, will you turn your microphone on, please?
We're paying 7%, and you're guaranteeing 7%. How come you can't make 7% if we're paying it?
Well,
there's no risk at all.
Well, there would be risk. The trust fund assumes all the risk.
We're paying 7%, and if you fall short, we get a bill for the difference.
Well, actually, your actual contribution as a percent of payroll is higher than the 7%. But when I follow you when you say that the employees are paying in at 7%, and what you're doing is making sure that you've set aside the appropriate match, the 2-to-1 match for the 7% that the employees are paying in. As far as the risk goes, that is determined by the makeup of the asset allocation that we currently have. We do have a fairly conservative assumption. The 6.75, we know that it's fairly conservative.
All right. Well, here's my real concern, and maybe I'm comparing apples to oranges. We generate, let's say, $120 million when we send out our ad valorem tax. $120 million, and then we have to divide that between operation, maintenance, and debt service. So let's just take the $120 million.
Yes, sir.
2.5%. Let's say the legislature caps us at 2.5%, that we can adjust our tax rate without having an automatic election. 2.5% of $120 million is $3 million. You're telling me our payment's $5 million just to cover the retirement system?
Well, no.
On this increase, that's going from 6 to 7 cost us $5 million.
No, sir. That's the total liability that's amortized over 25 years. So it'll be 1/25 of the $5 million in the first year. Does that?
That doesn't sound like it computes.
All right. Well, the total liability, as I mentioned, the 7% change, it equaled about a $5.5 million liability itself. That's not counting the COLA and the updated service credit. That's $5 million total added to your unfunded liability that is then amortized. It's over 25 years. So you're going to pay off the 5.5.
So what's the annual cost then of what we're doing with COLA and all the good whistles and bells that we're putting in there? What's your cost just to meet the retirement requirement?
Well, last year it was $25.5 million.
Yes.
And your staff can give you more exact.
That's correct. That's citywide. That's not just general fund. That's all the funds. Utilities and general fund.
Well, but your tax rate's what they're looking at. And if you've got 2.5% on your tax rate that generates $120 million, that means anything above $3 million is going to trigger an election. Right?
Yes, on your property taxes, correct. That's right. But here what we're saying, we're currently paying the 24.61 to the TMRS. We're not saying that's going to increase for next year. So it's going to be the same expense for next year.
Well, I would hope not.
For 2020. And over time, over the next 5-6 years, it's going to start going down because it's a closed amortization period. So at the end of the 25 years, the amount's going to be that normal cost, about 9.7%.
But at the same time, the 40 years, whatever savings you're going to have on this is going to be eaten up by other stuff. Cost of medical
in the
care,
general
cost
fund.
of everything
Yes,
else.
sir,
So, I
that's
mean,
true.
you're not
That's
going
true.
to see
Yes,
a
sir, you're right.
substantial reduction. So my concern is that and I don't know, I'm just saying, but if they pass this 2.5, I mean, I'm trying to think about, we're fixing to go into the budget session.
Sure. Yes, sir.
So if we decide today we want to go back to the $6 instead of the $7, what will that save us?
Well, you can only look at what it would have been ballpark last year, keeping everything else the same. The 20.66% is where you would have been if we were talking about last year. I would anticipate that number to be fairly close to that. But understand that in that, Mayor, in that particular provision, it would take a 2/3 vote of the employees to reduce the 6%. That's the one provision that would.
That seems totally disingenuous.
Well, I mentioned it.
We are the people, the taxpayers are making the contribution.
Sure.
So why do the beneficiaries get to determine what the contributor is making? That just doesn't seem right. If I'm an employer and I decide I want to give you 5%, or if I'd say, well, I can't do it, I got to give you 4%, I shouldn't have to ask the employee permission to reduce it to 4%.
Well, Mr. Mayor, there are several provisions that you have the option to make changes without employee input. It's just that is the one, and I did mention that earlier, that is the one provision that does take a 2/3 vote of the workforce.
But that's what the workforce is paying. That's coming out of the employee's paycheck, to 7%.
Well, the city's paying, matching it.
Yes, the
2 to
city's
1.
the 2 to 1, correct.
14 then.
Right, yes.
So,
yeah.
Then we could, I mean, the more I hear about this thing, the more unbelievable it is. Do we have no options to make adjustments to try to save money?
Mr. Mayor, may I ask in what regard?
Cut the cost down that we pay out. I'll get you a tank full of gas and a car, and you can drive around Corpus Christi all day long from the day the sun comes up until the time it goes down. And if you don't go by, the county or the city or the school district, and you go to any of these private industries up and down the ship channel and all that, I will guarantee you will not find any of them that make this kind of retirement plan to their employees available. A 2 to 1 match. When they hear that, they say, we're lucky to get 50 cents to 1, or maybe 50 cents to 1. Most of them have gone to the 401ks and all that sort of stuff.
Well, generally, Mr. Mayor,
they're getting out of this business.
I will point out to you that in a defined contribution plan, as it was brought up earlier by Councilman Barrera, the defined contribution plans like a 401k that you're describing that you'll find in private industry, I will point out to you that those type of retirement plans were never intended to be the primary retirements. They were initially created as a way to defer compensation for well-paid employees to supplement pensions.
But the problem that we're seeing here, and I don't know that we can resolve it, but what's scary, and it should be scary to everybody that's on a retirement plan and scary to everybody that's responsible for a retirement plan. All of the stories you hear about these pension plans going belly up is that they've overcommitted and underprovided.
Mr. Mayor.
And you've mentioned about the fire and police and some of these other communities and why do these cities go bankrupt. They've done everything right to make everybody happy today, but down the road there is nothing there when they go to collect it. When they retire, they're bankrupt. And that's what scares me to death. I'm not going to be here that long, and I don't get a retirement from the city, so it really doesn't make any difference whether you're paying $100 to 1 or 10 cents to 1. I'm not on the retirement plan. I don't know how I'm determined to be an employee, to tell you the truth, but they say I am.
I know you're putting in more.
Well, if I got paid by the hour, that'd be one thing, but.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I will point out, and I just need to say it for the record, the TMRS, we've been in business since 1948. We have not missed one retirement check due to the plan being in.
Well, you shouldn't. The city, when you're short, you just send the city a bill that says you owe some more money. I mean, you've got a safety net.
And, Mr. Mayor?
And I'll tell you why I know that. Because several years ago, the county was on this same thing under the county retirement system, and they didn't meet their rate of return. They just sent the county a bill for the balance that was due to make the 7% guarantee. And I'm sure TMRS does the same thing.
Well,
or you take out of your reserve funds to cover years that you're short. So the fund never has any exposure. It's us sitting around here that have to adjust the budgets to send an unexpected invoice if you don't make your goal.
But, Mr. Mayor, in all fairness, I want
Well, was that an honest statement, first of all?
Not exactly.
Well, then straighten me out.
All right. In all fairness, I have mentioned to you every plan provision that a future council, if you got down the road and Corpus Christi said, we can't afford this. We simply cannot afford a 24% contribution to TMRS. We've got issues. We can't afford it. A future council would have the option to change several different provisions in your plan, and that would change the cost immediately.
Well,
in your plan
now,
because of those prospective changes.
All right, then I'll challenge on what you just said. Not saying you're right or wrong, it may be a misunderstanding. If we decided this year, effective January the 1st, 2020, any new employee would be on a 1-to-1 contribution instead of a 2-to-1. And you're saying we can't do that. That's an option, but you're saying it's not available.
That particular change is not. As I mentioned, there are.
Then we don't have all the options that we'd like to have to make the plan. If we've made a commitment to employees, I think we got to honor that commitment. I'm not advocating anything about current employees.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm talking about trying to plan for the future to cut some of this expense down. And you're telling me I don't have that option.
Unfortunately, I cannot tell you that you have that option.
We either walk away from the program totally, or we don't have that option and we start over on something else.
And that
hurts current employees, which I'm not interested in doing.
Of all the options, that one would be the one that would long-term hurt the city the most.
Then why don't you give us an option to try to react to the economic conditions we're living in instead of saying, or that's part of your leverage is, no, we're going to cause you to hurt everybody in the organization and try to instead of trying to manage for the future.
Yeah, and I will point out to you that you do have legislative remedies. The TMRS Act governs TMRS, and if that is something that you wanted to get behind, there have been proposals out there that would have put tiers in place. But we currently, under our statute, we're not permitted to have a tiered plan. And it sounds like that would be something.
We're already at 6 o'clock and we hadn't even gotten to the agenda yet. Who else? Mr. Smith? Sorry about that.
One quick
We're having
thing.
fun. You get paid being down here. You might as well. It's too late to go on anywhere else. You might as well just enjoy yourself.
Mr. Ridley, under our collective bargaining agreement, what are our options? He listed our options versus the plan. What are our options under collective bargaining?
The collective bargaining agreement goes until October of this year, and then it automatically extends until October of 2022. During the pendency of the collective bargaining agreement, that essentially, because we don't have a tiered plan, are not allowed to have a tiered plan, that essentially sets the plan for the entire city that's on TMRS.
Okay, so the TMRS options are off the table then?
The options are a subject of collective bargaining.
Yes.
And we can collectively bargain those things that have been described as city optional. Mm-hmm. An example would be the matching rate. Yeah. We can collectively bargain the matching rate. That's a city determined.
We are bound by our agreement, our current collective bargaining agreement, for those rates.
During the pendency of the agreement, we are bound by it.
This council has no ability to change.
Not unilaterally.
Okay. That's all.
Well, thank you for your presentation.
Mr. Mayor, let me just point out, I enjoy being here every year, and I look forward to coming back again next year. And I understand, and I certainly can appreciate the difficult position that all of you as elected officials that you sit in. You sit right in the middle of that intersection trying to figure out what makes most sense and is most responsible for our employees, but what is also being responsible to the tax-paying public. We get that. We get that. But I want to commit to you that TMRS will do whatever we can to make sure that this council and any future council, as you enter into any negotiation, that you understand all the options that are available to you to control costs today and into the future.
Well, I appreciate that, but the bottom line is we have very little ability.
I understand.
Based on legislative and fixed cost contract and the wiggle room that the law allows, period. Okay. I appreciate you coming down. We look forward to you coming next year.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll try to get to you a little earlier next year.
Y'all take care.
Okay. Let's, I don't know, well, there's no media here anyway, so they're going to miss the best part of the meeting. Okay. We need a motion on item 2 for the approval of the minutes for the March 26, 2019, March 28th, and special meeting on April the 2nd. There's a move and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, number 2. Sorry. Item number 3 is the, we got board and commission appointments. First one is the airport board. That's item number 3. We'll go over to tab number 3.
There's 4 vacancies with terms to 4/4/20 and 4/4/22. Mr. Pfefferman, Donald Pfefferman, is serving as an advisory non-voting member, and he is seeking reappointment. His term would be to 1 year if the council was amenable to doing that. So Mr. Pfefferman and Mr. Tomlinson are seeking reappointment at this time. If there's interest in reappointing those 2 individuals.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to reappoint Tomlinson and Pfefferman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, I got 2 vacancies.
Yes, sir.
No special category designation for them, right?
No, that's right, sir. They're just general.
All right, just general public.
Members.
And we got 6, all right, 10 here. I forget how many.
Got a bunch of people.
Yeah.
All right. Nominations? Anybody got a nomination?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Ted Mandel. And Ted Mandel is a former vice president of Continental Airline and Pan American Airline, and he's followed the airport board. So this is the reason that I'm nominating him.
Okay.
Like to nominate Dr. Kusumar Markasuda for this position as well.
Okay, any other nominations? Hearing none, I hear a motion to appoint Mr. Mandel and Mr. Saldivar. Is that no, not Soda?
Mr. Suda, right?
Suda.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Was there a motion to appoint those 2 individuals?
Second.
Okay. So.
All right. There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Congratulations to those 2. Next one is the Board of Adjustments.
That's right. There's 1 vacancy for an alternate.
And let's see where I am here on this one. Well, thought I had it marked here. Oh. Well, talk to me about this Board of Adjustments. I can't find it in my book right here off the.
Okay. We got 2 individuals seeking, who are seeking appointment, and it's William Dooley and Vida Alvarez Mason. And we just have the 1 slot for an alternate member. Any nominations?
Just a question: is Ms. Mason currently serving on another board?
No, she's
No?
not.
Okay.
Her name has been forwarded, though, quite a few times. She has been seeking, she's very interested in serving on a board.
I'll nominate Ms. Mason.
I'll second that. Or, it's not a motion, but when it comes to motion, I'll second the motion.
Yeah, it's a nomination now, so. Any other nominations?
All right, so you just have one nomination,
One slot,
vacant.
and we have one nomination at this time.
Move to appoint Ms. Mason.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second to appoint Vida Mason. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, next we have the Corpus Christi Downtown Management District. There's one vacancy representing the category of property owner. Now, per the Texas Local Government Code, the directors are chosen through the recommendation of the board and the approval of the council. And the DMD is recommending the appointment of Cheryl Botsmeyer. Okay,
Second.
thank you. Yes, sir. Do you have a question?
No.
What's it? Like I say, yeah, it's recommended by the board, but okay.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion then for Cheryl Botsmeyer.
Yes, sir.
And a second?
Yes, there's a second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, last but not least, Senior Companion Program. There's 3 vacancies representing the categories of one SCP volunteer and 2 at large. Now, this committee does, per council policies, can make recommendations to council, and they are recommending the reappointment of Christine Head as the SCP volunteer, the reinstatement of Janine Leal as at large, and the new appointment of Lydia Lopez as at large.
Move to accept the recommendations.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
Thank
Got that done. Now, would anybody like to tackle explanation of council action? No, we'll.
Aha.
Okay. Okay, we've passed the public comment period many, many moons ago. We're down here to the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Anybody have any comments or questions? Anybody from the audience have any questions on items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11 for consent agenda items?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to pull number 10.
Item number 10, that would be the second ordinance, urban transportation plan map. Okay, anybody on 4 through 11? Well, we're going to buy some police vehicles, maintenance agreement, fire extinguishers. Appoint Mr. Roy to the American Bank Center Board Advisory. Okay, I'll entertain a motion for items 4 through 11 on the consent agenda with the exception of number 10.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second for items 4 through 11 with the exception of number 10 on the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Item number 10, who's going to address that?
Good evening, Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning Department, here to take any questions.
Okay, this was the one I asked to pull.
All right.
On the actual map where you have this set up as the hike and bike trail, it's actually going through the neighborhood and between houses in that neighborhood. So you're going to have one side of the street in front of houses with a 10-foot wide sidewalk that's going to be for bikes and trails, and then you have a trail going in between, I guess, 2 lots for houses in that area. And then it doesn't really show whether it matches up with where it's going to come out with the bridge to go into the Del Mar property. And you know, I don't even know if we have a interlocal agreement with Del Mar to say they're actually going to build the bridge. So can you kind of explain, do we have this somewhere where you're going to have a hike and bike trail in front of somebody's house anywhere else, or we have that as an authorized plan for this? I mean, that doesn't really make sense.
Well, I guess there's 3 questions there. As far as this connection between lots that does exist in the current subdivision just to the east. There is another trail that goes along that north side of the ditch system. So that is something that we've seen in this project and a few others where you have an easement between two lots. As far as a kind of a cross section, this is a local street. So in this local street within this subdivision, it's probably a distance of about 1,000 feet to get you from kind of the ditch up into Lipes that would be up there. This is a local street. We worked with the applicant. We evaluated the concept of taking it behind the lots. It was going to create a kind of a long corridor, maintenance issues, potential corridor with that you'd have a 6-foot fence on both sides. So we worked with the applicant, and this was the preferred choice, was to just widen that sidewalk from what we would typically have as 5 feet here, and then just have a 10-foot sidewalk would be in front of some of the houses. It's something that we would have proposed on a couple of our collector streets where we would have the bike plan in place. It would just be a wider sidewalk in front of a residential house is all. We don't see much concern with that. It was a way we could carry out the plan, and we thought was the better choice than going behind the house.
Delmar agreed to that.
And the applicant was agreeable to it.
Yeah.
And as far as lining up with the Delmar path that will be built in the future, we have some flexibility in exactly where that would go. Our biggest concern would be basically getting it, getting it across the ditch and then lining it up with the Billwitt Park entrance. We want people to be able to have that access point and that signals. We anticipate there will probably be a need for a signal there based on the Delmar traffic impact analysis, so we have some flexibility, and that path can kind of meander. We'll work with Delmar, obviously, to kind of nail that down. But with an offset, it wouldn't be the end of the world. You're on a bike or walking, so a little bit of an offset we don't see as a problem.
Okay, in that question was whether or not Delmar has agreed to pay for the bridge, and they have that in writing, and we have that in writing.
We have that in writing.
This was the deal during the zoning that they got.
When we removed,
they better not be backing out on it.
It wasn't the zoning, Mayor. It was the amendment to the thoroughfare plan to remove this section of this collector.
Yeah, but I mean they agreed. I'm not sure what song we were singing, but they agreed to build the bridge.
I've had one meeting with the president, and we'll be having another in the immediate future.
Tell him we remember we agreed
we met yesterday, and
they were going to build that bridge.
Yep.
So, okay.
Okay. So the second part of that is that with that Bronx Road not being there, that would have normally put a buffer between the residential neighborhood there and the houses and the apartment complex, because that's zoned RM. Do we have some accommodation to get more separation from the back of those houses for those apartments on that property, since that road is not going to be there?
We do have, within the Unified Development Code, we do have a buffer requirement.
No, I know there's a set requirement already based on the height of the apartment complex. Is there going to be any additional setback requirement to get it further away from the houses, since we're removing the road?
No, there would be your typical when a multifamily abuts a single-family residential.
So we're going to put a hike and bike trail in the front of their house, and we're going to have apartments on the back of their house.
Yes.
Okay.
Which might not change any if the thoroughfare plan's not amended.
I'm just pointing it out.
You could still have the collector. You could still have the frontage. You could still have it backing up to it. It would just be a larger roadway.
Like I said,
if it were left on the thoroughfare plan.
I was just pointing out what it looks like.
That's right.
Okay.
Did that get your question?
That got my question. So I do want to point it out for the residents that are going to be there, that we're, and then not to mention, I know what Chief Rocha had mentioned that you could still get there in 5 minutes, but with eliminating that whole area, that whole road, it makes it the time for EMS or the fire department, fire truck to get there is a little bit longer than what it would have been if that road was there. So, thank you.
Okay. You want to make a motion, or somebody make a motion on item 10?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion on item 10. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Do we need to call the roll on that, or voice vote okay?
I think it's all aye, correct? Was there any dissent?
Ben voted,
Oh, you did. Okay.
Gil voted no.
Gil voted no. Okay, my apologies. Okay, so let's call the roll then.
All right.
I heard yeah, I heard aye. Same sign. Oh, that's why. Yeah, because you didn't say no. Okay. So for passage of ordinance number 10 on its second reading, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Roy. Aye. Smith. Aye. Barrera.
Aye.
Garza.
Aye.
Guajardo. Aye. Hernandez.
No.
Hunter.
Aye.
And Molina.
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
Okay, future items not to be voted on, just if you got anybody got a question on the items 12 through 17. I got two questions, quick ones, and they're mainly just technical. On your item 16, and it may be just because I'm ignorant, don't anybody respond to that. Under purpose, it says this contract provides for engineering and design services to replace the existing treated water storage tank, Clearwell 1. But when you get over here to the material in the third paragraph, it says the proposed project will deliver a new 10 million gallon Clearwell number 3, demolish this and da. So if I'm reading this, it sounds to me like we're going to get designed, built, demolished, and cleared off in all one swoop. But I can't imagine that happening for $1 million something bucks.
It's not the construction, sir. It's the demolition of Clearwell 1, pump station number 1, and the design for Clearwell number 3.
Okay.
And the design for the demolition package.
Well, can you see where my confusion comes when the statement is the proposed project will deliver a new 10 million gallon Clearwell 3 and demolish the existing high service Clearwell 1 and that sort of thing. It makes it appear that you're getting it all for one price, and I was just going to tell them how much we appreciate them doing all that for the price.
Mayor, Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I think the confusion is over the definition of a contract and a project. When we're saying the project, we're talking about the entire CIP project, the way that's listed in the CIP book. And okay. The project's going to provide the demolition and the construction, all of that. I think I'd be hard pressed to get Mr. Linedecker to throw that in. But the contract
never hurts to ask.
Engineering design. It does not hurt to ask, sir.
All right. And then the second one, I'm glad to see this recognition for David Noyola. Any particular reason it's on consent? We just couldn't deal with it, trying to get family lined up time-wise or something? That
we're gonna. It's on the future agenda right now, and it's going to be scheduled for next week. So that's just our usual protocol. We put it on.
We
future.
Notify family members to be here and stuff.
We will. We're going to work now that we have we're going to be working through some scheduling issues. We're going to make sure to figure out when to set a time for the family to come.
That's good. Okay. Anybody on future agenda items have any comments or questions on 12 through?
Yep. Mayor, I do.
17, yes, sir.
On that same item, 16, I actually visited the site yesterday and got some information. The one thing I was concerned about is that looking at future water sources, and I discussed this with them there, in terms of if we do go forward with a desal plant and what that would actually mean to the O.N. Stevens requirements for future growth. They also have on the long-range plans a Clearwell number 4. So that may not be necessary going forward depending on what happens with a desal. So I just want to make sure that we have an understanding going forward that determining how much water that's going to produce if we do desal. Not sure when it's going to happen or all that detail. So how that affects the O.N. Stevens plant with raw water associated with treating that with how much water we'll need from that as well, and growth overall. Did I say that clearly?
We're not going to overbuild at the plant. We're only going to build to whatever the requirement that the city needs. It's put there just really kind of as a placeholder more than anything else to see that we may have to go there. And if you remember, there was a third plant that was on there also, and like we talked about, that might not be required. It probably won't.
The only thing that I asked that you probably should bring forward is producing your own chlorine instead of using liquid chlorine out there. To save, not only for save us the cost associated with it, but having liquid chlorine in that amount is is dangerous, to say the least. So
there's a project there for the on-site.
Well, I get it. Just let's see if we can move that along a little bit quicker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Now let's make sure we get council authorization to be doing these things before we just go taking off on individual instruction.
So, Mayor, for the on-site generation, we did brief the council on that project, and we got in that was an executive session, one that we discussed and that we were moving forward with. So we did have a discussion on it, and we are moving forward with it at a quick rate.
Well, we need to get the approval through the, I guess, not just executive session, but
right. So as the contract comes through for the design and so forth, the council will be seeing that.
All right. We've already recessed for lunch, so we've done that.
So just as a heads up, council did already approve the preliminary design for the on-site generation. That was already brought to council and approved.
Okay. Ms. Wahardo?
Yeah, not on here. I'm sorry. On 14 and 15 fire.
Oh, okay.
Just a quick question on those when we're done. Sorry.
Okay. I think we're done with that. Was that your answer on that?
It is my answer on that so far.
Okay.
Yeah, and thank you. I appreciate the time you guys took for the tour. Thank you.
Okay.
Just a quick question, Chief Rocha, on 14. Well, actually, maybe Kim. I was just wondering if I thought we had on staff someone that does the plumbing and those kind of services, or is this something specific to the fire department?
Specific to the fire department, ma'am. Robert Rocha, Fire Chief. With regards to the plumbing contract, the city currently has one plumber that is a city employee. However, we have a 24/7 operation, and the plumbing contract we have here in place, if the city plumber can't handle it, nor other staff from asset management that we utilize in order to do repairs at fire stations, then we're able to enter into a service agreement like we've had before in the past for plumbing services in order to get a plumber there and expedite the repairs.
Okay, and on 15, kind of the same thing, is I recall that you guys have someone who works on your trucks, I guess?
We do. We have a shop. We have one person that serves as a supervisor, and we have 3 mechanics. Their basic and main priorities are to service the 22 major pieces of apparatus that we have, the 11 ambulances, and those apparatus that require a specific skill set or certifications to operate on them. They generally don't do the oil changes, the tire repairs, things like that. Those are done through this contract, this service agreement with Leroy and Richards that satisfies that need that we have.
Okay, so you take these somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The good thing about this contract is that we get immediate service from it. In other words, we and I have Rick Trevino here, who is in charge of our shop. What we do is we get a hold of that shop. They take our vehicles in right away. Many of those are response vehicles that we don't have to wait for to get fixed. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on 14 or 15? Have we voted on those yet?
Mayor, we don't vote on those.
We don't vote on those future agenda items.
No,
all right, just want to make sure. All right, we're over on number 18. Public hearing on the first reading of the ordinance on property located at or near 5813 and 6001 Old Brownsville Road. Who's going to?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. Nina Nixon Mendez, Director of Development Services. The rezoning request before you is from the Farm Rural District and Single Family District to the Light Industrial District to allow for the construction of an industrial park. The applicants are the Greer Evans and Halal Trust, represented by Murray Bass. Property is located on the east side of Old Brownsville Road, north of Saratoga Boulevard and south of South Padre Island Drive. The property fronts upon Old Brownsville Road, which is designated as an A3 primary arterial street. And to the north of the properties are properties zoned IL Light Industrial District and IH Heavy Industrial District, and consist of a moving company and a granite facility. To the south are vacant properties zoned FR Farm Rural District. Separating the subject property from the southern properties is the Kelly Drainage Channel. To the east is a vacant property zoned IL Industrial District, and to the west are vacant properties zoned FR Farm Rural District. The intended use is to allow for the construction of an industrial park. The property is 252.94 acres in size and is unplatted. The applicant is requesting the IL Light Industrial District. The subject property was annexed in 1962 and has remained undeveloped. Proposed rezoning is generally consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, but it does warrant an amendment to the future land use map, which designates the area as medium-density residential. The proposed rezoning is compatible with neighboring properties and with the general character of the area. Properties to the north are heavy industrial, and to the west, light industrial. A drainage channel separates the property from the FR zoning district to the south. The southern half of the subject property is located within the Accident Potential Zone 2 of the Air Installation Compatibility Use Zone map. The subject property is approximately 9,300 feet away from the end of the runway of runway 13 at the Corpus Christi International Airport. Staff is recommending the use of the IC Industrial Compatible District, which will limit the uses related to to congregating people and also limit the size of buildings to a specific floor area ratio. The compatible districts were created to prohibit uses that congregate large groups, unscreened outdoor storage, or uses that create nuisance factors of dust, odor, or noise associated with certain businesses and manufacturing uses. The IC district also prohibits assembly, overnight accommodations, and fuel storage, and it limits the size of retail and office uses. The original request was IL district for the entire tract. Planning Commission made a different recommendation to implement the ACUs for Tract 1. Planning Commission met on March 6th, and the unanimous recommendation is denial of the IL Light Industrial District, in lieu thereof, approval of the IC Industrial Compatible District for Tract 1. And approval of the change of zoning to the IL Light Industrial District for Tract 2. Staff concurs with Planning Commission's recommendation, and the applicant is also in agreement. 15 public notices were mailed, 1 received in favor, 0 in opposition. I stand by for questions.
All right, any questions from the council? We'll open the meeting up. Mr. Garza, I'm sorry.
Does this particular offer, the IC zoning, does that meet the needs of the applicant?
Yes, it does.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other, Ms. Fajardo?
Yes, Ms. Dinah, on your presentation, you did have a slide that showed Tract 1 and 2. I don't see it on ours, but if you go to that, I wasn't clear where 1 is, like, yeah. So this is the APZ zone. Where is Tract 1 and 2? I mean, what separates them?
Okay, so Tract 1 would be here, and that would be zoned the IC, which would be the industrial compatible.
What's the difference between the IC? I mean, what are the main differences between the IC and the IL?
Right. Essentially, the again, with the compatible districts, it prohibits uses that congregate large groups of people.
Right.
Uses that create nuisance factors, dust, noise, that kind of thing. Also, there are prohibitions related to the floor area ratio. Here, an example would be with respect to retail. The floor area ratio is 0.11. So, for example, in this particular case, retail would be limited, the retail structure, the building, would be limited to 15.62 acres of building for this particular tract. So there's, that limitation. Also, there is a maximum height limit in the IC, which there is not in the IL.
Okay. Thank you.
City limits.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
Carlson radio station.
Well, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Open it up. It's a public hearing. Anybody from the public here? The applicant? Anybody representing the applicant? I didn't mean to do that, man. You know, you've been pretty quiet today. You know, trying to get you calmed down has been a challenge today. All right, well, if there's no public comment, then we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to accept the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second. Any more comment, public or council? Yep.
John.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, let's see. Then we go to our next item is that's 18, number 19 is public hearing, first reading ordinance amending the city code to revise regulatory standard related to freeboard limit on moderate wave action and non-conversion agreements. Non-wave action.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yvette Dodd-Wallace, Floodplain Manager. Today I'll be presenting on an amendment to the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, that pertains to the Flood Hazard Prevention Code. It covers the adoption of higher floodplain management standards. If you recall, Council adopted the preliminary flood insurance rate maps for construction purposes on September the 18th, 2018, and the higher standards were also previously brought as a first reading item on September the 11th, 2018, and was tabled pending further information on the cost of developing with Freeboard. The city is a participant in a voluntary program of the National Flood Insurance Program called the Community Rating System. This program provides points for going above and beyond the minimum standards of a participating community. The points offer different class ratings, which result in premium discounts for flood insurance policies in a special flood hazard area. Adopting higher standards promotes public health, safety, and general welfare by minimizing public and private losses due to flood conditions in areas of special flood hazard, and it also allows us to generate more points that results in further premium discounts to our residents. The city is currently a Class 7 community with a total of 1,689 points. Being a Class 7 community gives a 15% discount to premiums in the special flood hazard area. Exceeding the minimum floodplain management standards provides for CRS points that result in lower insurance premiums for flood insurance policies for properties that are located in the special flood hazard area that are underwritten by the National Flood Insurance Program. In a Zone A and B, Zone A and Bs are considered special flood hazard areas and have development requirements and flood insurance requirements. Again, the city is currently a Class 7 with a CRS discount of 15%, which is a savings of $1,176,959. If we move to a Class 6, the discount would change to 20% savings, and that would be $1,569,207. So the difference is $390,302 for the 5% discount based upon our premiums from 2018. The proposed higher standards, are limit of moderate wave action, freeboard, and non-conversion agreement. Municipalities have the option to exceed minimum floodplain management standards set forward by FEMA, and by adopting more comprehensive floodplain management regulations. And so the three that we're bringing to you today are the limit of moderate wave action, the freeboard, and a non-conversion agreement. They can be adopted at any time and do not necessarily have to move forward with an adoption of a map or remapping of an area. We can change them from year to year anytime that we would like to, as long as we don't go any lower than what FEMA mandates as the minimum standard. The limit of moderate wave actions, also known as the coastal AE zone. This is a new zone that's shown on flood insurance rate maps that have been done in the past 10 to 15 years. And it's also defined in the ICC codes and the I codes, IRC and the IBC as one of the newer regulations. Our preliminary firms did indicate the limit of moderate wave action, and we do have the option to adopt this area. This is an area that's directly behind a velocity zone, and it's anticipated to have a wave height of 1.5 to 3 feet, whereas a velocity zone is 3 feet and greater. The LMWA requirement, if adopted, would require new developments, additions, and substantially damaged structures within the zone to meet velocity zone standards, which requires, instead of a slab-on-grade construction, to elevate it on piers, pilings, and columns without structural fill. We've written the ordinance to exclude substantial improvements, so major remodels, they would not have to meet the LMWA requirements. Adopting the LMWA is considered a higher standard and would provide an additional 500 CRS points towards our annual points. This is a map of the LMWA areas. It's all of the waterways, basically, in our area, excluding the riverine. It's all coastal. The property's impact are 1,836. So it's 13,142 acres out of the city. 32% of the properties within the LMWA would be regulated by the city. 72% of those properties are made up of jurisdictional wetlands, and so there's development is not occurring in those areas. 67% of the proposed LMWA is owned by the state or the Port of Corpus Christi, which are not regulated by the city. There are 3 areas outlined in red on the map having the most anticipated future development in the LMWA. So you have Mustang Island, State Highway 361, Laguna Madre, and North Beach. On the island proper, the LMWA actually stops at the bulkhead and doesn't go into any of the properties. The next few slides will show the debris line from Hurricane Harvey in comparison with the proposed LMWA line. The aerial imagery was flown within a week of Harvey. The LMWA is indicated with black dashed lines and the debris lines indicated with red arrows. The imagery shown is Fire Station number 16 in Frontside Drive. This area received a substantial amount of surge from the bayside. Some portions received 3 to 3.5 feet of surge. The surge at its greatest distance went in a little over 1,000 feet from State Highway 361 seaward. I feel like I lost one. I'm sorry. This one was Fire Station 16 in Frontside. I skipped too many slides. This imagery is Beachview Estates in Lost Colony. The bayside surge inundated the entire subdivision, and the high water mark was between 1.5 to 2 feet. The surge at its greatest distance went in a little over 1,300 feet from State Highway 361 seaward, which is past the LMWA delineation line. And the bayside surge actually came within 130 feet away from the backside of the coastal dunes. These are just 2 of the pictures that indicated the debris line and the erosion that exposed these structures at Puente Vista condominiums, and these are actually located on the island. Keep in mind the debris line and the erosion shown in the past slides is with non-direct hit to our community. We would like to discuss freeboard, and we, staff, are proposing 1 foot of freeboard. And we would propose that the freeboard only apply to new construction and additions and not substantially damaged or substantially improved structures. So substantially damaged and substantially improved would only have to meet FEMA's minimum requirements and not the freeboard standard. The image above indicates what freeboard looks like. It's the blue hatch line indicates the minimum base flood elevation, and a red hatch line indicates the top of the lowest elevated floor above base flood elevation. So that would show that it's constructed with freeboard. So for construction, that would mean the new construction and additions, if the base flood elevation, say for instance, is 9, with 1 foot of freeboard, that new development requirement would be 10. I went back through elevation certificates for the island proper, and I went back from 2000 to current. And I found 518 elevation certificates for single-family structures. And I found that 235 out of the 518 were constructed with 1 foot or greater of freeboard. 24 had 2 to 4 foot, and 66 had 1.5 to 2 foot. And then I also found that 274 did not have 1 foot of freeboard, but out of that number, 186 had 1/2 foot to 1 foot of freeboard. So it didn't qualify for the 1 foot, but they were still building with freeboard in mind. There's some of the examples for insurance savings for freeboard, and these savings go to the homeowner or the property owner, not to the city. The savings on these are residential structures with $1,000 deductible, and we did a building value of $250,000. And these would all be underwritten by NFIP. So in a velocity zone, 1 foot of freeboard has a savings of 22%, which is $2,572 annually. That's a savings that could result over 30-year mortgage of $77,250. 2 foot of freeboard takes that savings up to $4,900 annually. In an A zone, 1 foot of freeboard has a 51% discount, and that's about $537 annually, which over the course of a 30-year mortgage would result in a savings of $16,110. 2 foot of freeboard would give them about a $700 annual deduction. The average cost of 1 foot of elevation, bringing in the structural fill, on a 2,000 square foot single-family home with 16,000 square foot of habitable space, so we're excluding the 400 square foot garage and patio, is $5,000. The average cost for 2 foot of bringing in the elevation for fill, or fill for elevation, is $7,500. The cost of fill that shown on this slide does not include the additional pier depth if needed, and this information was collected from a Coastal Bend Home Builders Association meeting that we had with them on February the 1st, 2019. When we talk about foundation types that are in our area, this is one of the most common, which is a slab-on-grade structure. The average cost of a slab-on-grade foundation with 1 foot of fill is about $18,000. $13,000 for the foundation and $5,000 for the additional foot of fill. Developing with a foot of elevation is an upfront cost, but the insurance savings will make up for the cost within 10 years. If we would go to 2 foot, the cost of foundation plus fill is about $20,500. So it would take about 11 years with the discount to make up for that cost. And this is actually one of our developments on the south side. We have also been discussing with the Home Builders Association and several of the local builders some of the different foundation alternatives that we're seeing in our area and that can be used throughout the entire jurisdiction. So we've been discussing split level foundations with the garage at a slab on grade and the habitable space on piers. The garage is non-habitable and can be located below the required base flood elevation. And then the freeboard the habitable space could be located with the freeboard higher standard. And if you want to put the garage below, we would just install flood vents. A pier and beam foundation with decorative facade added to the area between grade and finished floor to conceal the pier and beam foundation to make it look more like a slab-on-grade structure is also a trend that's up and coming. And these two images are structures that are found on State Highway 361. The last one that we would discuss is the non-conversion agreement. And this is an agreement that is used when the community determines that an area below the lowest floor could convert to a non-conforming use. Oftentimes, these spaces are remodeled after a certificate of occupancy is issued and without a permit. And then the building can become non-compliant. This agreement puts an owner on notice that the space must comply with floodplain construction standards. So what does this mean for new construction? It means that we would have the owner sign an agreement when applying for the certificate of occupancy once the structure has passed all final inspections. The agreement would state that the owner would not convert or alter the constructed and or approved structure without coming in and obtaining a permit. Enclosing the area would require a permit and can only be used for parking, access, and storage. And then we would file this agreement with the recorded property deed, so that way it could be pulled up in title searches that conveys with the land. We have had several outreach meetings from July 2018. We actually went back out for outreach again after our September meeting, and we met with Coastal Bend Home Builders Association on February the 1st, 2019, and we went back to Planning Commission on March the 6th of 2019. Feedback was favorable from all of the boards and commissions noted for the adoption of higher standards. I wanted to offer a point recap. So currently, the proposed improvements would be LIMWA, which could offer up to 500 points. Freeboard, which for 1 foot is about 100 points and 2 foot's 225. A non-conversion agreement, depending on what regulations we stipulate, is up to 90 points. And then the committee that was created back in September actually offers up to 100 points. So that, we already have those points, but just to kind of add those points in there as well. But I also wanted to mention the CRS points are great, and they're an added benefit that assists the property owners with lower flood insurance premiums. However, in light of the recent rainfall and storm surge events resulting from Harvey, and with the findings from Atlas 14 rainfall predictions, staff recommends the adoption of higher standards to further protect the public, including life and property from flood hazards. I stand by for any questions.
Yeah, is there any public comment? Looks like it's been well thought out. A lot of folks have been involved in the process, so this ought to be a piece of cake, right?
Hi, Wendy Herman with the Coastal Bend Home Builders Association. Usually I come up here and whine and complain about the things, but I just want to take a moment and thank Nina and the staff. They have worked really hard to work with us and come up with a compromise on this. We have no problem. Most of my builders either build at either don't build in these zones, or they already build pretty close to the 1 foot, so we don't necessarily have a problem. However, I did have a couple of builders come up today and ask you to don't do this at all, and I just want to explain what their issue is, and then we can discuss that if you want, because we had a mad conversation in the back trying to solve the problem here. And the problem that they have is infill. Whenever you're raising the standards and you're building on a property infill, then you have tremendous runoff into the properties next to it. You have all kinds of issues like that. The second thing is cost. Now, granted, adding $12,000 to a cost of a $600,000 house that they're building out on the island is no big whoop. But some of my builders do affordable housing, and they do infill in the west side and over in Greenwood and that area. And when you start adding $12,000 to a house like that, then you're not building affordable housing anymore. So, like I said, we kind of had a visit in the back and talked to Nina and Yvette about this, and perhaps maybe we could do some kind of exemption for areas that are 75% built, or I don't even know what that would look like, but that's something that we'd have to work at. But the 1 foot part, we don't have any complaints with it at all on that, because like I said, most of my guys already built at that level anyway. So, and I'm available for questions too.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, we're pretty close to getting that 20% reduction anyway?
Very close.
Okay.
Well, it depends on.
Yeah, so we've got yeah, okay. When I was going and I was researching this, I wasn't able to reconcile your insurance numbers on there. That I got a quote on March 11th from Board and Insurance, and
so these numbers actually come from FEMA. This is FEMA's diagram. These are their insurance savings costs that they provide to the communities.
Okay, well.
So it's not actually running the policies. It's just a general. So
well, what I did is I got actual quotes.
Yeah, and they're all different.
And I think this is important. So I did a $250,000 house. It's $1,250 deductible with contents. The numbers there, everybody insures for contents. And so the savings on 1 foot is $1,098 per year. And it's another $728 per year going to the second foot. So your bigger savings is your first foot. The total savings over the 30-year mortgage is $40,000 with it. And I know we had some people coming up here about affordable housing and things. Well, anybody, when you do your calculations, you calculate your insurance. And we're not making affordable housing if we're just putting it at BFE, because we are raising the price of their insurance. Pay me now or pay me later. And it's going to be, if they're going to qualify, it's going to be a tougher one at BFE than the extra cost of doing the slab with it. I think we had some good public comments up here about the garage level on there, that we can mitigate some of the concerns if we go to BFE on the garage. On the island where we have an existing subdivision, they build the garage up, you're ramping up like that, it takes more dirt, it makes it more difficult to drain. The mayor's got a picture of his daughter's house, and the garage was built low. I guess that water was 2 feet into the garage, right?
Probably 3.
Yeah. on there. So I support keeping the garage at BFE. It doesn't hurt our insurance ratings because that's it. It lowers the cost on there. Representing Mustang Island and being in Port Aransas, I saw the devastation that took place there. In Corpus Christi and Mustang Island, I bet you half of our house is flooded with it. And it's for one reason: they were built too low. And if we'd adopted 2 feet, all the devastation, all the turmoil that happened, it was even worse in Port Aransas. And driving through Port Aransas after Harvey, you were going through these canyons down the street where everybody's drywall, furniture, everything else was stacked on the street. I support 2 feet for that reason. If BFE, it's a 1 in 100 or 1% chance. If you have your house for 30 years, if you're at BFE, which we're building half of what you looked at as BFE, you have a 1 in 3 chance that your house is going to flood. You have a 1 in 20 chance that your house is going to flood twice. Every foot we take above that brings it up. 1 in 100 sounds, or 1%, that sounds like, oh, you got a pass. You really don't have a pass. 2014, we had floods. 2017, I don't know how many structures we flooded there. And we will see more. On the island and our lower areas, we've got subsidence going on there along with sea level rise. And then one last thing, I'm not in favor of Limois. That, again, going to Mustang Island, which was a direct hit with it. It was, you had that wind coming out from the bay, driving straight up on Mustang Island. It was Cat 4 storm, and Limois wouldn't have made any difference. What would have made difference is building those houses up. I was there every day. I didn't see any scour or erosion. The example shown here was on Padre Island. It's right next to the channel. That particular apartment complex, the apartments are 15 feet away, facing the Laguna Madre. I don't think that's a good example there with it. And we've got other areas, all the North Beach is Limois, that apartment complex that we approved, talked about today, 150 units. I think that's slab on grade with it. It would eliminate things like that. So my personal preference, 2 feet above. We build your non-living spaces, your garages. You can build them up to BFE, so we take the burden off the builders with that. We don't go with Limois, and we do adopt the standard, what do you call your third one?
Non-conversion.
Non-conversion. And we will save every body that has flood insurance 5% right off the top. And one advantage of being in Corpus Christi over Port Aransas is these programs aren't easy to administer. And the fact that we've got somebody here, if you have that same building in Port Aransas, you're going to be paying full. So if you're in Corpus Christi, you get a 15, hopefully a 20% reduction on there. I hope we do adapt something today, because every house that's built, from as soon as we adapt, we'll either pay lower insurance and have a lower chance of that devastating being flooded at one point in time. So I would like to thank staff for bringing this forward. Everything that I'm proposing over time will pay for itself through its insurance savings on there. I'm not proposing any. Limois does add to the cost. I'm not supporting Limois because it adds to the cost with no offsetting savings in insurance. The savings in insurance for 1 foot is very substantial. You'd be just, I can't see anybody building there, and the 2 foot does definitely pay for itself, besides what we saw with Harvey, just that overall, you don't want to be out of your house for 6 months, 9 months. I was talking to a fellow Monday. He's still not back in his house yet. And there's just a huge personal cost. So that's my thoughts on it.
Ms. Warthoe.
Thank you. Ms. Todd, can you go over briefly the Limois? So the advantage, I understand the freeboard. gives a credit
Freeport-
on insurance, but the Limois
Correct.
doesn't.
The Limois doesn't. The Limois could impact the insurance because you're changing your foundation type. So the Limois is more for foundation type. Instead of a slab-on-grade home in an area where we anticipate 1.5 to 3 feet of wave action, we'd require that that foundation type be piers, pilings, or columns. So that just helps with the erosion and scour that could happen whenever you have surge coming in. This was back bay surge. We didn't have anything from the Gulf of Mexico. We did not have a breach. We actually didn't have anything even hit the front side of the dunes on the Gulf of Mexico. But if we were to have wave action like that, it's to help protect some of those properties. Because when FEMA models, they're modeling that wave action coming in from the dunes to State Highway 361. The back bay surge is what was shown on the back bay side of it as well. But the foundation type is what Limois more for. You can have Limois and no freeboard, and you can have Limois with freeboard. So it changes. So even if Limois is adopted and freeboard's adopted, they'll still have the insurance savings from freeboard, but they'll also have a different foundation type, which gives them a different premium because they're all rated differently. The matrix is all over the place depending on the structure itself.
But it would increase, for one, just like the 2-foot increase versus the 1 would increase the cost of the house. So the Limois would increase that foundation versus not having it would increase.
Correct. It's changing the foundation type. So with the foundation type, there's going to be a change in cost. What that cost is unknown, or the difference of that cost is unknown.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
Okay, just as a question that was posed earlier in terms of the infill part, maybe I'm trying to look at this from this perspective of a slab as opposed to the Limois, right? I guess with Limois, if you put it next to a house with a slab, it would be, you wouldn't have the issue, right?
Right.
Because the Limois would alleviate that because it would be on piers or pilings or whatever you have. So you almost can't have the 2 inches without the Limois. Am I under?
So
or the 2 feet. I'm sorry, 2 feet.
The Limois is only certain parts of the city. The freeboard would be throughout the city.
Okay, so okay, I see what you're saying. So you're looking throughout the city in terms of, so how would that feel? I mean, if you have houses on either side and you go to 2 feet, how does that affect the other houses next to you? I mean, that seems like a substantial difference in grade, especially if you have a slab house.
That was the conversations we're having, especially in the smaller lots on the island proper where they're using.
Well, not just the island. I mean, there's plenty of properties out there that have,
There are some, but the main concern for infill is actually on the island where you're using your footprint, almost your entire footprint for your house, so it doesn't leave enough slope to do proper drainage. And so they're having to put in additional retaining walls and doing some extra stabilization in those areas. And
so that adds more cost.
Of course.
Now, who's responsible for those retaining walls? The builder?
The builder. It's a private retaining wall. So that was the discussion that we had, is for those areas. And unfortunately, in the island proper, they don't allow for the different foundation types. Whereas in some of the other areas of the city, we would just say, let's just do a pier and beam or do some hybrid foundation. They want a slab on grade.
Wait a minute. Why? Who's requiring that?
The Padre Island Homeowners Association, they only allow them to build slab-on-grade structures. So we can't even propose our design alternatives there because it's just not allowed with their association.
So there would be superseding whatever code we put in place. Is that what you're saying?
Not that they would supersede it, they just wouldn't approve the development plans and allow that person to develop that lot. We, the city, would say it meets the requirements, but the association would say no.
So if you effectively put this in place, you would either have to do the retention walls or the retaining walls, or?
Not all the time. Just what the stats showed that half of them were already constructed with freeboard, so they're going to mirror their neighbors for the most part.
And even then, if I may, most of the homes out there are at around 1 foot.
Okay, but no, I mean, what Councilman Smith is suggesting is 2. Okay, so.
Well, we have a number of 2 foot there. You drive the streets and you'll see it's already being done. The smart people are already building it too. So it's
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this is. I'm just asking the questions here because I'm trying to familiarize what the choices are here in terms of how do you deal with it and what the cost is associated with it.
Right. So Island proper, out of the 518 that I looked at, 66 of them were built with anywhere from 1.5 to 2 foot of freeboard, and 24 had 2 to 4 foot of freeboard. So there are some that were already going above and beyond whatever the minimum requirement was. And it is the trend throughout the city. So if we look at structures that are along Oso Parkway back on the south side development, there's 1, 2, and 3 foot of freeboard being put in. Some of the land's already naturally high, or they just have enough acreage to build their lots up. So they're doing it for property protection. The only areas that is of concern when we talk infill is going to be our low to moderate income areas that were mapped into the special flood hazard area. So those are our areas of high concern where development is a little bit harder.
Okay, but this is for throughout the city,
Throughout the
regardless of flood areas or...
No, just
the flood areas.
special flood hazard
special
areas,
flood
yes.
areas, okay.
We're not just saying all development, no.
Okay, well, that wasn't
No, that-
specified.
With
Thanks.
Houston.
City a minute ago.
Yeah, no, it's just,
There are throughout the city, yes. Just zone A and V, which are your high hazard, your 100-year flood zones, would have the development requirement. That's currently where we regulate development today. We don't regulate in any other flood zones.
Oh, because I thought you, Councilman Roy and I looked at each other, I think you responded to the question, this is throughout the city, and that's what we both kind of popped our head looking.
Throughout the
Whoa.
city being the special flood hazard area throughout the city, my apologies.
Okay, so it's not just carte blanche across the
No.
city.
No.
All right. Well, excuse me, Mr. Garza, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Question I have, what would be maybe the recommended process for if someone did find themselves in a development or subdivision that there's 4 or 5 lots that need to be built out, and if they built it to whatever adopted standard we agree on, they would be creating some water drainage issues for their neighbors, and the cost of trying to remediate those issues would be even higher than what you proposed in terms of building it up to the 1 foot or the 2 foot. Would there be a way of being able to obtain a waiver or going to the Board of Adjustments in order to be able to deviate from the adopted standard?
So even today, at today's standards, meeting minimum base flood elevation requirements, there is variance language within our code, and we have had variances go forward. They go to the Building Code Board of Appeals, and they actually just heard one in the Molina area, kind of similar, where all of the structures were developed without a special flood hazard area, and then they were mapped into the special flood hazard area. And FEMA allows for a hardship variance if approved by the board if you look at the construction surrounding you, to mirror the construction around you. So if everybody else is below base flood elevation, or if everybody else, say for instance, is at 9 and the new requirement is 11, you could take a variance forward to have your requirement at the 9.
Yeah, I could see some areas of Flower Bluff, some lots, vacant lots right now, that if they built, they would create some huge issues for the neighbors because the neighbors are built at a very, very low elevation.
Right.
And so in order to protect the neighbors, you'd have to grant a variance in order for them to utilize their structure or utilize a lot. So,
Mr. Roy?
I have a couple questions. Wendy, I'd like to ask you a question. In terms of
get the microphone again.
In terms of what Councilman Smith is proposing, if is that a good compromise in terms of if you can keep the garage at?
No. The short answer to that is no, and I'll tell you why. It all goes to cost, because the housing, it costs so much to build. Let's talk about the island, because that's specifically where Greg represents. Greg and I went out and talked to the Island Homeowners Association. They hated this idea too.
I don't disagree with that.
Well,
the island doesn't
their
have
idea was to build a 2-foot foundation because of the runoff. Well, the problem is you can't really do that. I mean, aesthetically, I don't think they would even approve that. But you're right. They like the idea of being taller, but they didn't like the idea of how it looks, and they don't like the idea of flooding their neighbors.
But the island doesn't have to worry about this because they're homeowners. Am I understanding that right?
No. The island does have to worry about this.
The island does. What was the area that?
The Limois.
The Limois.
Oh, they don't have to.
Yeah, that's Mustang Island.
And by the way, Greg and I are in agreement on that Limois thing.
Okay.
See, we agree on stuff.
50-50. Yeah.
Yeah. So you think that
Right, because what you're doing is when you come in and you put in a foundation, and let's say you're building at 1 foot now, and like I said, most of my guys are being there, and like Greg said, a lot of people are already doing that, but it's one thing for you to decide to do that, and it's another thing for your government to say you have to do that. So what they're doing, they're building at the 1 foot level right now, and you build up, you have to put so much sand in there because you're building on sand out there, and so in order to make that even 2 feet, it costs more, and there's compaction. You have to bring things in. You have to build retaining walls. So suddenly, it's you know, not just $7,500 extra to do an extra foot. It's retaining walls, and there's compaction. And one of my builders, I mean, these guys are building expensive houses out there. They're not building affordable housing out on the island. However, it still affects the cost of that. And so, you know, it's a cost issue. It's an aesthetics issue. It's a runoff issue. It's a privacy issue. Suddenly, your house is sitting 2 feet taller than everybody else's. You can see into everybody's backyard. They only allow 6 foot fences. Is that right, Greg? Is that right? 6 foot fences out on the island. So suddenly it's a 4 foot fence. So, you know, there's a lot of things to take into consideration, not just. I mean, I certainly understand Greg's standpoint, because you definitely want houses to be safe in a catastrophic situation. But we also, I mean, it's the cost of the housing. That's basically what it boils down to for my guys. Does it make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So my question to staff is, did you take a look at considering 2 feet?
Yes and no. We looked at it, but since we're looking at adopting it throughout the entire city, special flood hazard area within the city, there are some areas within the city, low to moderate income areas, the Greenwood, Molina, La Jolla Creek area, not Las Colonias, but the La Jolla Creek area that was newly mapped into the special flood hazard area, and they already have an increase of like a 4 foot elevation difference. So with a 2 foot, that would take them to a 6 foot elevation difference above their neighbors. For these older neighborhoods that are low to moderate. We have talked to some of the builders and discussed split level foundations, maybe bringing in some more pier and beam to try to keep those neighborhoods going. But they're already having development issues when it comes to the adoption of the preliminary flood maps for those areas. So the 2 foot of freeboard was an additional burden for the low to moderate income areas.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Guajardo?
Thank you. And I was going to touch on that. On the other side of the spectrum, as Wendy mentions, you know, we already have an issue on the affordability of a home. And it's not only the island, and I know the island is, you know, it matters most. They're in a flood zone. But that's not the only flood zone. And I'm also in agreement that I think many people do and don't. You can see it both ways. In building your biggest investment, many put it, they build it at the 2 or higher. But then there are also people who are just happy to get into a home and be able to get into a home. And so being that this is throughout the city, the flood zones throughout the city, not throughout, the flood zones throughout, which are on the south side, which are in, I think, your district, I think Everett, yours too. You know, my recommendation would be scratch the LIMWA, go with 1 foot, and the non-conversion agreement. But again, I think to blanket it all at a 2 foot when you can build it at 2 anyway. You know, I think it's just it's a lot to impose on someone's. You know, you have to build it this way. But anyway, that's my thought, is to go with, not with LIMWA, the 1 foot, and adopt the non-conversion agreement. I'll make.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith?
Different motion.
Oh. Yeah, I want to make what we're talking affordability. I'm looking hard at affordability. We're losing fact about the insurance costs. Anybody that's buying these houses has to have flood insurance. Flood insurance is just like wind was about 10 years ago. They raised the premium cost in 2017 6%. They raised it 8% in 2018. They're looking at another raise in 2020. These houses are going to be they're unaffordable houses, not because of the base cost of the house, but because of carrying the insurance on it. We're doing nobody a favor by giving them a high insurance bill. So you take that 1 foot above and you reduce the cost, that high cost of insurance, in half. And I can tell you the islanders complain. We don't want to live here. We can't afford the taxes and insurance. And they can really afford it. So if we go and we say, oh, you know, we're trying to give these people a break, we're not giving them a break. We are making sure for the next 30 years they will be paying more and more insurance on there. The cost of that housing, it's just like not putting insulation in your house. Sure, you're going to save a few bucks up front on it, but what are your electric bills? Same thing here. We don't elevate the house. Sure, you'll save some money on the house, but what's your insurance bill going to be? It's the same thing. It's not, you know, that's a big difference in that 1 foot to freeboard to 1 to 2. And I think we had a good answer on the variance. So we do have procedures in place. So in that example where they shouldn't be building anyway, you know, that area shouldn't have been built in the first place. And I've got a big concern about future developments that, you know, we need to be building +2. We're looking at some developments coming in on the island. Mustang Island could be going. We know North Beach is too. So these areas, if we allow the 1, I haven't worked the probability out on that. It depends on the area, but you know, your probability of flooding is still pretty good. And I wouldn't be supporting this if it added to the cost. It made our housing more unaffordable. It does not. So you get that first insurance bill in, and when they raise it 8 or 10% in 2020, and then they'll raise it some more in 2021, and it doesn't make for affordable housing.
Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. So you have 9,700 policies in Zone A and B. I thought you had 1,200 homes.
Not everybody has to carry flood insurance.
Yeah. So those policies are not, so I'm confused, are those policies, it says.
And you're looking at the agenda memo? Or you're looking at the policy count?
Presentation table or slide 3. Is NFIP flood insurance policies A and Z 9,775. And then later on you said that there was 1,200 homes. Is that just A or B, E, or A, B?
So there's 9,000, in 2018 there was 9,775 insurance policies in Zone A and B in our city. And then you said that there's a 1,200. What slide did you see the 1,200? I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. That's what I heard y'all say a second ago. 1,300, 1,200 homes in A, E, B.
Oh, so that's going to be the LIMWA is the only other numbers?
Maybe?
The LIMWA acreage, maybe? Yeah, I did not provide the breakdown between the A and the V properties within both, just a total.
Okay, so I think Councilman Smith's trying to, he usually thinks of everything and is very educated, especially if he's working with y'all, because I know how long that y'all spent with this. But there are a lot of other concerns that pop up that I may not have the answer or even the knowledge to determine sitting right here, and I'm an insurance agent. Now, if we do, how of those, oh man, this is kind of tough. I wouldn't, even asking you this question, I don't think you would have the answer, but I wish that I would not have to make this decision today. If we went up the 1 foot, I would go with Councilman Smith. 2 feet without me being completely aware of where the flood maps are and which homes fall into it. Because there's, let's just say the Faro Valley Golf Course. What flood zone do you think that's in? And they're planning on a $300 million
Yes, there is a
development
portion
out there that's been on hold for 8 years. I understand that.
There's a portion of it, and they're proposing actually removing their special flood hazard area by a conditional letter or map revision, which means they go in and elevate and redesign and mitigate, and then they plead to FEMA, and FEMA removes the property. So that was their.
In the end, they win for doing that because they're going to be saving. And
correct. And a lot of the developers
when they raise that? When they raise the land, what happens to Carriage Park?
They have to mitigate the surrounding area. So they have to whenever they're designing, they have to take in that additional rainfall, additional surge if there's a surge in that area. And I believe there is a small surge that comes into that.
There is. In fact, they were thinking about they were implementing a canal-type river over there, Councilman Smith. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Nana?
I'm undecided.
Okay, I want to go back and ask a question on Limois. Councilman Smith said there's no benefit to having Limois as a policy, but you said there was a point associated with that.
Correct.
Is there a discount on insurance for having that policy in place?
Correct. It changes your foundation type, and that foundation type, and that changes how they rate the policy. Because that's one of the requirements whenever you're writing a policy is you have to tell them what kind of foundation type you have, and it puts you in a different category for rating your policy. And
okay,
that's additional
but,
protection.
I mean, as far as us having a city policy in those areas that you have identified in the red squares,
it would only add for additional CRS points, which would give us could potentially give us additional CRS discount.
Okay, so if we do not do that, to a few suggestions, how much does that reduce that possibility?
Well, the Limois itself is almost an entire class point generator. It's 500 points, whereas everything else is 90, 100 smaller points. So it's one.
Okay,
it's almost
so
an entire
your recommendation is to have Limois.
My recommendation, CRS points aside, is to have Limois, and that's just for foundation protection in the areas where there is storm surge or could be storm surge.
Okay, thank you.
All right, a couple of questions. You made a comment earlier. These, what we're doing is all voluntary by FEMA. There's no deadline. There's still some unanswered questions, like you mentioned flood zone. I'm thinking, of course, I'm not sure. That's more county. Well, I guess out in the Calallen area, the Nueces River, I think there's some in the city that has flood stuff with this. That's still, I mean, every time it rains and there may not be a wave hit the beach down here, but when we, like this last weekend, I mean, the Nueces River could be up and those folks have got 12-foot pilings there on. I mean, they're still going to be flooded. Do they fall under these categories too?
Yes.
Okay. Are they shown in here?
They don't, the Limois doesn't extend all the way into the river, that far up into the river, but if Freeboard were to be adopted, they would have to meet the Freeboard requirements.
So it really it impacts more than we really think, I guess maybe is what you're saying.
Freeboard impacts a larger area because we have.
Does Freeboard impact the whole city?
Only the city areas that are in a special flood hazard area, and we have creeks and tributaries throughout the city, so it's a widespread.
Yeah. Well, the good news is, in Lavoya Creek, at least the last flood, based on what we did at the council, they didn't have the problem they had a few years ago. So that's good. I'm still not sure. Are they finished with that project? It looks like they are. I don't see any equipment, but I'm not sure what they did other than just, I don't know. But we'll have to get that in. The second thing, and I understand the concerns about, my neighbor and I are sitting like this, but if the guy, next to him goes like this, I'm not an engineer, but I mean, it does say you're going to dump more on their piece of property, which I'm not sure, and, you got a neighborhood going like this. Is there some provision that you could say, so that all things being equal, that in new subdivisions established after July the 1st or something, so that all houses would have the same requirements as opposed to going in and having a mix mash on? Can you do that?
This is our higher standard, so it's above FEMA, so we can write it however we choose to. So yes.
So if we adopted, if we adopted your recommendation today, I like the 2 feet, but I want to make sure we're not creating a problem other places. And I mean, but I like that. But on the other hand, except for folks that are old like me, to realize the savings, you got to stay in the house 30 years. And in my business, people don't stay in houses 30 years. They're about 3 to 5. So, you know, if they're going to spend $5,000 or $10,000 up front and they're gone in 10 or 12 years, they're not going to recoup that money on the 30-year payout. And that we're in the moving business, so I know people don't. Very few people stay in their homes anymore 30 years. So, but if you're like me, that'd be good. But I do think we need, you guys put in a lot of work, you put in a lot of time, you know, adopting the staff recommendation, then maybe come back with maybe some clarification. Could you just narrow it down to certain areas where you would apply, say, the 2 foot as opposed to all? You know, I mean, of course, out on, for instance, Nueces River, 2 feet's not, you got to get up to 12 feet to get, when the river starts flowing, 2 feet's not going to do you any good, other than you're just going to use waders instead of knee boots, you know, because when it floods out there, I won't tell you what my personal feeling is. You live in that close river, you live on close to that river, you understand what you're fixing to get into. And I think FEMA's quit insuring people on rivers after they've had one experience. Is that what the new rules are? I think FEMA's got some, or two, if
Almost
they've had
the value
two.
of the structure. And then,
Yeah, I mean, if you're living in a riverbed and you've had 1 or 2 experiences, they've even quit selling you insurance anymore. I mean, you ought to learn after a while. But I mean, you put in a lot of work, and I think we probably ought to move forward with it. But I'd really like to see if we could have some refined, more designated too, whether you could have special designated new developments after a period of time. I don't mean 5 years. I mean, get them, start identifying areas now so that people know and they don't, I mean, you know, July 1, I mean, a new subdivision or, if, you know, whatever. Yes, sir?
Mayor, I just wanted to try and encapsulate what I think you're suggesting is that you look at adopting the 2 and then directing staff to come back and exclude those certain areas where there might be infill development to a 1. In other words, not enforce the 2 in an existing subdivision, but enforce the 1 in an existing subdivision. Where you've got variations of people looking into people's backyards and that kind of thing. Well, try to find those subdivisions which we would exclude from the 2. I think that's what you're saying.
Well, we are, but your interpretation and what I'm doing is backwards. I would suggest we adopt the 1 and then pick and choose where we might want to impose the 2 once everybody's had a chance to look at it, and be very careful how that's done, because it does have some benefit, and to look at future development in new subdivisions that nothing exists out there, so when they're doing their site work, they can just push the dirt up right then and there and probably save a lot of money instead of hauling a bunch of new stuff in. I think that might give, I mean, there's no gun to our head to do this, but we are, I think, with all going on, we're going to have some substantial growth, particularly across the Oso Creek, and we need to get these things ironed out now. And some new subdivisions have not started, but would like to get started if we could ever cross the Oso. So if we can get this done now, we've saved everybody a lot of headaches, I think. So I don't know. That would be my recommendation.
Any question?
Well, I mean, I'd make a motion we adopt it and continue this pursuit of identification where we could impose this 2 foot without being detrimental to the neighborhood, because I think they do have some legitimate concerns. And I don't know about the limois. That sounds like something I don't understand. So y'all decide what you want to do.
I think we ought to do, we got 3 different things and kind of do each one individually.
Should we do them individually?
Yeah.
Is that what, would you rather have that done that way? You got 3, you got the freeboard, you got the limit on moderate wave, and the non-conversion agreement. Now, explain to me, we've got some questions here, but we'll get to but the non-conversion agreement is if I've got a garage I can't put a bed or anything in there?
No, that's not what that's saying. The non-conversion agreement
Come on.
is for elevated structures, the North Beach Laguna Shores, where they do elevated structures and it's free of obstruction at the bottom. There's nothing enclosed. And then after we issue the certificate of occupancy, they go in and close it all in and turn it into 2 apartment complexes without permit and
Well,
put a
heck
habitable
yeah.
space down there. Or man cave.
It's good
or-
usable space. 99 days out of 100. All right, well, I'd make the motion, the freeboard at 1, and we look at these other areas, and I'd let somebody that's smarter than I am that understands the LIMWA and I kind of like that non-conversion where you use some space. Nothing worse than having space and not being able to use it.
You can park the boat underneath it.
Well, that's true. Sleep in the boat.
So Mayor, you're saying you had proposed
Number
to
one,
adopt the 1
we adopt
foot.
number 1. That's where it talks about the 1 foot, right?
Right, but the
Right.
freeboard. All right, so I'm going to make a motion to adopt the 1 foot freeboard, but to look into the areas that would make, I mean, what would you
You'd
say?
recommend for the,
Outreach would have to happen again. We'd have to bring in those associations and have those discussions.
well,
For the
that's all
2
right.
foot,
We're making progress if we get the 1 foot.
That's fine, right.
Yeah.
Well,
So the 1 foot.
Joe, would you do
So it's a
1 foot
motion?
in any
So who-
future
Mayor,
subdivisions, 2 feet?
Who's seconding the motion?
We haven't finished.
Yeah, I think
Okay, so
that-
you're still making his motion?
I mean,
was-
maybe we could solve a lot of your conversation if we did
No, we're making
at the existing is that we adopt the 1 foot, but in future,
There was no seconds. and I-
to be developed subdivisions, you go with the 2.
new subdivisions?
Across the board?
Well, I mean, most of them are on the island where you're talking about the 2, right? Or not?
No.
No.
So that is part of the area. So the development is widespread throughout the city of
Well,
Forest.
then the 1 foot with the adoption of 2 and then come back in 90 days or something and cut out those that you don't really think need the 2 foot. Because there's probably some areas that don't
Right.
need the 2 foot. Would that be a fair assessment?
So, so the motion is, to adopt a 1 foot and, freeboard. And in 90 within 90 or up to 90 days, come back with a recommendation on which area flood zones across the city might better be served with a 2 foot freeboard.
We'll identify areas
Okay.
that would be better served.
Second.
And I guess any adoption of the 2 foot would be in new subdivisions only.
Correct. We
Yeah.
would write it in such a way that it would
Right,
only be
new
the new
subdivisions only.
subdivisions.
Mhm.
And
Wait a
then just the
minute,
infill would have to meet the 1.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
That's the
What
way,
do we,
that's the way to do
what's
it.
that part of it? New subdivisions.
Well, just a vacant piece of ground right now, if you get ready to develop it, you'd build it at the 2 foot freeboard. But if they're existing on the island or in town or Greenwood or the river, you'd go with the 1 foot and then they'll pick and choose and come back and say these can meet better served by the 2 foot.
Can you turn your mic on?
A while back, there was going to be a development on Old Brownsville Road, and it was targeting affordable housing. And so to increase that housing by an additional $12,000 to $15,000, or from what, 1 to 2 foot was how much? 1 foot was
7,500.
$7,500.
So
So how much?
2,500 just for the fill.
2,500.
And so for 2 foot out there, how much would it increase?
That was from going from 1 foot to 2 foot.
Okay.
Is just the amount of fill to bring in the extra dirt to elevate the slab.
See, that's the concern I have. Obviously, I'm concerned with my district is that area in the Molina area, obviously Los Encinos, 3 Fountains. Now, if we're going to do that with a 1 foot for the new housing out there, which is there's a limited amount, but even then, that area is targeted for affordable housing.
I thought you meant the 2 foot only in the areas you give us coming back, not new construction moving forward in those areas. That's not what you meant, is it? I'm understanding you, Mayor.
Well, now, new subdivisions, yes.
Across the board.
If they're in these flood zone, any new subdivisions in the flood zone.
That's
That has to
not,
be determined.
But, I mean, if you go with the 1 foot, I mean, you may be later and then just come back where the 2 foot would be most applicable. And maybe they wouldn't require them out there off of Old Brownsville Road. They may look at that and say, we don't need
just
to.
the 1 foot.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, 1 foot across the board in the special flood hazard area, then we would look at new subdivisions only, complete subdivisions, not just infill, and identify areas that we would consider a 2-foot freeboard and bring that back.
Identify areas.
Right, identify areas,
And we would
yes.
identify that using flood claims for the areas, using drainage.
Right, and you can come back and say, here's the data, this subdivision here moving forward should be 2, but this one makes more sense 1. Yes, that's what I was thinking, that was my total.
Yeah, and one other thing we talked about was the garage elevation. That we heard them come up that right now we're requiring the garage to elevate to 1, where we don't include the garage. You can build your garage at BFE.
You can actually build your garage below base flood elevation. You just have to install.
But right now, we heard that we're requiring, so that will be...
we do not require garages to be.
So what they've told us was incorrect.
That was incorrect. We require them to be at or above, or you can do below with flood vents. They choose to develop above. And even with the freeboard, they can still have the garage below the freeboard requirement.
Okay. So that, yeah.
Did you get it?
You kind of got what we want?
I'll
You know what
second
we're doing?
No,
Or it's 1 foot, come back with 2 foot on new subdivisions.
And identify
Some may or may not meet that criteria, but at least
Within 90
where they do, they would be required a new subdivision.
Yeah.
Is there
all
a
right, well, I
motion?
made the motion,
Within 90 days? Are we still?
with up to 90 days.
With it, okay.
Or
Mayor, we're going to want to run that through the
60 days?
public
Give
involvement.
you,
We
give you
want-
6
we wanna-
months?
Oh,
Give
you
them
need
6
more
months.
time than 90 days?
Oh, okay.
think so.
Within
6
6
months.
months,
So
yeah,
no.
that's
Thank
fine,
you.
whatever,
Thank you.
whatever
Six-
you need, Ms.
6
Dodds.
months.
6 months.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Did you
There's a
get-
motion and somebody down there seconded it. Greg seconded it.
Greg seconded the motion.
All right. Any further discussion? Any comment from the public?
Did you get it?
Yes, ma'am?
1 foot freeboard.
1, 2, 3, 4? Okay.
Okay, identify areas.
All right. If I see no public comment, all in favor say aye.
Can you close
All
the?
opposed?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is he closing
closed
it?
it. He
Okay,
closed it.
sorry. Try to.
Did I what?
He closed public comment.
Thank you.
We closed it a long time ago.
Yeah, we're not.
Okay, let's see. We close the public hearing.
Okay.
Well, we've still got the 2 other, the Lemois and the...
Oh.
Yeah.
So that was a motion to amend. Gosh, guys, this is.
No,
yeah.
no, that was just
Okay.
a motion for
That
the
was
1 foot of freeboard.
Right, so then we still have to do the non-conversion and the other one.
Right.
I make a motion that we do not adopt the Lemois standard.
Second. Can we vote?
Any comment from the public? Any comment, Ms. Wahardo?
No.
No, this is,
You
I saw
second
you
it? You
speak.
know it?
You're seconding it? Or are you voting no?
You asked me if I had a comment. I have no comment. I'm
Oh, I
seconding
saw
it.
your, okay,
Yeah, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Hernandez?
Yeah, I just want to be clear on this, that if we do not vote for Lemois, we lose the opportunity for discounts.
We lose the opportunity for additional discounts, correct?
Thank you.
Well, we can do that anytime along with these others. So, I mean, if we don't vote it today, we may want to reconsider next time or something. Okay.
Yeah.
So the motion is, we not adopt Lemois, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's seconded.
Yes.
Any public comment on that? I think I asked that once. No public comment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so Bill said.
Last one.
Yeah, I make a motion we adopt the, what, Ms. Nina?
Non-conversion agreement.
Non-conversion agreement.
Non-conversion, how many points does that get us?
That was very low-hanging fruit, but it
2.
was points. It gets up to 90.
Okay, so between the 1 foot we did, this 90, and the other, do we get our,
Maybe.
Where-
We
where-
have to have our audit first and then have the
okay,
findings.
so we're
And
just about there,
We
we're
were
just
very
about to
close.
get that 5%.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second to what is it?
Non-conversion agreement.
Non-conversion.
Mr. Roy has a question.
Mr. Rowe.
Just a quick question.
No. Is your mic on?
If Go with the 2 foot in some other areas, will they give us some points?
So yes, it will give us some points. There's a matrix for that too. We provide the ordinance and they put it in their calculation and give us some points for it. We won't get the full, but we'll get some.
Thank you.
All right. So we got a motion and a second to non-conversion, to impose non-conversion. Man, how many man caves are you killing by doing that? Okay, any more comments?
No beach house for the mayor.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I know.
Okay, so we're done with that, right?
No, got to pass the whole thing now as amended.
I moved to pass it as amended.
Okay, on first reading.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Everybody understand the motion?
Yes.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, now we're down to item number 20. Public hearing on
Thank you, Ms. Dodd.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank all of you. You did a great job.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, public hearing, first reading, urban transportation plan of Oso Parkway and Brazina Road.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the City's Planning Department. The next item is an ordinance amending the urban transportation plan by removing a portion of Oso Parkway and Brazina Road at the request of the applicant, Mr. Ibarra. Mr. Ibarra intends to build a home on a 9-acre tract that is impacted by the Oso Parkway, as shown here on the plan. His tract is here identified with the black square there. The subject portion of Oso Parkway is a section that is between Crosstown Expressway and Weber Road. The portion of Brazina Road is fairly small. It's just this portion that kind of terminates into that future extension of Oso Parkway. It's important to note this part of Oso Parkway was first adopted into the Urban Transportation Plan back in 1963. And 86% of what we're moving today is on the Navy's property. So this road doesn't get built until if this Navy property was repurposed for a different use. So it's been on the plan for some time, but we realize its likelihood of being built anytime soon is rare, and it would only be if there was a repurpose or a revaluation of that property. This is the with the X kind of highlight what is being removed. We did talk with the Navy about a possible kind of relocation of just that extent to avoid the Ibarra track so he could develop it. There were some constraints with that, and they were just hesitant to support that at this time, but did indicate they would be willing to work with us in the future if we ever wanted to get a road network back through their property if in the event of repurposing. These next few slides are just some constraints that we would be working with on this tract for future construction of Oso Parkway. This just highlights the floodplain and floodway. We would be looking at some type of, we would like to see the Oso Parkway out of the floodplain if it was ever constructed. This just highlights the clear zone and impacts that are highlighted on the extension there. This is a look at the future land use map in the area. Some wetlands that we would have to be working with to get this road constructed, and most likely future road, I would probably recommend that we take it north of all those wetlands. And finally, the staff, the Transportation Advisory Committee and Planning Commission all recommended approval of the amendment to remove this part, with the idea that if we ever need it, we would work with the Navy in the future to get it back on. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Anybody have any questions on this? It's a public hearing, right?
Yes.
Open up the public hearing. Any comments on this item? And get back over here to my agenda so I can look and see. That would be agenda item 2019. 20.
It's 20.
No public comment. We'll close the public hearing. Any other comment from the council? Mr. Hunter?
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm reading your staff recommendation. I don't understand. Can you just re-explain it very quickly? I was trying to pull up the...
The applicant was requesting that we remove that portion from Crosstown Expressway over to basically Weber, and we're agreeable with his request.
And in the future, this is all, so that all this will be available in the future so we can come back and do it.
Yeah, in the event that the Navy property, because 86% of the roads on their property, in the event it was ever repurposed for something else or redevelopment, we would want to work with them to get a road network put back on there, because we would definitely need something in that area, and that such a large space.
Sounds smart to me. Thank you.
All right, anything else? Oh. Mr. Selman, you've changed dramatically. I've been looking down here. Okay.
For the better.
Yeah. Any further comment? Is there a motion then to approve as recommended on item number 20? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, item 21 is a second reading interlocal agreement with the Port of Corpus Christi permitting program. The first reading was on the 19th. Anybody have anything on that?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. Nina Nixon-Mendez, Director of Development Services. The Council considered this ordinance on March 26th and tabled the item to allow staff time to work with the Port to consider excluding properties acquired by the authority through the Harbor Bridge Replacement Program. And the Port Authority is in agreement with excluding these properties from the interlocal. This slide shows the properties in purple owned by the Port Authority within the city limits, and the area to be excluded is shown with the dashed red line, bounded by the railroad tracks on the north, the drainage ditch to the east, Martin Luther King Avenue, and IH-37 access road on the south, and Floral Street on the west. The revised agreement was attached to this agenda item for your reference. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance with the revised draft agreement. I also received a communication today from Errol Summerlin of the Citizens Alliance for Fairness and Progress. He communicated that the Alliance is in agreement with the revised agreement, and I wanted to thank the Council for having staff work with the Port to revise the agreement. Staff recommends approval. David Cromps, with the Director of Engineering with the Port Authority, is present should you have any questions.
Mr. Barrera?
Oh, okay. So the interlocal agreement is just within the dotted red lines.
No, it excludes the area. It excludes that area.
And I'm just going to play the devil's advocate here. It's something that I honestly didn't think all the way through when I did it. So their new facility, how much would we lose in revenue as a result of the permitting of their new facility?
I haven't calculated that figure, but we would stand to lose some revenue related to that.
No,
but then again, we would not be responsible for that facility, so we could redirect staff to other projects.
Okay.
Lose some expenses.
Okay, Mr. Roy?
I want to thank staff and the Port for coming back and listening to the community on this issue. I think this is going to go a long way in terms of goodwill with a lot of the small amount of residents that are remaining. So again, thank you very much.
So, just as a matter of question, since the Port is acquiring all of this property under the Harbor Bridge program, does that mean, and they would be a governmental entity all in of themselves and they're tax exempt from the city property taxes, so are they also assuming the responsibility for roads, sewer, wastewater, and all that within that property?
They are not.
They should. We need to talk to them about that. We should have thought about that when our commissioners were here today. We may have to have some talks in the future. Okay. Is there any other comment, any motion on the approval of this?
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there a second? Who made the motion? All right.
Mr. Molina, and there's no public
Ben
comment.
made the motion?
He had to say something.
Ben! All right, any comment from the public? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Roland votes no.
Okay, so can we
Roland
do a
votes
roll
no?
call? Yeah.
Okay, Roland votes no.
There you go.
Okay. No, he's the only
Okay.
one? Okay, so just Mr. Barrera.
Okay. That gets us down. We finished the North Beach infrastructure. All right, the biennial trust fund. Who's doing that?
I am, sir.
All right, boy, I'll tell you. You're getting this late night compensation here for staying up and after dark here with us.
Nina Nixon Mendez, Director of Development Services. This is a briefing on the biennial report of the Utilities Trust Fund, and assisting me today are Alma Casas, Interim Director, Finance Department, Martha Messer, Chief Accountant, Finance Department, and Michael Johnston, Contracts Administrator, Development Services. The Utilities Trust Fund was audited in April of 2018, and one of the recommendations of the audit was to present periodic updates to City Council on the status of the Utilities Trust Fund. And the audit report recommended City Council be presented a review of the trust fund every 2 years. This slide reflects the balance for the combined utilities trust, the trust funds over the past 11 years, from FY 2007 through FY 2018, ending September 30th, 2018. The blue line reflects the combined annual balance of the 4 trust funds. The red line reflects the combined annual balance of deposits and payouts. Funds are collected from developers mainly via the lot and acreage fees. Early on, the reduction in trust fund balances from 2007 to 2009 was due to the installation of 4 new lift stations at an average cost of $1.6 million each, totaling $6.5 million. This action, combined with the loss of revenue from acreage fees due to the slowing housing market brought on by the recession and a high volume of trust fund reimbursements, resulted in low balances for most of the funds and a negative balance for the Sanitary Sewer Trunk System Fund in 2008. More funds were expended than received. However, since 2012, there's been a positive annual balance of deposits and payouts shown by the red line. Now we're in a much better fiscal position with an annual positive cash flow of $922,972 and a balance of $7,578,257 as of September 30th, 2018. This slide shows the balance of the combined 4 trust funds in black and a breakdown of the individual funds over the past 11 years. The black line, again, is the combined trust fund balance. The blue line is the Water Arterial Transmission and Grid Main Trust with a balance of $1,384,438 as of 9/30/18. This trust funds water transmission mains, large mains used to transport water from treatment to distribution, and grid mains, which are 12 inches in diameter or larger, that distribute water supply. The red line is the Water Distribution Main Trust with a balance of $479,805 as of 9/30/18. And this trust fund distributes mains that are 12 inches in diameter or smaller that connect to water supply mains. The purple line is the Sanitary Sewer Collection Line Trust with a balance of $1,072,435 as of 9/30/18. This trust funds collection lines that are 15 inches in diameter or smaller that convey wastewater. And the green line is the Sanitary Sewer Trunk System Trust with a balance of $4,591,579 as of 9/30/18. This trust funds trunk lines that are 18 inches or greater in diameter and lift stations. On May 8th, 2018, City Council approved the transfer of approximately $2.26 million from the 3 other trust funds to the Wastewater Trunk Mainline Trust. The transfer of funds was necessary to meet the funding requirement for a wastewater trunk mainline extension construction and reimbursement agreement with Brazelton Homes for London Town that was executed May 11, 2018. And that's why there's a spike in 2018 of the Sanitary Sewer Trust System Trust and a drop in the other 3 funds in 2018. This slide reflects the relationship of total annual deposits into the Combined Utilities Trust Fund and the total annual payments from the combined trust funds over the 11-year period. The blue line is the history of deposits into the Utility Trust Fund. The downturn in deposits from 2009 to 2012 is due to the decrease in platting due to the economic recession. There was a slight downturn in 2015 and in 2017, but platting activity increased in 2018, and we expect the activity to continue into 2019. We went from 1,453 platted acres in 2014 to 713 acres in 2015 and 370 acres in 2017. However, in 2018, there was an increase to 918 acres platted. The red line is a history of the payments from the Utility Trust Fund. And again, in 2007 and 2009, the payments do reflect the funding of the 4 new lift stations. Again, in 2011, the combined payout from the trust fund was over $2 million to Tortuga Dunes lift station and Rose Acres. And then there was another payment for a lift station in 2016. And again, that's reflected with the red line. This slide is a list of active contracts with the Utility Trust Fund with contract completion dates and the current reimbursement liabilities. With the Water Arterial Transmission and Main Grid Trust agreements, we're funding projects at Royal Creek Unit 7 and Unit 8. With the Sanitary Sewer Trunk Agreement, again, we're funding the London Town project. And with the Sanitary Sewer Collection Agreement, we have funded Airline Estates, and we're in the process of closing out that particular contract. Our grand total reimbursement liability and payments with these contracts is $4,341,062.37. So the trust fund balance, and this is as of February 28th, is $8,079,487.56. Again, we have the current liabilities of $4,341,062.37, and so the balance available is $3,738,425.19. And this slide just shows a breakdown of those liabilities by fund. This slide shows that approximately $2.1 million in lot acreage fees, pro rata, and surcharge fees was collected October 2017 through February of 2019. Pro rata fees are assessed as a charge per linear feet of frontage for the use of the water or wastewater facility which serves the property being platted or developed. A surcharge fee is charged in addition to the tap fee for service to each lot. All lot and acreage and pro rata fees must be paid before the final plat is recorded for any subdivision, single lot or tract. And the fees are deposited in the trust funds in accordance with what you see on the slide here. The following map shows the wastewater fee exemptions granted over the past 5 years for subdivisions with an estimated 190 lots. The table lists the platted properties and the exempted fees associated with each plat. And for that 5-year period, $795,276 was exempted. Again, this is a fee exemption that comes before City Council for approval. The following steps have been taken to improve the fiscal health and management of the Utility Trust Fund. City Council approved an amendment to the UDC to remove the 5.5 interest credit to holding deposits in the trust fund. And today, currently, the trust fund earns a little less than 2% interest. Development Services also has hired a contracts and funds administrator in December to provide oversight and contract management, ensure reimbursements from the fund are timely and accurate. And this position also manages other contracts such as our deferment agreements, water contracts, and oversees our easements and street closure programs. Development Services has also assessed options to increase fees related to the trust. And so the Unified Development Code states that prior to the annual budget, fees and charges are to be indexed to the construction cost index. One method of raising fees for the trust fund is to use this industry standard as a guide. And if the construction cost index was applied since 2007, we would anticipate a 38% increase in the current fees. So if we wanted to go back and make up for the last 10 years of not charging that, it would equal a 38% increase. The Coastal Bend Homeowners Association also formed a committee to look into this issue, and they met in May and also in December of 2018, and they made the following recommendations. They are recommending a 10% increase in the trust fund fees, and also to reinstate the annual CCI increase thereafter. So this table just reflects a comparison of the fees. The column on the left shows the current fees with the 38% adjustment in the middle, or the 10% adjustment to the far right. And this slide shows a comparison of the annual trust fund deposits without the CCI, which is shown in blue, and what the deposits would have been if the CCI was utilized over the past 11 years, is shown in yellow. And if the CCI adjustment had been added, trust fund deposits would have increased nearly $500,000 in that period from FY 2007 to FY 2018. Should a city council want to raise fees, council certainly has several options to consider. Again, the recommendation of the Coastal Bend Home Builders Association with the 10%, followed by the annual adjustment to CCI. Adjusting the fees to 38%, that could be done over a period of time. It wouldn't have to be all at once, but that is something you could consider. Also, possibly eliminating the wastewater fee exemption. The owner would still have the opportunity for a refund after 10 years, but that again is another option. With a stronger economy, new development could put a strain on the Utilities Trust Fund and create challenges in maintaining a positive balance in the future should several large projects be proposed within a short time frame, or if the lift station is involved. To date, the ability to transfer funds has addressed potential deficits. And additionally, there is a pipeline provision in the Unified Development Code where, should not funds be available, the first project in the pipeline is paid first when funds become available. So there are some provisions in our code that allow for that. Adoption of any or all of, or all of these options could help ensure the fiscal health of the trust fund. I stand by for questions, and with the last slide, I know that council has asked for an opportunity to review and discuss water and wastewater master plans, and so we hope to schedule a workshop in the near future, and we can continue this discussion.
Any comment? Mr. Hernandez.
Just to be clear, this is only for use within the city limits, correct?
No, it's also extended to the extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Correct.
And however, if wastewater is proposed, then it does require either a petition for annexation or a development agreement.
Okay, so as I mentioned, this is probably something where we need to look at alternative sources of funding as opposed to continuing in this route for the ETJ, specifically like utility districts or improvement districts. So.
Well, certainly, public improvement districts, can be created in the county as well as the city, and they could provide supplemental funding to not only water and wastewater infrastructure, but also to roadway infrastructure. So
there's lots of things you could be
sure,
trying
that
to.
is certainly a possibility with respect to with municipal utility districts. I would see that as an alternative to using trust fund monies. In other words, I wouldn't see
especially
a complement.
Especially in the ETJ,
Right.
since we're not taxing that area. I would think that'd be an ideal situation to where you include that along with a petition for annexation at the end of the life of that particular utility district or improvement district. That way it goes seamlessly into annexation. But it would be a much greater source of funding than try to manage this, especially in the ETJ where you have lots of issues to deal with: drainage, sewer, water. You have the whole 9 yards.
Right.
So,
and that certainly could be something to be considered. Typically, those are proposed by the private sector and brought forward.
I understand that,
yes,
but
sir.
we need to have a policy in place.
Yes, sir.
So we'll need that policy before they can do something, because then there's no policy as to what the size of it is, the scope, what it can include. So we want to make sure we have a policy by the city for anything that happens in our ETJ. And I know that Dan was working on something along those lines, but we want to have that policy here pretty quick so the developers can go do it, especially if it's going to, especially in the London area and the Cal-Allen area. I want to be able to do it all over.
And I know municipal utility districts can be successful, but there are also times where they fail, and a city ends up taking them over anyway. So and assumes costs associated with that. So.
Correct, but you would also want to look at it for some of the areas that are developed there already that would have some value to them, i.e. some of the houses that have already been built, and then you can add the sidewalks, you can add drainage, you can do associated things and capture the value of those houses. So there's lots of things you could do with that. We need a policy.
Yes,
okay, so we need a policy. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Roy.
Again, thank you for your work on this. You mentioned that your recommendation could be phased in, or we could go with the 3 proposed areas. What's your thought on the impact if we went ahead and went with just going ahead and looking at kicking it off at the same time for the 3 areas? You think is that?
Well, I think certainly we could bring forward an amendment to the wastewater fee exemption for the Unified Development Code that would require, 2 public hearings, a recommendation from Planning Commission related to the, again, with the builders, they were just recommending a 10% with the annual increase thereafter.
Right, but if they're willing,
yeah, if they're willing, certainly. We could bring an amendment with our fee ordinance forward for council consideration.
You making a motion? I don't see anybody.
It's a presentation, so it'd be a motion of direction.
A motion of direction.
Yeah, that's all he can do.
We've had enough of those today.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
I'll make a motion of direction.
We'll bring that ordinance back, Mayor, for the council to deliver.
Thank you.
All right, we got.
Yep.
All right, one other thing, I guess, and this is what Ms. Werth, this is kind of what's been cleaned up after we.
Yes, sir. That's our latest and greatest draft.
All right, and this is subject to revision, but this is what the schedule looks like for the weekend of Sunday, April the 14th through Tuesday the 16th on our city manager search procedure. Sunday the 14th, their candidates will arrive in the community. We'll try to give them, on the 14th, give them a bus tour of the city. And I think it's anticipated that, not at all at one time, but council members representing different districts, as the bus tour goes through those districts, they will act as the tour guide as well as be on the bus, and they'll switch off when we get into different districts throughout the community. Then Monday morning, the media will have an opportunity to meet with the candidates. And then later on in the morning, we'll have formal interviews by the council candidates in executive session. And that evening, there'll be a public meet and greet open to the public. So put that on your calendar on Monday the 15th. On Tuesday, the City Hall, there would be an additional opportunity for candidates with the media, and the council will conduct its TERS meeting. I think we've got that
TERS
morning.
number 2. We need to work out that schedule.
And we'll have a council meeting that day, and then as part of that council meeting is when we'll have the public question and answered by the candidates.
Yes, sir.
And then they will be excused to go back to their domiciles, and we'll continue with the council meeting. And I guess to be determined if we would go back into executive session to do any more discussing, or if we wanted to seek additional information as a result of some conversations we had. But that should get us through the 3 days.
Yes.
And I guess we can get out a formal information tomorrow on this.
Yes, I've notified the public information officer.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Got it going.
Anything else? Thanks everybody for their patience. I think we've got a lot accomplished today, and if nobody else has anything for the good of the organization, we're adjourned.